getting Q2 final GDP for the U.S. 2.1%, expected 2.1%. So exactly in line with expectations here for, again, the final reading on Q2 GDP, 2.1 if you missed it there, versus 2.1 expected. Initial jobless claims a little higher than expected as well, 204,000 versus 215,000, but higher than the previous 202. The price index, GDP price index for Q2, 1.7% there. Consensus looking for 2%. So prices downside, GDP in line, 2.1% off of that 2% print the last time around here. So that was the biggest economic reading we'll get today. PCE coming in for the quarter as well, in line with expectations there, 2.5%. The more important and more closely watched number tomorrow morning, 2.5% for the quarter. We'll see what the month-over-month PCE number is coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30. A ton of things to talk about this morning. Micron earnings, obviously. GME, Ryan Cohen now CEO. We'll touch on that, obviously making a big move here. Nice look for Peloton to the upside on Lululemon deal. A ton to get to. Let's jump right into it. It's Thursday, September 28th. One more day left in the month of September, going to be an ugly one. TraderTv.live starts now. If you missed it there again, we just got a bunch of numbers there out at 8:30. GDP price index in line with expectations quarter over quarter. Overall, the GDP 2.1% versus 2.1 expected. PCE for the quarter 2.5 versus 2.5 as well for the overall market. So everything was kind of a wait and see going into these numbers at 8:30 this morning for the futures right across the board. We're holding on to basically choppy kind of flat session, but here we go back to the upside. You can see for the NASDAQ right now after that, pretty impressive rally back from the lows into the final hour of the day yesterday. It was pretty impressive. Not only was Meta trying to lead the charge here back from the lows off of this Meta Connect performance and this presentation that started yesterday. We'll get more today, but all of big tech with a nice look into the close yesterday. So hopefully this inline print here this morning will help things out.
Yeah, market liking it right now. We've been talking a lot about a possible soft landing and GDP coming in line, but the job market remains tight. Jobless claims coming in below expectations again, and that's what the soft landing is, essentially trying to cure inflation without absolutely killing jobs. We'll see how this one does. Meta was an absolute beast yesterday. I can't believe the price range on this, and I was trading it on the midday show, and I got home and I looked at the closing price, and I was just surprised that it made it back almost to $300. So very interesting day, and I guess we'll have more.
A couple things just popping up in front of me here. DXY just got crushed back to 106.2, so downside sharply for the dollar. Yields also downside sharply right now. The 10-year back to 5.1 after quite a move yesterday, as we were talking about. Again, multi-month highs coming into play for the 10-year specifically. 2 years been kind of hanging out, but big move down there for the dollar, guys. Stocks higher.
Yes, sir. But are stocks higher because of the data we just got, or are stocks higher because Peloton and GameStop are up? Now, obviously, I know some people are going to be in that camp that it's the former, but come on, you know it's all about them memes today. It's going to be a fun day today because there's a lot to watch. Don't read anything into the fact that I'm currently wearing a red shirt, although I was told this morning that this shirt is rose and not red. I'm like, it's red. If there's a specific shade of red that it's supposed to be.
Who told you that?
You know who told me that.
Who, Sharif?
Yeah.
Sharif's shirt is red.
No, but they're both red. It's just, I don't know, like this apparently the shade. I don't know if that means it's less bearish or whatever. You guys can tell me. They're both red. It's a red shirt.
My guess is it means nothing, but
I think it means nothing.
It's a nice shirt.
Well, thank you. You got a little red on. Well,
that's what it's all about.
A little tiny little bit of red. But I don't think we care too much about what the market does when it comes to some of those meme stocks. Let's be real for a second. So put yourself into two different buckets today. You trade the Metas and the Amazons of the world, and then on the other end of it, for something like a Peloton, all bets are off when you're talking about a potential like short squeeze type name. It did pull back a little bit here. I think this is a good I think this is like a no-lose situation for them to try something with Lululemon. We'll see where it goes. But the short float is the story here. GameStop as well. We'll watch that because of the short float. Micron, I do not like Micron's guide, and they're still losing more money than I don't know. It's not a good look for them because they're still losing money. They're a very cyclical business. Some have said the bottom's already in, but you kind of expect to see a little bit of a turnaround that didn't really come from them just yet. So a little bearish on Micron, although the market certainly getting some strength here, gaining steam.
Yeah, yeah, regardless of all that, those stories with those stocks, I mean, we just got those good numbers. We got the GDP, the core PCE, and all looking better. So the market now retracing back to the upside. But we still have, obviously we're going to still have some work to do here. This has to be a 30-minute chart. Actually, we can look at a 60-minute chart here for the for the NASDAQ, as it's just still not looking great, man. I mean, you're still all the way to the downside right now. You just bounced off 14.6. We talked about that yesterday. That was going to be a key level. Max and I looked at these levels down there, and it did bounce. So right now, you're trying to hold this 14.6. You're well up now, 14.770. So I don't know if we're going to get back down to that level. That's a huge buy area if we can get into there, and then you hold it until it breaks, basically. And yesterday was a nice little bounce back off of that. So we'll wait to see if we can get some levels back into 14.6. But we were almost there, man. We were at 14.680, and then all of a sudden those numbers came out, and now it's kind of off to the races a little bit here. So we'll see if we can hold, but right now, I don't know why I'm looking at ARM. I'm not really. I want to look at Apple. We talked about Meta. We'll talk about Meta today as well. But now you're above that 170 on a nice little bump here because of the market. I'm still looking to try to short this thing. It's on a 171 short. We couldn't break it yesterday afternoon. Let's see if we can hold it again. That's kind of the level that I'm looking at, but we're going to be patient today, wait for these names to develop. And then, of course, GameStop, with Ryan Cohen stepping up. Well, we're going to wait to see what happens now with this name, up 7%. I still like 1780, which I wrote down here as a possible support level, or just a break of the pre-market high of 19 bucks. So lots to trade here today. Peloton with a short float, GameStop with a short float, AMC will probably move around. Rivian was a monster yesterday. There's lots happening. Micron with the report as well.
All right, decent move for Bitcoin here as well. Back to the upside along with stocks. Not huge, but I just saw Coinbase pop up. Some of the miners as well, Mara and Riot, both flying by there on a volume scanner. So just worth a note, cryptos could be in play here. There's Coinbase 1.7 now to the upside, taking out that 72.80. So yeah, a little bit of volatility to start here on this GDP and PCE, but don't go anywhere because at 4 p.m. tonight, yeah, Jerome Powell is going to have a, what is it called again? Conversation with the chair, a teacher town hall where he's going to actually be taking questions from teachers, which is great, but definitely going to, or potentially could move the market.
Yeah, interesting look there. Definitely been keeping an eye on that. 4 p.m. Make sure to tune in to the market recap show and get a dose of that. I'm sure he'll be asked about everything here, from the soft landing that we've been talking about to the higher for longer, energy prices bringing headline inflation higher here, and we'll have to wait for PCE for that tomorrow. But it should be an interesting look. He has a way of speaking off the cuff at these meetings. So last time, he didn't really hold back when he was asked specific questions by reporters. I wonder how he will fare with teachers.
Yeah, and on a day when we get this GDP print and we also get a jobless claims print that is going in the right direction that he wants to see versus the last one, obviously. The expectation, if you miss it again, 212 comes in 204 versus 202 the last time. So a little bit of an uptick there for jobless claims guys, but get ready for Fed Chair Powell coming up at 4 p.m. today.
Yeah, I mean, anytime the Fed chairman is speaking and the markets are going to listen, at least this time we don't have to worry about the markets being open and him moving.
Yeah,
but
well, futures market.
There's always the futures markets out there, and you can trade them. A lot of people will look to trade futures 24 hours if you can, and obviously Forex as well. But until we get to that point, you mentioned Coinbase there, and sometimes you look at, there's a couple of stocks that look exactly like this, but this is the one that stood out to my attention because it's in this channel. Like 70, there's a triple bottom, almost 70 on this week, and then there's 73 up top. Every time it's busted 70 this week, it's gotten like a quarter up, and then 50 cents up, and then pulled back. It could break out through 73.5, certainly possible, but that 73 level, once we open up here, and generally speaking, if it gets above that price, you wait for it to make any kind of sign of weakness, underneath that 73.5 and then look for the short. It is grinding to what could be a breakout, and remember, Coinbase is a decently shorted name, so it can explode through the top. But that's like 2 or 3 days in a row now where you've been putting in the same resistance level. So if nothing crazy is happening, that is a good level to look for short. The other stock, which looks oddly like that, is completely unrelated. And when I saw that chart, I'm like, oh, that's exactly what the Coinbase chart looks like, and it's Uber. Like, Uber has the same sort of bottom end channel where you have a 44 bottom on not just this week, but Thursday and Friday as well, with a 45.5 top. Like, things like this kind of stand out to me. And if maybe we get down to 44, obviously you get to the bottom of the channel, you can go long too. But when I see the top end of it, this is where my mind is at. This sets up like a breakout, maybe a little bit better. The only reason I say that is it's a much better looking daily chart, so it doesn't have as much pressure on it as Coinbase does. So I wouldn't be like shorting this top, or at least trying to. I just think Uber could be breaking out. You do have to worry about the 50 period on the daily being at $46. But I do like this consolidation you can play short, I guess, but Coinbase, I think, provides that as well. But I like to find those levels like this, where if you get an inside day, if things don't move around too much, you get very, very key levels where you've already seen buying, you've already seen resistance, and you don't have to worry about guessing where resistance is going to be if this one pops.
Yeah, talking about already seeing buying right now. Oil, $93, still going higher. We have a brand new, oh my God, didn't work. Brand new all-time high yesterday for our boy XOM. So XOM today now above 120. We saw it take down 120. There it is.
Oh my God.
We saw it take down 120 yesterday, or right at the close. We were watching this, bounced its head up against that a couple times, and now we're above 120. So I feel like XOM still going to be on the radar here today. It needs to be for sure. Yesterday was a fantastic day. Max had it long around 119 break right there. That was fantastic. It went all the way up to the end of the day. And then $F, I mean, this name just keeps on rocking as well. I mean, here's crude oil. Just keeps on getting to the upside right there. Tried to breach 94. It seems like it's on a one-way path to 95 for sure, and then we'll look at 100 after that. But yeah, nice little bump up again here today for crude. So we'll wait to see what happens with this. I feel like Powell needs to probably address oil at some point and how that's going to affect CPI and the readings that they're going to come through with, because food and energy prices still remain out of control pretty much at the high side. So they haven't been able to bring those prices back in, and that's the one thing the Fed can't control. I said this yesterday. They're not going to be able to control the price of oil. So if that's a runway to the upside, you have heating costs coming through. It's the man, the myth, the legend is in the building one more time. It's Rahim Alani stepping up and in here. So we're going to have him come through in just a couple seconds. But hey, Rahim Alani also can't control the price of crude oil.
Want to bet?
Yeah, but I think that's an easy bet. But yeah, no, it's going to be a fun one here today. So I'm going to still look at XOM. You can look at some Chevron. I mean, all these names seem to be breaking out to the high side one more time. And if I was Rahim Alani, I'd probably be looking at some junior oil companies instead of these majors. But right now, it's oil. It's a runway to the upside, and that's something that the Fed can't control. So I feel like that's still going to affect rates and everything that we're looking at. So let's go back over to the big desk, and I see Tisha wants to talk about BNOX.
That stock's absurd.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up. Just FYI, the watch list, guys, is being sent. Mailer Lite is having some issues this morning. The website that we use to send that out every single day, 257 people as of right now have received the watch list. So congratulations if you're one of those. It is coming. It will come. So just be patient. We'll get it to you. Here is this BNOX 600, and I think it was 80% at the top here, but obviously coming off of that, 430%. Couple things to note, 8 million float, 9 million market cap. It's an Australian biotech. They have a PTSD treatment, apparently, that came out with positive results here.
Yeah, I've got no data on this company. My platform not showing me anything, so I'll look at the technicals. But it's very, very specific here. $5 seems to be a bottom, but what we have is a series of lower highs, and you know that $5 is holding for now. So looking like a flat bottom break, VWAP at $4. What do you guys see over there?
Yeah, we have some dark pool wicks on our chart there. First of all, I am long Peloton in front of $5, just looking for a $5 bounce on that stock. I think I'm going to try a couple times buying dips on Peloton. So just the first things first, if you look at this, there's a lot of dark pool prints underneath. The support here has been about 450. So if you look at these bars, it's about 475 in here, and then 450 has been a local bottom. So it's making lower highs. VWAP doesn't really matter to me as much. It's where acceleration happened at $4. I think that's why you look at that level. It's not necessarily a crazy stock in terms of what it's done in the last couple of, like, it's been a pretty steady stock. So you've got huge, obvious support and resistance previously that you can look at. $3 is a big one. I think we're well past that, and then $5 is the other. So I think that's where 4 comes from. It's just the pivot between the 5 resistance and the 3 resistance. So I think it's a halt candidate to Jor. I had no short, like there was no short float information on it, but then the float's like 8 million. So it's like, who cares? Like if the float's that small, it doesn't, like it can get soaked up, and then there's nothing available for anyone that goes short. Liquidity is going to be at a premium, so it definitely has that kind of a run in it, but it's not about the short float. This is about it being a tiny float. It's done 3.5 times the float right now, and it's like 846, so you know it's going to be a wild one. Yeah, I think 4 to 450, that's probably a good dip zone in there. It's not super liquid, so you want to be careful, have stop. I mean, I would always trade these with a stop because I never want to get caught in any kind of a halt after 9:30. I would suspect this is exactly the kind of name that could do that a couple times. But yeah, it looks like this is going to be the wild one today. And just to give you an idea on Piton, pointed it out there, it just bounced off $5. Like that's all. Like a $5 bounce here, looking to scalp some out, try to hold. It's not necessarily a breakout yet, but if it can hold on to 5 after giving up some gains. I have a hard time imagining, like if Piton can't stay green today with this news, like I don't know, like what's it going to take for this stock to go up if it cannot close up today? You know, I'm not saying you throw it in the garbage if it closes red today, but with the short float, I just want to be taking shots at this long. It's like, how much further can it go down with a partner like Lulu?
I don't know, man. We've been calling this partnership for probably at least a year. I'm just surprised it's not doing any more. I was saying it was going to be Lulu or Nike, and it's not. I think it just paves the way for eventually to take a stake in the company, you know, and I just think that it's not valued very high right now. Peloton still has, I have to find out what its recurring subscription is, and everyone wants the recurring subscription model. That mirror that they wound up buying, Lulu, not obviously even a thing, so they've lost a lot of money on that. For me, we have Nike coming through tonight, so forget about Micron, all that kind of stuff. We're going to have Nike earnings coming through. That's going to definitely affect this landscape. So, you know, join me tonight. We'll talk all about that as well. But Lulu's not even pulling back that much. Normally, you know, you'd see some action around the 50-period moving average. So we'll see where this name goes. But I still like it above the 350, which is a 200-period moving average. So I like all that. I mean, Nike continues to make the move down. I thought it would be Nike or Lulu that stepped in, so I think we're right on that, but you know, not really doing too much. Look at Nike. Nike's down like 14 of the last, I mean, it looks like there's 2 days in there. Maybe it's 14 of the last 16 days or something red for Nike, and it looks like maybe we'll find some support around 85, but that's a dead stock. And yeah, for Peloton, someone said, is the sticky note out yet? Yes, it is. I'm looking at this 480 level. I mean, let's just see if it breaks 5. Dip down a little bit, but 5 is good because you got the 200-period moving average right there as well. So, yeah, we'll just wait. It's like yesterday where we absolutely destroyed Rivian, but we got the worst price we ever got on it was in the pre-market, right? So we're going to wait to see if it does dip down a little bit before we put any real shares to work here on Peloton. But sub 5 is where I'm looking, and then we'll see if we get a pop-up today. Peloton short interest isn't crazy. I think it's in the teens, might even be lower than that. Yeah, 12.58 right here. So I feel like that's been like that for a while. I don't know if that's been, updated recently. What was Rivian's yesterday? Because Rivian's got going. Yeah, so Rivian's was the same, 13%. So yeah, lots of potential there. Let's go over to the big desk and see what's going on.
Yeah. We're just catching up. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups, in the house. Once again, we'll touch on a couple of different topics here this morning. If you were with us yesterday, we brought you that, I think it was the Senate Banking Committee.
Yep.
Ended up passing this better banking bill that they...
Safer.
Safer?
Not safe, safer.
Safer, better, betterer. Ended up being not much of anything. When you look at the actual stocks, here's this MSOS did get a pop along with all of them, but I mean, faded that right back down. We're not doing anything this morning. So, I mean, just to sum it up here, still more work to do, obviously, but it's a step in the right direction, but more to come.
It is. It's definitely a step in the right direction. It's the first time that's actually passed this level. It was a 14-9 vote, so at least it's passed. Now it goes off to the actual Senate next, and then from there it goes to the House, and so on and so forth. Iterations, amendments, votes, and then it goes to the president thereafter. So unsure of that timeline, but it is a positive step in the right direction for cannabis companies that want to get access to proper banking, like we talked about in the U.S. It is a big deal. So this is just like, it's more than a baby step, but it's not a full first down.
Yeah, political landscape obviously going to be the biggest hurdle when it comes to getting this actually done.
Yeah.
We had a great question going back to last time you and I spoke on the show. I know we were away for a few weeks there. And that was around IPOs. We had a flurry of big name IPOs, obviously, in the US. And somebody sent a great question asking if we could explain the difference, mechanically speaking, in the IPO process here in Canada versus the IPO process south of the border, and are they, quote unquote, back as they are apparently in the US?
Well, to be honest, I mean, the mechanics are in theory the same. An IPO is an IPO. The Canadian landscape is slightly more different in that smaller companies do, quote unquote, again, IPO. Some of them create what's called almost like a mini SPAC and create that and then use that as a vehicle to then acquire other smaller companies, typically in the mining field, tech field, so on and so forth. So in theory, there have been up to the first half of the year, there were in theory 34 IPOs here in Canada, but a large number of them were these smaller types of companies that we're talking about that are sort of investment vehicles for the purpose of acquiring other assets. There was really only one truly large IPO that accounted for 89% of IPO dollars. So the IPO landscape is not quite back. Through the first half of the year, we were on pace at $172 million. And if you extrapolate that out for the year, that's $345 million, which would put us at 50% lower than the entire year of 2016, which was the worst year that we've had in 7 years.
7 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
So 50% worse than the worst year in 7 years.
So, I mean, same kind of situation as what we're seeing south of the border.
Yeah.
You saw their LIRC on the TSX. Well, we'll give you a few here just to rip through and talk about individual names. This is going back to, what is this, March, I guess, of this year this came to market.
Yeah, so it's a royalty play. And again, for our friends in the States that maybe don't look at royalty plays, that's essentially where a company will go in, invest with the principal return being not just the equity, but the principal return being an investment in the actual physical widget that is sold. So in this case, it's lithium. So they'll invest into a lithium company that when the lithium company goes out to sell, that they'll get a piece of that sale along the way. So they're banking on the fact that the EU has announced big changes and gross returns in the EV side in Europe. US numbers are supposed to be much better as well. China has gone through seasonality on the EV sales. So their theory is EV sales pick up, thus lithium picks up, thus our investments in lithium will extrapolate further because the price of lithium will increase along the way. So that's what they've done. So like I said, of the 172 million, 150 was them. So
that's a decent
that is the big Canadian IPO for the year.
Chunk.
Right.
A couple here then from that are dual listed. So USGO and LSDI going to be on both markets, NASDAQ and TSX here.
Yeah, so technically USGO was a Canadian company because it does have a partner / parent with a company called Gold here in Canada. It is focused on copper in Alaska, so I guess the US obviously would make a better place for them to list. But there are a number of Canadian companies that do list over here. Small IPO, $10. And it's traded about $8.90. It's gone down to $7, up to $16. So playing on the copper angle.
You should maybe talk to our friends in the back because I don't actually see that on our system on the Canadian side of things. So
yeah, no, so it'll be on your NASDAQ listing there.
Yeah, we do have the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
LSDI
Same thing with LSDI
was the other one. Yeah, and then a ton of little ones. So in Canada, just in general, there's 3 major markets. TSX is the biggest, and then TSX Venture, and then the CSE, which has also had a few this year.
Yeah, so the CSE has had 12 of the IPOs. So a number of companies have gone on there. Great friends of the show and all of us as well. And so they've had a number of companies that have gone there to list. They do two different things as well. There are smaller companies that eventually become essentially shell companies that go into what's called an RTO process, or reverse takeover. And so in Canada, you'll hear that term a lot more than you'll hear the term IPO. There are a lot more companies that do what is essentially an RTO, and they'll do a financing at the time of the RTO. So it's like doing an IPO, but it's a faster trail. So as an example, you find a really great gold asset somewhere. The gold asset will take you maybe 1.5 to 2 years to IPO. You can potentially do that in a shorter time frame because you want to catch the right gold wave. So you'll find one of these smaller companies acquire it, finance at the same time, and then so in theory you'll do an RTO financing that'll look just like an IPO.
Just to full circle this to wrap up, if there was one area, we have in the past on the show talked about the multi-state operators that would potentially benefit from this banking aspect in the cannabis space getting sent to the next stage. If there was maybe one or two that stood out in that group specifically to keep an eye on, what would you pin those on?
Oh, on the MSO side. So a couple of ones that traded actively yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's the ones that sort of caught our eye that aren't the MSOs per se, but Organigram as an example. It's not an MSO. It's an active trader, and they just announced a $500 million base shelf prospectus. And what that means is anytime they want to go out to raise money, they can do it almost instantaneously versus having to do a circular in different filings. So that's something to keep an eye on, that they may look to tap the equity markets. And Aurora actually bought back some of their notes for $13 million against the fact that their shares had moved up. So those are two to keep an eye on. I know Canadian focused. When we do look at the US, you want to look at the multi-state side. TerraSend is obviously one of the bigger names. That's one of the ones that moved from the CSE over to the TSX. The TerraSend is a name that's done exceptionally well. And Jushi is one that we've also mentioned previously, into a number of states. You want to look at the states where they have generated significant sales and do have those touch points into nearby states that are going to go legal. And again, if this banking thing does resolve itself, then we'll see all of those things provide banking for some of these multi-state operators so that they don't have to worry about essentially keeping cash in a safe.
More to come on that. You have a special day coming up on the weekend.
I do. It's my son's birthday, so I want to give a shout out to my son who's probably watching. Happy birthday, Armand, and we love you, and hopefully all the boys can come and celebrate with you too.
Happy birthday, Armand.
Thank you.
That's right. Happy birthday. And we were happy to have him on the show a couple of times. And obviously wish him all the best there. It was interesting to hear a little bit about like the Canadian IPO market, which I guess a lot of people, it's different. It's not going to be highlighted by a bunch of big names out there. But in terms of the IPO market on the other side of the border, which is, well, for most of you, this is your side of the border. For us, it's the other side of the border. It's interesting to watch what's been going on here because, like ARM, if you talk about key price levels, I'm like, okay, what's going on at $54.50 here on ARM? This isn't a significant price in terms of when it opened. It opened at 56.10. The bottom that day was 55.5-ish, I think almost exactly. But the last 3 sessions, you've had the exact same triple top on ARM. That's worth watching. $1 from here now. Volume not nearly as big as what it was when the issue came out, and it's going to be dwindling. This is what we always talk about. Like, you have to have a much more discerning eye when you're trading like one of these IPOs like a week on, as opposed to when you're trading the first couple of days. Like, there's crazy moves happening all the time. Now I want to see some significance before you jump in because the volume is not going to be there. But ARM, interestingly enough, that 54.50 right in front of 55 looks like a decent level to be working off of there. For the short side of it, Instacart not really doing as much either, but I think ARM is the one at least setting up for something of a resistance, although Instacart, I just feel like the point, I just think Cart's probably a look short because it's now firmly underneath that $30. This is the first time it got under that issue price and could not hold up. And so from here, I just think you short the pops on Instacart. I'm a little surprised that ARM isn't underneath the IPO issue price of $51 at this point, but it is being held up. Good for them. Instacart's gone the other way. We kind of felt that this was going to happen eventually to all 3 of those major IPOs. Cart was the first shoe to drop, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, the IPO market, I mean, it did spark a little bit of a rally there. in equities, but then quickly faded off, man. I mean, everyone wanted to buy some ARM, and now it's heading lower. I mean, I think it just came with a lot of hype. So we'll just continue to watch it out. There should be a big one coming. Oh, there's Birkenstock, I think, and there's a few more in the wraps right now being worked on. So we'll see. There's still Reddit could get IPO'd as well. I think that one could be good with advertising and a little bit of data there as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of all that. And I like Terracent when he talked about the multi-state operators. I think there's some good value in some of those names on the weed names, the Tilray and the CGCs. I mean, they're not even going at all. I mean, CGC is below $1 again. We hit that Tilray break yesterday. It did absolutely nothing. So I don't know, man. Big move up on rumors. And then when reality sets in, everything just floats right back to the bottom again. So, yeah, man, pick your poison. I said an undercover name for weed is Scott's Miracle Grow because, again, you're going to have, it's not the right seasonality for these guys because obviously heading into the spring would be a little bit better for that. But, you know, leading into it, I think there's a play there. Or maybe even Grow Generation Brands, GW? No, I'll have to find out what, I can't remember what the symbol is. GWG. No, GWR? Grow, no, I can't find it. But anyways, Grow Generation Brands, another name there that you can get to, you know, plant your own at home. So I like Scott's Miracle Grow. I'm going to go find that symbol for you guys soon.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open on a busy Thursday. Sharif's going to lead us off here with a look at the futures.
Again, we are charting the SPX index, not the ES today. But look at this upward trend line that I've been drawing since October of last year got tested for the first time since March of this year, since mid-March, and we bounced right off it. Look at this. This is kind of like almost a reversal candle. Don't want to make a call too quickly here, but in any event, we're below that key level of 4,300. That takes us back to the August highs before Jackson Hole. It was an interesting reversal yesterday. If we can get to 4,300 or above 4,300, we may find a resistance level around there. We'll have to keep an eye out.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, and again, we apologize this morning, there's still a delay. This site is at 357 cent at this point. So the watch list is coming, and it's for some reason very much delayed this morning, but we apologize. It will get to you at some point. It's still in the process of sending everything else. So if you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live. That QR code, just rewind. You can grab that as well, and that will get you there. Top of the list this morning, obviously, going to be Micron coming off of their report after the close yesterday. Decent look as far as the numbers are concerned. The forecast a little bit soft, which caused this move back to the downside. We're grinding higher, back to 66.5 here for MU.
Yeah, it was an interesting look. I mean, like Brendo mentioned, the guide was bad, but they beat on both the top and bottom line. What I'm looking for here is to see how quickly DRAM can pick up. We know that they're also in the NAND business. What I'm looking for is to see how they can integrate this with the new level of AI computers that we're seeing. We know that they're expanding into the cloud as well. So more to keep an eye on there.
Thoughts, guys? Micron here going to potentially, I mean, they're still chatting with Raheem over there, but what do you think? MU, guys, a trade here today?
Oh, man, yeah, we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens and the Miami Dolphins and the Raptors, of course, missing out on Dame. What else is new on that one? He goes to the party city of Milwaukee. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, like I want to go to South Beach. Stuck in Milwaukee, my friend. But at least he's got Giannis over there, right?
I
so
think he'll be just
the super teams continue right there.
Oh, that's right. I muted myself to talk to Raheem.
Nice
Yeah,
one, Neil.
they'll be absolutely fine. Lillard will be fine, chilling out.
Really?
in the
Yeah, I
Eastern
think he'll be fine.
In the Eastern
$60
Conference
million.
Finals and a bunch of money to go to the finals with Giannis, he'll be happy about it. I'm assuming we're talking about a Micron because my earpiece is jacked up, so I can barely hear Brennan. We'll get it fixed. But I drew a nasty little, dirty little trend line here on the daily chart for Micron to give an idea where you could be headed. 200 period down at 62, I mean 63, where the trend line here could have a bit of support. It's already bouncing when the market bounced. So I just sort of feel, let me go back here. The 50 period's at 68 to finish that thought, or just above, or just around that 68 level. It's not always a precise thing, 67, 60, somewhere along those lines. I do like that level for a bit of a fade. It was a level going into yesterday. It got breached, and then when everything did a V-shaped recovery, it came right back above. So I still like that 67.5 to 68 area for a fade. Like, the guide being poor here is part of the story. A lot of these chip names that are cyclical like this has been bouncing, like Intel has been bouncing, and part of that story, despite the fact they were still having bad quarters, was supposed to be that, hey, the bottom's in and things are starting to look better. Well, it's like at some point, the numbers are supposed to reflect that, and why you're still guiding poorly. So I kind of feel this is a bad thing, and I want to be looking for the short on Micron today, acknowledging the fact that on the daily chart it's an upward trend, because anybody can see that it's upward trending on the daily. But I'm looking for the fade into that 67.5, 68 area. Decent chance we could get there, especially after this bump for Micron. Kind of crazy, but yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me, actually, that it got this much of a bounce this early. But it is not a lot of volume in the pre-market. Only about 500,000 shares. It's still early. We got some time till the open.
Yeah, GRWG, Grow Generation Brands here. This is the name that I'm going to be looking at to maybe pick something up if and when. You know, again, big bump up from 260 up to 380. So, you know, a nice little bump there, now pulled back. Watch out for GRWG. So that's what it was. I don't know why that wasn't calling out for me. But I like AMD here. I won't be trading Micron. I stay away from names on earnings days. We'll see if it has a dramatic move one way or the other, we will definitely get that going. So we'll figure out that. But right there, $99 for a top of AMD. We sort of made that there yesterday, right at the close. We saw a nice little rally back yesterday. The NASDAQ was not nearly as disastrous yesterday as maybe people thought it was. I'm not sure why we were thinking it was red, but yesterday was a big move down and then made it back up. Nice move for AMD. Let's continue to watch out for this one. There it is. That is my highlights there, guys, on the screen. Yep, we'll get that off. But right there, 96.50. I like that bottom there for advanced micro devices. As long as NVIDIA is still below, NVIDIA right there, below 450, I think it's going to be a short into 450. So let's wait for that to break. But yeah, what I meant by Micron is just that, look, it's too much. It's too much back and forth for me here today. Like, this is a little bit too choppy. Obviously, we made that bottom at 65. I think you can watch out for that to break again. But look, Micron, I mean, I don't know. They talked about their TAM going down, their total addressable market. So maybe DRAM is not as popular anymore. There must be some other alternatives. I don't know enough about it, but if that, yeah, exactly. If that's going to the downside there, we're broke the 50-period moving average. I don't like them talking about TAM going lower. So for me, I think it's a short near 68. But again, like it's very difficult to trade on earnings. So I'm going to let it settle down and maybe look at this one in the afternoon.
Peloton, huge move after the close yesterday, teaming up with Lululemon on a deal that will see Peloton products hit Lulu stores for the next 5 years. So nice look for Peloton this morning.
Yeah, five-year deal, as Brendo mentioned. Essentially what's going to happen here is Peloton's content is going to be made available on Lulu's exercise app. They have about 13 million users on that app. In exchange, Peloton becomes the official apparel provider for Lulu. And then Lulu will also stop selling its mirror product. Probably a good thing because they're really having a hard time selling it, even though Peloton's products will still be made available, or their services will be made available on Mirror. They took about a $443 million charge impairment on that. So, you know, it's not really doing what it's supposed to do. Interesting look here. The outgoing CEO, this Cortez individual, or Chief Product Officer, CPO, and one of the co-founder, he was asked earlier in the year whether he would be interested in using an intermediary to kind of help propel his products because Peloton was having a hard time. It's like, no. The direct relationship that we have with our members is kind of one of our pillars. And now he's out and they're doing something different.
I was watching I can't think of her name right now, but I was watching a really interesting documentary on the person who created the mirror product and then sold it to Lululemon. She is obviously now laughing all the way to the bank because she's $400+ million richer and Lulu can't even sell it. So, Peloton and Lulu, guys, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much of a Lululemon trade today. really? Like maybe they're actually tomorrow, as you mentioned with Nike, like Lululemon might move tomorrow because of Nike earnings. I think that's a very distinct possibility. But as far as today goes, you're trading. Peloton's one to trade. Let's be honest about that. It's got the short float. We double checked it there. It was like 13-ish%, depending on what source you looked at. That's always a bit of a catalyst, up 10%. The stock, and I was saying like how much lower could it go? Obviously, any stock could go lower. I'm not saying that it cannot go down. But when you've been beaten up the way that it has, I think this partnership is probably, it gives this a road for what you could see the company being in, I think, 5 or 10 years for it to survive, which to me has been a hard thing to sort of figure out. I think a lot of these fitness fads are always trouble and problematic, but you're attaching yourself to essentially the best brand in fitness right now, right? Like whatever you think about them, that's what Lulu is. And so when you're making a gap up like that, I always look to previous resistance for support. That's where we got that 480 level from. $5 is, there was a quadunk last week at $5, and $5 has bounced a little bit for about 15 cents as we speak. But I'm really just looking long, and if it breaks, if it goes red today, I'll be a little bit surprised. But underneath 465, I don't think I'd want to fight that. If the market says, no, we actually don't think this is worth anything, and we're underneath 465 where it closed, I think I'd just give up. But $5 and 480, take some shots here. Maybe it squeezes. If this were to not squeeze and GameStop were to go like 30% up today, I'd be a little bit surprised. I just felt like the news is obviously a little bit more material here for Peloton to the upside, but that's just me.
Yep, so I thought so too. I mean, we've been talking, honestly, for probably over a year about Nike or Lulu to come in and do something with Peloton for that exact reason. The clothing line, get all of the instructors and everything on board. So, frog in my throat today. No surprise here. So we wrote down Peloton 480 for a long. And then I got a good question here right now from Cindy Joe. Do you set up stop orders or limit orders prior to the open for the levels that I post? Answer, yes. So that's what we're going to wait for. I'm still waiting for 480 down there, so thank you, Cindy Joe, for asking me. You can go find the sticky note out. And I was just looking at 480 was sort of yesterday's high right there. We came in. I don't know. It's like I said, it doesn't seem to be hitting the stock as much as I thought it would. We had it yesterday on the recap show live, and we were waiting for Costco earnings, or not Costco. Was another stock yesterday with earnings. Big move to the upside right there came through. Micron, obviously. Big move to the upside, and we're like, what? What's going on with Peloton? And that was the highest it got, man, 650. It's pulling back quite dramatically from that. So I don't know. Looks like they thought maybe there was more to this deal. I feel like it is going to open up the door for Peloton to possibly be bought out to some extent, maybe more of a partnership with Lululemon. But yeah, for right now, it's not doing anything to Lulu stock. What's going to happen to this stock? I mean, right now it's a $4 spread, right? Normally, because there's no equity or there's nothing coming out of Lululemon, I think it's just a brand issue now. So we'll wait to see. I think it's a good move for both of these companies. I would have preferred to see Nike there. I think Nike's a bigger push for Peloton than Lululemon would have been. But at the same time, man, I mean, they're all there. It could have also been Apple as well. Could have came in with Peloton. So those were the three names that I thought. It looks like Lulu's getting it done. Let's just see if it leads to more interest in this name. And with a 12.5% short float, I could see it going up. But I'm just surprised. It's relatively weak. It's only falling here in the pre-market. So you have $5, which is pretty obvious. We'll wait for 480 to take some shares on Peloton.
All right, let's go to Chinese EV maker NIO. An initial move here. This is a daily chart. I'll zoom in a little bit. An initial move here higher this morning on this headline, talking about a potential technology-based deal with Mercedes-Benz. They've since come out and said, as it says here, they have no plans either direction for this to happen. So right back down here for NIO.
Yeah, it's been a tough little while here for Chinese names in general, but in most particularly Chinese EVs. I thought this was going to be an interesting headline, kind of because we had heard the EU was going to start really investigating these Chinese EVs for undue subsidies from the government. I thought this was kind of bridging the waters, so to speak, and get back on the EU's good side. Not to be. We'll keep an eye on NIO, though, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this was the initial move, higher on that note this morning up to 870, 875. Let's be honest, Mercedes-Benz is far enough along with their own EV program. They don't need anything from NIO.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked this to be a bigger deal just because of the bottom that NEO was made recently and what that could have meant for the stock as far as a trade. Like you're bouncing off $8 here on NEO with the 200 period sits at $10. So like just that day, you're looking for that day, and it felt like this could have been it. Like there's the wick underneath 8.
I just messaged you.
What are the odds? Like, oh my goodness.
Randy,
Did you see that?
I just messaged you like 1 second ago.
That's sick.
Wow.
Oh, you like the Flash?
And how come you come? We're just talking about NEO right now.
What are your thoughts?
Mercedes.
NEO Mercedes.
Uh-oh, mic time.
There we go.
We're good. It's on. Hey, push it up.
We're good? Meh.
You want to see the
Meh? That's it?
Meh.
That's it?
I mean, the thing about NEO here, let me come over to my screen. We'll have Randy look at the daily chart here for NIO. So as you can see, Randy, we're all the way down trying to break $8. Its 52-week low is 7. Its 52-week high is 17. So hovering around the bottom. Randy, I'll ask you this. My question about a lot of these Chinese EVs is not the quality of the car. We can go back to the double shot here. It's not the quality of the cars or anything like that. It's the addressable market. And
Addressable market and their market share in a given country. They're mostly in Southeast Asia. They could do North America. Like they're all chasing BYD. Bring Your Dreams is the biggest one out there. They need to push volume. Quality is actually not bad. Don't forget Polestars are made in China. There's some really good quality cars out there. Really good looking cars too.
Yeah.
But they also have the different model. Their entire model is different with the battery swap.
Yeah, what do you think about that battery swap?
I think it's a great idea.
You do? Okay.
I love it.
Isn't there too much maintenance and all of that?
You know what? If I can pull into a garage and somebody can swap out a battery in 20 minutes?
Aren't they taking like 45, 50? I thought it was a little bit longer than that.
Versus going to a shop and dropping your car off for a couple of days, I think it's a great idea.
The question is, do they give you free coffee when you're sitting in there for 45
There better be free
50
coffee.
minutes?
There better be free coffee.
It's like a luxury lounge, these things that they're building for you to swap
Yeah,
it
it
out.
better
I
be
think
good.
that's a bit of a big cost for them.
Before I go, check out DoorDash.
I'm checking out Li Auto, which is going to the downside here. What's up with DoorDash?
I don't know.
us
You
about
tell
this.
me DoorDash.
You tell me about
Came
DoorDash.
across my
You know-
radar this morning. so-
Why? Okay, it's right there on the daily chart. So here's DoorDash here, making a little bottom of 75. We saw Instacart come with their IPO, and that wasn't huge, man. I mean, here's Cart. Cart's it came out at 42 down here. Now you're all the way down here to 28.
Wow.
So Instacart definitely taking people's money. But I don't mind DoorDash. For me, I prefer an Uber, and the reason why I like Uber is because of automation. They've already committed to throwing down Teslas when they're ready to go, when the full self-driving is there. I think the minute you take away the human aspect, you don't have to pay the drivers. I think it's better for consumers, probably cheaper prices. And if it's not cheaper prices, that's better for Uber because the margins will get a little bit bigger.
Exactly.
So,
Revenue stream.
is there anybody? Let me ask you this: is there anybody else even close to full self-driving that you know of?
Not really. I mean, Waymo was there for a bit, but they seem to have backed off.
And that would
They're
be Google, of course.
Yeah, they're all trying,
Google.
but
Google, I mean, after Tesla, there's Waymo, there's GM. I don't know. There's just not. There isn't much to dig yourself into. Like I think from investment standpoint, like Mobileye is a business that maybe gives you some exposure to that.
what you heard on DoorDash.
But then it's like Tesla's better. DoorDash looks really.
Yeah. What did you hear about
This is
DoorDash?
testy on the
What
daily.
do you know about that, man?
just
What do
came
you-
across my watch list.
That's some
this morning.
insider information there.
I was just glancing while I was making a coffee.
It's literally flat bottom breaking.
This guy's got
today.
a watch list, eh?
It's flat bottom break.
The Randy watch list.
Man, this guy's got a watch list. This guy's dropping some little tidbits here of random stocks. I like it, man. I like it. Not just a handsome face.
Thanks, Randy.
It's Randy. And talk about handsome faces. Sharif and Brendan at the big desk.
I see you, Sean.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Here's GameStop to the upside in a big way so far this morning. I mean, this was, I want to say predictable, but I don't know. Ryan Cohen, after the, I forget his name.
Not for long.
There you go. Was ousted back in June, I think it was, from his spot as CEO. So here we go. The Ryan Cohen era officially on at GME.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, they cut costs last time. They narrowed their loss, so it was a decent quarter last time around for them. You'll recall that Ryan Cohen took a board position back in 2021. He got invested in this company back in 2020. You know, clearly he's underwater here, but yeah, we'll see what this brings. He was pretty much running the company de facto anyway.
7% on that news today, guys, so far.
Yeah, it was 10% at one point, but I mean now started backing off a little bit. The volume's only okay. It's not great. It's not bad either. But on the daily, you can kind of see what's been going on. Higher low at 17 with resistance just a smidge underneath 19 bucks. Call that like 1860. So that's where it seems like it wants to consolidate for a breakout that top. Squeeze names need to break tops in order to squeeze. Like, I mean, shorts have to get out. Shorts have to be concerned. And maybe this is step one. Step two, take out the top at 19 even. As far as like a dip buy goes, like if it gets all the way down into like the 750 range, like that looks a little bit interesting to me. Sorry, 1750 range looks a little bit interesting to me. And for anyone that's going to ask, people are probably going to ask, CHS is a cash deal buyout at like $7.60. So you will see me in and out of that one. It's not likely to have much move past its gap because it is a cash deal. But this GameStop is just about a potential squeeze as far as I'm concerned. I don't necessarily think this is a huge piece of news fundamentally, but we'll see what happens here for GME. The 19 breaks out there. I'm probably going to take it. So you'll likely see me triggered into a 19 break if it happens right at 9:30.
Yeah, so again, just goes back to that question that we had about am I placing stop orders or limit orders at certain levels that we identified. I mean, we wrote down here on this sticky note today that we were going to look at it. Again, watch us.tradertv.live. I know it went out late, but thank you for everybody's patience. Make sure you sign up for that. There is no better watch list, period, in the business than that one, so go find it. Probably hyping it up a little bit there, but $18, it seems like that's where the 200 period lies right now. We don't look at that too much until the market actually opens and we get a little bit more data, so I'm not too concerned about it. What I was trying to look at here was just a dip buy opportunity into 1750. I mean, again, like I don't know what this information means. Like Ryan Cohen, new CEO, okay. I don't know. We've seen that the effect of Chewy and stuff like that with Ryan Cohen. We've seen the effect that he's had on GameStop in the past. But that doesn't change the landscape of where GameStop is right now. And I just, they made that play on NFTs. I'm not sure NFTs are working out very well right now. I don't know if there's a marketplace for them or not. Video games are obviously still super popular. There's no doubt about that. And I think the GameStop model can work. But, it's had its day. It's under the 50 period. And what I'm looking for is just an increase here of interest in the name today, tomorrow, the next couple days, and then it will probably fade out. I hate to say that because I know there's a lot of people there. I saw the movie Dumb Money. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Some great performances in there. Seth Rogen, Pete Davidson, Offerman, I think is his name. It was great. And I thought that there would be a little bit of a bump up because of that movie, but it looks like today it's a nice move up for them based on this Ryan Cohen news. So I'm looking for a fade into yesterday's levels. We'll start the bidding at around 1750. Or if it really gets excited, why not take a 19 break? So those are the two levels that I wrote down here. 1750 for some dip buy opportunities and 19 for a break long. So that's what we're going to look for. We're going to see if it comes through. The short percentage, did you discuss what it was there?
I think it's like 12 or something.
Yeah.
No, 20. So 20.
20, yeah. So 12 was Peloton and 12 was something else, Rivian. But it's GameStop right here at the 20 mark. Let's just go back and check out another name that they seem to be hand in hand. There it is. So the AMC short float's been adjusted now. Remember, it was like 2.9%, but then they reverse split. So now 14. So the look is on GameStop, and for me, I'm bidding 1750.
All right, let's wrap things up here with Meta. Wild ride yesterday during this keynote. Mark Zuckerberg's keynote at the Connect event, day 2 coming up today. We get all the way back like nothing ever happened by the end of the day here. Just hanging out so far today, but we got to keep an eye out once again.
Yeah, lots of marriage between AI and the metaverse yesterday. That's what I took from this whole thing. So let's talk about some of the new features that you're going to see. You're going to be able to, create your own what are those called? Stickers. So if I'm messaging you and I want a pizza to be playing basketball, I can just type that in WhatsApp or Messenger, and all of a sudden I've got the sticker that I can send you to describe what I'm trying to say or how I'm feeling. I like that. And there's also these association that they're making with some of the bigger stars like Mr. Beast, where there's going to be avatars where you can interact with them and ask them questions and they respond to you. It's interesting. We also heard about, obviously, the new association with Ray-Ban. Those smart glasses are going to be able to identify different objects and give you information about them if they're connected. So interesting look. Let's see how the products actually do and how they're adopted by the consumer.
Yeah, again, coming up at 1 p.m. today. Anytime there's a day 2 on these types of events, typically not much happens on day 2 and everything has already come out on day 1. So might be nothing to do about nothing, but we'll see this afternoon, guys.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll see this afternoon. But I mean, it's giving you the prices based on what happened yesterday, which is always a nice thing, because when you go V-shaped like that, 301 was resistance. I wasn't here yesterday. 301 was resistance the day before. It was yesterday, and that's exactly where you got to, and then resisted that again. So 301 lines up pretty decently here. If you're going to hold on to this bottom, I'll zoom back in, that 296.5. So anytime you have a stair step down like that on the event, and then it goes all the way back and supports the same price, I like 296.5 down, and I like that 301. If we break 296.5 downside, I think I'm giving up on the notion of fighting anything in terms of looking for a long on Meta. I think underneath that price, it looks pretty bad. 301 certainly sets up pretty well here as well for continued resistance on that name. So yeah, I think you play the edges. Why not? Just to I want to give one quick update, because we talked about the chips, and then I don't feel like we talked about them. We kind of didn't go over all the big names there. Just very quickly, with 3 minutes to go, I'm probably not telling you guys anything you don't know about the rejection in the afternoon on NVIDIA up here at 428. So a bit of a, call it like 428, 430, looking like the spike resistance on NVIDIA. This has been pretty strong the last couple of days, trying to make a little bit of a base here on the daily. And you're just seeing it like glide higher, like very slowly gliding higher on NVIDIA, looking like it's going to make a dance with that 430 level incoming. Oh, you already got the fruit, eh?
I didn't realize how gangster that music was before. Yeah, I got it because it's green.
It is gangster.
I like a lot of green. We got the green, not just because of stock market, but we got the green grapes, which I prefer, and then they're actually really nice. And then we've melon in here and whatnot, some blueberries, some cantaloupe. Sharif just walked by and I actually put it over there, and she was like, "Oh, nice fruit salad." I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about it." I shouldn't put it in my mouth to talk about it. Meta 300, right? Meta 290. Pretty simple stuff there. We'll be looking at those. I want to look at Apple, though, right off the jump. I'm going to let Meta settle down because I feel like it is going to be backing back and forth there a little bit with Meta. But Apple 171, this is another order that I'm sitting there waiting for. So if we get that to come through, I feel like there's something there. So 171 or so for Apple on a little bit of a short. Or we look at what happened there yesterday, and we maybe get a break early right now of 169. I think we should short that 169 break when and if it happens. I don't know. I don't think I want to do it immediately in case that's the bottom and the market wants to rally today, but this is really what we're looking at there, 169 bottom and or a 171 top break for Apple. And then we have also, we could probably get rid of, I think we're done.
We're done
with the rundown right now.
2 minutes.
But yeah, 127 on Amazon, still having FTC issues, obviously, and they're lower than the market today. I mean, this is dramatic. Down 1.5% here for Amazon, so it's not starting off nice for these guys. What about a 125 short if we get up to there, using 125.50 or so as a top? So we'll put a couple hundred shares in that round 125, see if we get into that early. And then if it does, great. I mean, like I said, it's not going to be a huge position, but 125.30, we can get out of that if it does happen. And then if it continues to fall down the rest of the day, then great. We'll be able to get into that. But right now, down 1.4%. I've already added to my Amazon long-term position, so I did that 2 days ago. It's kind of hovering around the same prices. I think I bought it on the CDR side. So we'll have to wait for that. Lulu coming up with another deal here with Exponential Fitness. Some sort of a partnership, but that's not going to matter right now. So it's Micron. People are going to be watching today. I'm going to be watching Apple. We've got it on here. Apple, Amazon, and then Rivian actually was one that we didn't cover. I'm bidding Rivian rate. Actually, I'm not, but I should. 22.50 or so on Rivian is kind of a level that I like. Right back into here. Yesterday sort of open yesterday for Rivian. Watch out for 22.50 coming in on that one. So right now, man, it's only a couple more minutes to go. I'm just got my eyes set on Apple. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bump there early.
Yeah, also going to be watching CGC. If you saw this the last 3 days, it's failed the dollar level 3 times with a top of like 105, 106. I'm just looking for the fade again on the stock. You fail the dollar several times. Eventually, I think there's like a quadroon happening. It gets it down into the 70s. So I'll short the pop on this name. Going to be trading some Peloton. Obviously, that's going to be a big one. GameStop on the move as well with the Ryan Cohen news. But Adara's on the bell, and we've got it here on Thursday in 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
Yep. All right, that's Adara on the 1s and 2s. Thank you for that. Okay, so here we go. We are now open and ready to rock and roll as we continue to see Amazon continue to flush right there through 124. See ya, Amazon. And then see ya, Apple, man. We talked about punching that 169 short. I mean, good luck with that. Straight down $1 on iPhone heating.
Wow, GameStop.
What's it do?
GameStop rolled over as well,
Really?
so that just popped down. It's at 17.7. Oh, that does smell good, Sharif. It's down at 17.60. It looked like it got to the absolute bottom and starting to make a little bit of a bounce. Piton, first shot in the pre-market. Always like these to hold the open if they can, but got in at 03s, was able to get some out in the teens. Looks like it wants to wick gunner. The next level is 480,
Apple,
I do
dude.
think.
Oh my
but this market is absolutely tanking. Like Coinbase didn't give me the short. Meta didn't quite get up there for the short opportunity either. I'm going to have to look at CGC. Like, that should be at least in the pocket.
I mean, AAPL fell, man, pretty decently there, pretty dramatically. We might have made a wick bottom there at 167.63 or so. So, wow. Okay, let's just cancel everything we had on Apple now because now we need to really regroup a little bit on that name. Okay, so it's not really a gap down or anything today. You're down 0.47%. Let's see if we can get back up to 1470 there, which is where VWAP would be. But, I mean, we called the 169 breakdown. That seemed to have worked down. It went down to 167.60 is Apple. We could check out on Meta. Okay, so just still doing not much there for Meta today. Peloton, wow, okay, Peloton cranking lower. Wow, it went right to that 480 level, and we missed it. We didn't miss it, we're just not in it. So right there, actually, no, did we get filled? No, we got GME and Peloton long right now. Watch out for Peloton coming into that 480 level that we meant to be bidding. I don't know why my order got canceled, but we're bidding, oh no, it's still there. Okay, so we're still bidding that, and then we do have GameStop long as well. So right now, GameStop long and Peloton long.
Yeah, I just got it now. You've printed 83s just now. I think the first dip down on Peloton actually got to like 87 or 88. So can it hold on? 465 is the previous close. So if this turns red, it's underneath that $4.65 level. Amazon's making a curl. Meta is not. Coinbase, okay, you can like the short all you want. It's just, you know, sometimes you just have to be sitting in it, and it's a story. It is what it is. I mean, I'm a little frustrated by that one because we love Coinbase for the short. Piton's trying to go. Wanted to get back over to one name that we did not mention, and I'm just going to throw this one out there. Was looking to short a pop on VinFast today because they had some disappointing numbers. Well, VinFast is also headed to the downside, so anything that you wanted short or like short, certainly looking ugly already. If we get back to $5, above $5 is where I want to be covering this. I did just get a fill like 2 seconds ago at 99, and it's right back into the 480 level. I'm talking about Peloton. So trying to ring the register every time it pops because they're selling this one off. A little surprised. I mean, I thought you'd have a little more pep in its step after the Lulu news.
All right. Yeah, shout out to Daryl Flinch there, talking about my GME position. So far, so good. We took something out there at 70 to make 15 cents. We'll see where it goes from here. It still could drop down pretty dramatically, man. We're just going to hold on to GameStop and see what happens. We also did take some out at 92, I guess, there on Peloton. But look at this market. You're starting to fade out again and again and again. So Peloton's going to get out if we take that 470. We'll wait to see if that does happen. I mean, Apple and the market, we're just going to have to wait. The market's not doing too much. And what I mean by that is just the NASDAQ right now. I'm not even looking at the ES. Let's try to hold on to some of these positions that we wrote down because often we get out of them a little bit too early. So we're going to hold on to some GameStop. I am waiting for 1790 to come in on that one. Other than that, I mean, we could check out on AMD. again here and see if there's anything happening with that. 98.99, maybe $99 coming through now, making the move back lower again. So, yeah, not frustrated, just waiting for something to happen right now. I feel like we want to be short, but maybe not AMD. AMD is actually up today. So I feel like we got to wait for Apple to bump a little bit, see if we can get a better name here to go. But there goes GameStop again. And if you're in it, man, let's go, man. Let's light up the candle here a little bit. Nice upside move there on GameStop. And for those of you that asked, and I want to thank Cindy, yeah, man, we talked about it. There's 1750 right there on the sticky note. So here we go, man. We're going to go 2 for 2 early as Peloton's starting to go finally. And then there goes your boy GameStop. So such a good day so far. Let's see if we can continue it.
And no complaints. If you're looking for something strong, NEO's back to green, actually making a bottom wick at yesterday's support level. So this one has a chance to go. We kind of glossed over it when Randy came over and realized that we didn't go over some of the levels. I think it's kind of obvious. If you look at this 860, if you can hang on to that bottom and break back out, I've been looking for NEO to make a power move. Maybe this is going to be it today. So decent volume here. The futures don't always care about these Chinese ADRs. So even if you head to the downside, I think this one, whoops, where's that wick? This one can be a decent one, but there's that 860 level for NIO. Like the break of that price, to be sure. Now you're starting to get a little bit of a bump in the market. It's attempting to make a bid here, the NASDAQ. So come back over to Meta. Meta nowhere near. It's still at 298, just hanging on those lows. This doesn't really want to give a pop. To be shorted, it doesn't feel like, but I don't want to chase it. Not going to chase it, not just yet. And as I said, Coinbase went immediately to the downside. It's starting to come back up here. I like that 73 for the short. Just going to be patient as it tries to get back to the upside to get to my level.
All right. Yeah, the S&P right now down, actually flat, just went red right now, the S&P, and the NASDAQ still below VWAP and hovering around the 50 period right now. So I'm just stone cold chilling right now, waiting to see if there's anything else. We already talked about our GameStop. We're actually out of 40% of it. Now want to hold to see if we can get a break of 18, and we'll see if we can get that on GameStop. But again, it's just hitting off of the sticky note level of 1750. It came in, we took the long right there. Peloton not doing much, so let's go over and check out XOM right now again, as this was a name that we talked about yesterday. Obviously, we saw a nice trade on that from 119 by Max yesterday, and now you're going to try to break through, excuse me, 120 again right now. That's where the 50-period moving average is. You're also bumping up near 120.50. Feel like this is going to be a long at some point here, but let's let it bounce off of 120. As right now, man, we're 2 for 2 and chilling. As there goes Piton. Let's go, Piton. More work to be done here. We'll take a 93 there, get that fill in our blotter. It was actually a 92, and go over to Brendan.
Just be aware, guys, Fed's Goolsbee making some comments right now on the overall market. Undecided on what the Fed should do for the next meeting, says Goolsbee.
Quiet.
Okay.
Well, come on, Neo's really close to try and take out this top here. By the way, I am offering CGC. I'm going to go for 90s. Short first pop into the 90 level, and then work on the dollar level after that. But realistically, I'd like to see Piton should be getting above $5 on any kind of a bounce off a support level when you're a squeeze name. Like, it's a couple of green in a row. We're still 937, so it's still early, but it's not really getting above $5 to make another hump to the upside. So a couple of decent dip buys. I want explosion. NVIDIA just took out the low of the day. So,
really?
I mean, yeah, it's looking pretty nasty there. Intel's at key level. I thought maybe Intel would be a 35 play, and that doesn't seem like we're going to be looking at that level. Like, you're actually breaking to the downside in a lot of these chip names. Micron, again, does not get up to try to even short the pop. I might just take a shot at this underneath yesterday's low. I thought this was going to be a short the pop morning, and it looks like it's just a stair step down, at least early.
So, like, you said that about NVIDIA, and I just went right over to AMD, but AMD is like the complete opposite right now of AMD. Or sorry, AMD is the complete opposite. Look at AMD going here.
What?
Yeah, it's really ripping to the north side here as it's trying to get 100. I'm just gonna fade it into 100 and see if that works. We're short now 99, but it's not a huge position as we're like, what? Right there. So here it is, man. I don't know if there's anything up with AMD, but it is really rocking now to the north side. So we'll watch it right here near 100. and just get out if it breaks, man. I mean, there it is. Whoopsies. There, I just put 100.
At 100 already?
I don't want that. Yeah, it's pretty much. So we're gonna have to wait to see what's happening right now with this $100 marker on AMD. It's starting to rip upside right now. Wow, big move for AMD. Wish you just would have gone long. I mean, we looked for something short there, and it's not AMD for a short.
What are we missing?
Nice
We're
move
missing
up.
something.
We're obviously missing something. What's up, Brendan?
This little penny stock went crazy. BXRX, orphan drug designation from the FDA this morning on a hemophilia treatment.
That BXRX. Okay, this is one, I know this stuff. Okay, well, I've looked at it before. I don't know the company, but this is a stock that recently failed $1. Last hump here is about 75, 80 cents. Okay, that looks like it already went. You look at the daily charts, like, yeah, 75 to 80, that's where resistance can be, and it just turned at like 78. So looking for a dip now, probably into VWAP here for it to make another press. That'll be around like 60 to 65. It looks like. But yeah, it's already at a key price level where I would look for a little resistance to come in there. That was definitely, I mean, that was an AMD thing and like an AMD thing and only. I couldn't find another chip name. Like even NVIDIA was down underneath 422 at the time. Still looking for the fades on Micron and Intel. But the NASDAQ showing you signs of a wick bottom again. You know, like you get underneath the overnight low, and now we're right above like 1468. So if we're going to wick the bottom, kind of reject selling underneath, I want to be careful shorting something without an obvious stop. So I need to know where I'm getting out. I do still like the short in some of those chip names, but that's a bit weird what's going on in AMD. Give me a little bit of cause for concern there, but I'm still going to take my shot Intel and Micron underneath VWAP here.
Brendo?
Not much of a move on this, or volume for that matter, but CLF, just hearing CLF signing an NDA for a potential deal with US Steel. So next step, possibly.
I didn't catch it.
All right, we're just going to get out some more Peloton here because it's 13 cents in the money and really doing well right now. So we're just going to hold on to that AMD trade. We've been getting some out here. Look at SLNO. Do you guys remember this name? I mean, we didn't even talk about this yesterday, and now today up another 21%. Excuse me, like I said, something stuck here. Okay, there goes AMD flying back down to the downside. We've been taking some out here because we were like, huh? But now it's making that move down. We just got some 30s out now. So this is actually going to be a positive stock, hopefully, for us here if we get some of those lower bids, right? It's got to have to take back through 99 right now. And if that does happen, you know what? I'll take a bid right now. Why not? At the 20s, here we go, man. There it is. So, wow, okay. Got in a little bit too early. What else is new on that one? But there it is, a nice little float down here for Advanced Micro Devices. We're still going to be red on this position, especially now that's back into the 50s. But when it was in the 20s there, net, we were up on the name, right? And so let's just wait to see where it goes from here. But if you're still not rocking, honestly, with the sticky note here, I mean, we marked down 480 right there for the sticky note. And I want to thank whoever that was there I think it was Cindy right here who asked me, just was like, hey, what do you mean about these levels that you're doing here? And she asked me right away, right here, do you set up limit orders? And I said yes, Peloton 480. So there it is right there, Peloton 480. Now it's breaking through $5, so that's going to be a good trade for us right now. But again, we have bigger fish to fry. There goes Peloton. We just took some 90, or did I get 98s? Yes, we did. Let's see if it floats now back above $5 on that one. And then it's GameStop. We're out of 40% of this one. We know this one's going to float around a little bit. I think because 18 would be a good target, let's get out if this breaks below 1750. We're already out, so we're doing okay with it. But we really need the market to start to fall down here because here comes AMD right back up to the upside again.
Yeah, I was just about to get really happy about the entry on Micron in there off resistance. We got the short right at 65. And then it comes right in, gives me the fill, 64.70. I'm like, okay, we take the profit, ring the register, and then we're going back up again. So, you know, I might just get out of this. We cannot hold on to 65 quarter. I'm going to get out and reassess. That's a bit of a crazy move. Why am I long in coin is the real question. The answer is I should not be, so I'm just going to punch out. So anyways, there's the stop out in Micron. It was just working. I get one fill to grab 30 cents worth of profit, and then it's going 25 cents again. So I'm now out of that one. Bit of a crazy move. Like right as the market's heading through the lows, I still like the short in here. I'm just going to quickly double check Intel. Yeah, Intel might have been a better trade in off the same level, kind of shorting in here 34.60, but For now, I still like both of these names. Just want them to calm down a little bit, get underneath VWAP, and then get back to business. Again, I wasn't trying to go long coin. It was a keystroke. Went to put an order in one stock, so I'm going to get out, in and out flat right away. I do not want Coinbase long. So that was an obvious keystroke error. Piton heading to the upside, but failing again at $5. So this is twice now. At the open, it failed 5, but it's higher lows all the way through. If this can punch through 5, I think we see next level 515, and then go from there. If we can get through the high of the day, then you can start squeezing. There's no squeeze without shorts actually having their backs broken, and you got no backs being broken when you're stair-stepping into the downside. Micron, probably a good out there. Gonna have to resolve to look at something like Intel still showing signs of weakness. So it's probably the wrong one getting into Micron on those earnings, although I think it's more explosive today. Holding lower highs and following the market right now is Intel. Meta, still nowhere near either my key price levels. You know, you're not breaking 96.5, you're nowhere near the 300 to fade off of 301, so that's not looking like great at all. And then one more for you. I can't believe we didn't mention this name. The market's at the lows. Tesla is
There goes AMD.
kind of off. I mean, it's just strong. I mean, Tesla's green. It's holding above the breakout at 241 and looking like it's a Tesla strong morning. Underneath 244, though, like underneath this 44, I'm thinking the stock is a short. If you're not breaking out 44, 45, I want to play off of that resistance. So I'm going to be patient with Tesla here. The market's trying to wick a bottom. If it's going to be only Peloton, then so be it. Let's go. Definitely like that one to the long side. But wow, I can't get over that move that AMD put on if it's going to hold above $100. Not sure what it is. I mean, Meta uses AMD stuff, but then Meta's not having a good day. It's a strange one there with AMD.
Yeah, just straight to the upside. We'll get stopped out there at $100, but again, we were able to get some out. We can show that chart in a minute. I just want to go over. Okay, so Microsoft's at the bottom again. Yeah, there it is right here, AMD. So again, a couple outs. Every time it kept fading into the 50s, we were able to take it out. But we have that wick top of $100.20 right now. I'm just going to. Oh, I was going to take that short right there. So we'll try it again, but I want it more above 100. We're not going to meta ourselves here today on this one. We're just going to be able to get in and out of this and then just use that recent top right there. Because we don't know what's going on with this, I feel like we should be a little bit okay with it. But hey, man, the real money's being made right here on Peloton. And like I said, we're doing exactly what we said we would do, man. We're giving the levels, we're talking about the names in the pre-market, and then we're hitting them, and we're hitting them pretty nicely. So there it is, man, not once, twice there on Peloton with a nice little bottom take right there. So far, so good here on PTON. What's up, B?
Just seeing a note, not a note, but an alert rather on this one. NVIDIA as well, trying to get going here. Back to green on the day, testing some of the highs from late in the day yesterday. It's rare when it happens, but notable volume here, guys, for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that does have something to do with what exactly is happening here with AMD as well. We just got a great short up there at 04 and took some out at 90, and it's at 90. Yes, let's go. It's at 90. Yeah, let's go right now. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a pullback now as I'm just hitting robot keys again, trying to get out of this as much as we can, as we just had a real, oops, that's not AMD, that's Peloton. As we just had a nice little dip down there for AMD. I told you we were going to try to play off that. So right now we're short at 104. We were just able to get about 15, 20 cents down there in the 80s. So now we'll get the rest out if it breaks the top. No more averaging in. Let's see if AMD wants to work it out for us and make a move back in a little bit. So Feds Goolsby is speaking right now, so there's lots of stuff happening in the market. And for right now, yeah, I like the intel. Let's just hold on to AMD and see what's going on.
Meta is getting close.
Meta's getting close, okay, because there goes NVIDIA as well to the upside, as Brendo just mentioned. So we'll have to wait, but I think we're pretty chill now, man. Great trade here on Piton as well, guys.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA could take out that 428. I just got into Intel. I was going to mention Meta was making that move, but it looks like it's stalling at 299. So maybe it doesn't get to that 300 or 301 after all. So I jump over into Intel. If it gets to the low of the day, take some profit out when it gets down there. Still holding and looking relatively weak, but wow-a-wee-wa. It's like that NVIDIA move is crazy. Tesla's obviously pretty strong, but that is one heck of a V-shaped bounce here on NVIDIA. If this can take out the top, it looks nasty. We've already wicked the bottom on the NASDAQ, which can be pretty bullish. Now if NVIDIA is holding this higher low, that gets pretty darn nasty. Definitely want to take some profit out of Intel before NVIDIA takes the top off. Like, that's the last thing you want if you're shorting a chip name, is for NVIDIA to take out the top.
All right, man, we just got 70s now on AMD. So, all right, we're still okay. We do have pending home sales coming up at 10 o'clock, so we'll be able to watch for that. They're expecting minus 0.8% on pending home sales coming in at 10. Yeah, what's up to Swizzer? What's your name here? Swirl Doaz joined AMD for a short, small win. Yeah, I mean, that's that's good, man. I mean, right now it's 25 cents. So, you know, if you want, or 30 cents, sorry, if you have now 40 cents. If you like it, I think you take it right now, and that's what I've been doing, man. We just got some nice 70 fills out there. Let's just take another bid at 64 if it comes back in to that level. There it goes, 67, let's go. See if we get a little bit lower. I don't know why we're waiting at 64, but let's wait to see if we can get that one now as well, just to check the temperature on GameStop. Of a heartbeat, check, 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 check. Right now, it doesn't seem to be doing much with GameStop. So we're just in a pure chill mode right now. We are now out of about 75% or so of our Peloton. I mean, it went right up. This is a huge move for me. We're pretty happy with the movement here on Peloton. So there it goes. Did Sean take my poll request? What was the poll request there, Comp SRX1? Oh, was it that would AMD hit 100 maybe by the week? Well, if that's what it was, then you win on that one. It's only Thursday.
I'd say so.
So a big win there. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Comp SRX1. But there it is. That's why you get out of AMD, right? So now when this takes $100.20, you know, it's not that much of a pain trade. But wow, nice move to the upside right now as AMD getting very excited again.
Meta just tagged 300 here.
Really?
So,
okay.
Wick 300 just got up to like 320 cents. I think 01 to me is a line in the sand. It showed you that yesterday as resistance. So I was thinking money fills over 300, just meaning like where do you look to get into the position? It's like trap longs above 300, and then as long as it holds 301, you're looking for the reversal on that play. So we're going to be pretty patient there. I did actually grab one out inside of the range. You can zoom back in so you can see of Intel, and it's right back up to that top. So I'm looking for this to hold, but the market is definitely looking pretty strong to the upside. Watch out. The NASDAQ has definitely held above that, beneath that range. And here comes Coinbase. We waited for it to make a run at that 73. 73 was going to be that line, grabbing the short here off the local high. So 73, we talked about 70 and 73. Obviously, 73 came in here first for Coinbase. We'll take a couple of shots there. NEO making some power moves. And finally, it's above that 860, so it has broken out a little bit here. There hasn't been a red candle. It's trying to take out pre-market highs now, looking for the dip and consolidation on NEO. That looks pretty bullish to me. Up 2% into a flat-ish market, and the Chinese ADRs don't always have to care what the market is doing. So going to look for a sideways consolidation, little dip back into 860. I think NEO is a go now.
All right, guys, have a look here at what we were talking about with Peloton and the sticky note down there at 480. So, so far, so good. So we'll do a cheers on that one and, you know, just get some more out on the upside. Can you just believe that broke through to 520? And we got some more out right there. So all well over on that side. All is not well with AMD because that took it out again to the top side. So made some money back and then just gave it up a little bit. And that's why we talked about that on the chat, man. Take the small dubs when they're there on AMD because we're counter trading this name. As there it goes, rip city, yo. All right, we traded Meta yesterday, and there it goes again today, up to $300.50. Meta right now just continues to make moves upside and starting to take out some levels. So we got to get excited here because right now Peloton moving, GameStop trying to move back into the money. We got to look for maybe some dip buy opportunities right now because you're taking out VWAP now. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to go green pretty soon. The S&P, I assume, is still flat, 0.1. I thought it maybe got back there, but it did not. So we'll have to wait to see on that one. But there goes the NASDAQ right now ripping off faces. And it's a good thing that we got out of some of that AMD. Maybe this is a Goolsby thing. Let's go over to Brendan.
Downside spike here for GCT, GigaCloud Technologies on a short report here, guys, 8%.
GigaCloud Technologies. Well, I can forget about the dip buy, at least temporarily, on NEO, because that's what happened when we tried to grab some 60s on NEO. NEO up at 870. be patient with it. I think that if it's going to trend, it's only $9.53. You do have some room to the upside to still go to get to $9. I think you can pull back. Now, obviously, Intel breaks out the local range. Don't want to fight it underneath there. It is what it is. It looked like it was going to stair step to the downside, liked it short, it busts to the upside. Looking for either the 80s, which was good 2 days ago. Yesterday, it was only ho-hum, or up there like 35. So I'm still looking to short underneath, just looking for another curl. You're now getting those above fills. Well, I haven't taken any yet on coin. You come to the 15-minute chart for you guys. 73.5 has been the wall, and that was yesterday. And 73 resistance, but to me, 73.5 has been the level that hasn't broken. So if it shows weakness from there, then I want to add to this position. It's probably a reversal through 73.50. And as I say that, the other name that we're mentioning for breakout off a channel, there's Uber. Uber makes the break, 45.5, and is off to the races. So file that in the category with NEO, where you're looking to join that trend. This is obviously now a challenge to hold green or get to green on the NASDAQ. I think NEO is looking strong. I think certainly Uber is looking strong as well, as long as it holds on to 45.5. But we're teetering red to green here on the NASDAQ.
All right. Yeah, we're looking right now as well to see what kind of damage we can put on, maybe on Amazon. Amazon might be near some kind of a low now. We'll just see. 123 trying to bounce around. This is a very, very negative name, but like I said, if the market wants to get going here, let's see if we can pick something up that's really gotten hit that could have a chance to get back. So I'm actually bidding much more aggressive down here in the teens. So let's wait to see. We wanted to get a small starter position on for Amazon, but you know, this might be a good dip buy opportunity, not sure. But AMD though, you know, if we can get back down to 99.50 or something where we couldn't break when we were trying to grab it, that could also be another trade there. I just saw yesterday we had a monster trade on DraftKings as well. So I wrote down some plays that we wanted to look at from yesterday. It was Rivian, Meta, Amazon, and DKNG, second day plays or whatever. And right now, DraftKings is kind of not doing much. We still got to get above that $30 mark. Not much volume today, although it's 800,000 shares. It's just it's not really doing too much other than making a move to the upside. So let's wait to see if DraftKings can break this 29.50 area, and then that could possibly signal a little bit of a long. Okay, so we are getting closer and closer to an averaged in price here on on Amazon. As there we go. Now we have our fill down there at 123.15s, like we said. It looks like it wants to take 123. So sans a little bit of a bump here. We're out of this at one. Look at this. The pressure on the offer. It can't get going. So looks like this will be an L here on Amazon. We're long at 22s. So we'll take a little bit of a hit here if indeed that's what winds up happening. But Amazon right now with a downside push. Let's take a little bit off at 19 there, 20. Let's see if it can get going. Maybe that 123 is the bottom, but we still don't have it good, man. We're long at 20s. Could have been a little more patient with that, but here comes the flush again. We're just trying the long. Okay, we'll take some more out if we can because this does not look like it's a super great trade. Let's get going, though. It'd be nice if it finally goes.
Yeah, I just got into Meta there. It just broke that 300 level and failed 376. So does not get through 301. That was the condition I was looking for to get into the short. So starting it, I want to see it maybe give me a consolidation or another fail up top, and then we'd look to maybe add to that. That BNOX, another small cap name that, I mean, is going absolutely ridiculous. BNOX, Bionomics. It did just bounce. Remember we were saying 450 in the pre-market?
Yep.
Well, it just bounced off that level now. So it's shown some support down there. The stop would be underneath 440, and there's going to be slippage on a stock like this. But yeah, now looking like it's making a bit of a base. I always want these things to open up and show me a level. I think the pre-market levels can be useful. I just don't know if I want to get run over at like 925 on one of these on the way back to the downside. But yeah, so for now, it's holding that 450. I think that's a decent place to try the long. If it gets to the pre-market highs, that's a 50% move. So if you can risk less than 50 cents on this stock, I think you're sitting in something that works for risk to reward. But hard stops for me. If it breaks 450, it could easily halt down. No question about it. So I want to have some hard stops in there. Just getting this dip, I just got some at 76. Stop underneath that 450, a couple shekels underneath that, and then we'll go from there. Still working Coinbase. Meta did not get the ad on Meta. Why not? Okay, yeah, it's starting to head back down into VWAP. We're looking to add to this one around that 30, but the NASDAQ is still making that challenge. from going red to green. We're like 0.05 down on the NASDAQ. Every time it gets to like green, just ticks a little bit underneath there. I like that for the Meta short. Hopefully that'll work out for the Coinbase short as well, and then BNOX shouldn't follow the market.
BNOX. All right, so we said we were trying to find something that was weak and trying to play a little bit of a bump back to the upside. So right now, we are 32 to 1 right now in the money now. Did we just get that, Phil? Are we not sitting here on Amazon? Okay, we should be sitting here at 50s. There's another, okay, there it is. We got it. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. This one is a good trade right now. Let's drop down some cash for Amazon. Huge trade for me right now, as now we are now 3 to 1 on risk to reward. So we'll take some more out there at 58 and see if it can start to climb back to the upside. So a big trade there alert for Amazon. It's too bad that we had a hot dumpster fire with AMD, but we're making it back here with AM to the Z to the N, and then plus we have Peloton, so let's not forget about that. We do have August pending home sales. There goes Amazon, huge move to the upside. Let's go to the desk with Brendan before I have a heart attack.
All right, just awaiting this number to come through here, guys. 0.5 expected. Wow, negative 7.1%. Again, the expected there 0.2 to the upside. U.S. pending home sales month over month, negative 7.1%. Huge downside print there for pending home sales. That was the last of the economic data we were expecting for this morning. Just be aware, Fed's Goolsbee still making some comments here, talking about long-term rates and how it is unclear, quote unquote, unclear to him as to why they are rising. 30-year, worth mentioning, topping out at 2010 levels this morning. So once again, both the 10 and 30-year back on watch this morning. Longer-term rates still catching quite the bid. Meta on watch, along with Micron and GameStop. We discussed, if you're with us in the pre-market, day 2 of its Connect event this morning, or coming up later this afternoon, I should say. Micron earnings, GME, Ryan Cohen named as CEO. Just hearing Goolsbee is now finished answering questions. So good thing there. 1.9 here for GME, almost all the way back to where it was at the end of the day yesterday. Meta as well, still trying to get through that 350, as Neil was mentioning there, to the upside. Good look for Meta ahead of what is to come potentially this afternoon. The first 30 minutes, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules and an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader.
Thank you very much, sir, Brendan. And there goes coin. It broke that 73.5. So come to the chart very quickly. There's the entry short, looking for the money fills for resistance on coin. It blows out that top. Was able to get myself out there. BNOX just made a charge up to $5 and it rejected 5. So it's a bit of a hard top at this $5 level. I just added, I finally got a fill at VWAP there, so my price is 73, but it needs to take out the 5. If it can take out 5, I think it really starts going. I'm considering a breakout trade as well to kind of add to it at 5 and have orders out there, so it's like a snap to the upside. Hopefully I would get filled long and then get out right away, some in front of 550, and then as far as it goes, it goes. Meta just ran the top as well. It just wicked 301, so Meta going, gonna take that stop out there. It's like every time you get in something good, could have just scalped it out. It was worth about 60 to 70 cents, but you know that was just underneath 1-to-1, so I'm not a huge fan of that. One a little bit better than that. So BNOX long, Peloton's coming back into that 480 level, could be worth a bit of a reload. Oh yeah, Tesla. Tesla's still breaking to the upside, and same thing with Uber. I mean, Uber's flying right now, up 2%. $46 in tow. I got to get over to BNOX. That's something we're in that's actually moving right now.
I mean, there goes Amazon, man. I mean, we actually pretty much pegged this for everybody right there. We talked about why it was down. We wanted a long somewhere. We saw the market trying to break. So like I said, man, this is what happens. Like, you know, you put in the work, you try to adjust your trading strategies, try to be a little more patient, and it turns out that we actually hold 25% now for this move back up to the upside, and we just start cleaning it out, man. It's coming up to the 200 period. It's coming up to pre-market highs, so we just got out of everything. So right there now, all of a sudden, Amazon easily the #1 stock here for me today. So it's just continuing to climb up, and let's just see if it can continue to work. You know where my stop was? So again, we talked about this already. So now we're $1 in the money when my stop is 16 cents, but plus slippage, we probably would have got out there at 122.95 or something like that. So let's call it about 20 cents or so worth of slippage to make that $1.30. So this is well in the pocket. Let's just hold on until we get something higher again. Like, why not put out something near this 124.30 if we can get that one more time? I think we'll take a piece. I don't want this to float all the way back down. So we will. That is 123.90. I feel like that is a good level to get something out on. And I mean, again, we're just in 3 names. We've already gotten out of everything on Peloton. You saw me do that. So hopefully you're noticing it.
It just broke stop.
Yeah, exactly. So there goes Peloton. That's fine. That's nothing for me. And then a nice move up there on, there goes Amazon again. We just got a 34.35. So there's Peloton right there, breaking lower. But look what we did. Remember we said that we were getting most of them out here, and then we held for that. It was a 50 period break or a 200 period break. Wow, huge move there for Peloton. My stop is breaking through 70, so I may try. We could get a little bit longer here just because of the price it's at. There it goes. Okay, we might have missed it. Oh no, we'll sit here. There we go. So we got another long here. If it goes down 4 more cents, we are out. The position that we put on was 20% right now of our original position. So no matter what, Peloton is a dub. We'll just see what happens right now with Amazon, and then GameStop. Come on, man. Let's go GameStop.
Yeah, I got out underneath that 475. I give it a few shekels underneath 480. That's the level for me I'm getting out. BNOX did take 5, but it stalled out there. Remember, I had the orders in front of 550 and another one in front of 6. Well, I got the first of those fills, so that does work to the upside. However, just remember, oftentimes level break like this, I can't hear it. Hopefully you guys heard that because my piece is...
I heard it.
Okay, good. But a lot of times you'll get an obvious break, like a $5 level in a consolidation on a low float runner, and then the first thing it does is like trap people above and then wick back below. So I'm always looking to take profit on that break just in case you get the quadruple action and it is a bit of a trap. So stop's still going to be underneath that 450. Either way, it is going to be profitable, but if it gets to 6, I take some out in front of that and then try to hold on to more for the dream. Going back to Intel, see, there it is. Oh my goodness, I was about to flip to Intel, and then that's exactly what happened on BNOX. Remember saying it could be a trap on that break, take some profit on the break at the $5 level, and just as I was flipping away, there it is trying to run the stop. I got to zoom out so you can actually see my exit. There you go. There's my exit right underneath support. Take your profit on the way up so you can stay profitable on it. Now I want to go over to Intel. Big move to the upside with the rest of the market. We shorted it underneath when it looked like a stair step down. Now you are challenging the 35 level. So I wanted to be patient, allow it to break out, try to make a run at the 35. 35 is the next level up. Looking like it's trying to curl off this 35 level where I will be taking my shot. And now the backside could be coming in on Coinbase as well. The market green, couple of names still under resistance for me. One of those is Intel. The other one, Coinbase, right back underneath that 73.5. And do not sleep on NIO. It's starting to dip here. Did not want to be buying tops. I wanted to wait for a consolidation or pullback. It looks like we're getting at least the consolidation part, maybe the dip back in, which I think right around that 865 where VWAP is sitting makes some sense.
All right. Again, guys, thank you so much for everything there in the chat, man. It means a lot. And shout out to Manuel. By the way, first of all, hit this because that's kind of what we're feeling like right now. And then we also want to hit this to make sure that everybody hits the like and subscribe.
Today.
Yeah, make sure you do that and do that ASAP for us. But I did want to say right now, yeah, there it is. There we go. Hit it again and again. Right there. So Oxy right now from Manuel talking about here, looking at Oxy. So let's have a quick look at Occidental right now for everybody. OXY, just have a quick little look here and see what's going on as we're out of Peloton. We talked about that break through 75. We were both out of that. So I know Peloton was a good trade, man. Still a top trade for me. Still a green name. We'll see where it goes. But there is Oxy. Good call, Manuel, breaking through 66. So let's have a quick look at what this means here. Okay, so it's well up. Obviously, we had that huge move yesterday, but this is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see, is 66 anything? So right there, 66 is something. It came back in. The last time we tested up here, we actually faded off of this level, but we know that oil is pretty hot right now, so there's the break through 66. That bottom 65.90, what does it look like here? Where can we get out if we are wrong? That's really what I'm looking for. I think I'd rather play a pullback into VWAP right now. Market's up pretty much, obviously, as we continue to watch that go, but for right now, Oxy, I don't mind that break, Manuel, of 66. Use 65.70 as a possible stop there for you, so that's a good little level there. I've added to my Oracle long, it's created, okay, now we're in the money on Oracle, but we just bought this the other day. So let's see if that one can keep on going to the upside here. Oracle, I like that name off of some of these bottoms for a bottom buy. But for right now, I'm just waiting for something to start to either break tops or hit something. And that might be Microsoft. Microsoft right now, we've already talked about that bottom at 310. We took Amazon, which Amazon right now is $1.20 in the money. So no complaints about AMZN. But we also talked about Microsoft down here at 310. AXLA right now halted. So Axela, yeah, starting
down or up?
Yeah, big gap move right there over the last couple of days. This was a reverse split, 10-1, made the move up. And then for everybody that's like always throwing shade on the reverse split strategy, there it is, $13. There's the move down to 7. So cut in half in about 2 weeks on a reverse split. So not working out for that either. I was put an offer here because I don't think we have one on Amazon. So $124.50. Let's just do it, man. It's $1.30 in the money Amazon.
So I've seen a couple of people in the chat say what's going on with ATV. I've seen nothing. Brendan's seen nothing. Microsoft's not moving, so I'm going to say possibly a nothing burger and maybe just some people got caught. I was in a long and got like 2 cents on it, one trade, and then it broke to the downside. I'm going to look to go long off 93.5. I mean, this deal is sort of firmed up. The last news we had was that this was very likely to proceed. The British regulators liking it, so I see nothing stopping this from bouncing. So I'm going to try to get I got the long in here, give it about 10 cents, see if it gets back close to that 94 level, but
wow,
again, anyone asking, I don't see any news on ATVI at all. This market is looking pretty strong. I see it. Atif in the chat is mentioning LRE. I mean, that stock is doing absolutely nothing. It's just actually heading to the downside. So I'm not going to touch it. My new entry is going to be that ATVI. If you show me a flush like that on no news, I'm going to look for a support level and buy the dip. Just found 93.50.
Wow. Always going to think about, why be such an algo when you trade, right? But I mean, Amazon is an absolute monster here. And, whatever. We had like 500 shares down there. It's still a nice move to the upside. Obviously, wish we had them all, but we don't. So let's just see where it goes from here. Good move. Obviously, we're green today on that alone, but we did mess up on AMD. But I mean, look at these outs on AMD as opposed to the actual move that happened right there. So I feel like we did pretty good being able to get out of that one and get out of the way of it before too much damage was had there on advanced micro devices. But now that I look at this, I mean, I don't know. We're still off to the races there. I feel like you could maybe short this against that 101.30, but I don't know if that's going to be the right play here. AMD is way off, way up to the upside right now. So let's just figure it out. Probably stay away. Unless that's a pretty, what I'm trying to do is find dramatic moves and then maybe fade them. But the market is also making a move and trying to hold these highs as well. So until the market falls down, there may not be a trade there. Palantir, wow, man. Let's spin the money for Palantir. I mean, whoever's been in this name over the last little while has made a lot of that because it's just continuing to make moves. It bounced off of 14, pretty sweet, all the way up to $16 there. So it's definitely a nice move here on PLTR. Man, it's a busy news day. What's up, my guy?
Just hearing, guys, VFS popping up here. There was a production update from them I saw early on this morning. It wasn't doing anything, but Indian media outlets apparently mentioning the fact that they might be looking at India for production facility as well. Again, VinFast there, VFS. There's also this one, Monster today. JBL on a huge Q1 beat, forecast better than expected. They make Bluetooth headphones, JBL. Nice look on the daily chart as well for JBL, up 11%.
We should get some JBL Bluetooth up in here.
So that, yeah, I know. Bluetooth's been a bit of a problem. VFS, just one note on those numbers that they have. I think it's like 60 or maybe a little bit more than that % of their actual deliveries are to a taxi company that VFS Holdings owns. So it's a little bit of a, hey, look at that. We're able to make some great sales to a company that is going to obviously want to sell to itself, essentially. So I just paid for locates. I thought I'd already done this. I was waiting for a ridiculous move to look for an opportunity to short, and this is what it's doing. So into $13 would make some sense. Like I want a fail break out in the 13 range. I just got some out on that ATVI. It was able to get back up to 70, took some out there. I'm getting out if this can't hold on to the 50 level. That's pretty binary for me. The market is starting to curl. Well, okay. NVIDIA, I shouldn't say the market when I'm staring at an NVIDIA chart, but the market's slowing down at the highs. NVIDIA is starting to curl. That's a better example. So I'm into Intel at 92s. I try to just add at 95s in front of that 35 level, but if we're going to get that curl on NVIDIA, this could be the opportunity to get a VWAP retracement on this chip name that we have. Hopefully going to the downside. One long, one short. VFS, I just paid for the locates now, which were only 1 cent per share for us. You know, I thought they'd be more than that. That's very cheap, actually. But if it gets to the 13, that's where I'm looking for the fade.
Yeah, VFS hasn't been doing too much lately, but we'll see on this news. I went long just to see if it breaks 12. If it breaks 12, we'll get out of this. Here it goes right now. It's going to break 12 right now. So, oh, wow. All right, that didn't even break 12 with any vigor. So down to 12 bucks. We get out. We'll lose 25 cents right there. Now does it want to bounce back up off that 12? We could test it again here. Put just a couple shares there and see if it goes. So 11.94 maybe as a better break right now. So we'll try that one more time on VFS. It's not really a big hit at all, so we can afford that. Let's see if we can get something out right now. That AXLA now back open. So let's see what happens with this one. Opens back up 8:30, trying to run a little bit now as well. And then just, VFS may, is it halting? No, it's not. No, it's not doing anything. There's just some big size there at 12.10 or at 12, I think it was. We're going to wait for a little bit lower. We actually got a 20 fill there. So we made back, here it goes. So there's a big size there at 12. So it's probably going to run that 11.95 and get us out. Nope, almost. Okay, wow. This is not that exciting, man. I thought VFS, you know, we've seen this thing moon obviously before. You can see this right now, but it doesn't, it's really not doing anything. So VFS not doing anything. There we go, a breakdown of GameStop. We just tried it again right there. Fortunately, it's going to be a cup of coffee. Obviously, we wish we had done better on that name, but nothing really there. Peloton broke. We're up on Peloton, down on GameStop, so that's going to be a 2-for-1 there. And then Amazon, man, that was, wow, what a great fill we got up there. We have like 1% left. We don't have anything left right now on this name. Most of our outs are right here at the pre-market high or so of 124.30 and change. So not a super sexy look there, other than the fact that it hit our 200 period, and that could have been the fade. So we probably should have looked at a fade there for that.
Well, here comes Neo, falling like the Toronto Blue Jays to Garrett Cole into VWAP. It's Garrett Cole. He's a great pitcher, but we should have.
Pitcher before
we should have beaten King. King's not. He's like a converted reliever. The Jays should have won that game. But I actually don't mind if we have the 6th seed instead of the 5th. In some ways. Buying VWAP here on Neo. We like it in front of 860. 860's underneath VWAP. I would take some fills underneath if it gets there, but kind of better for the long if it doesn't. Sometimes that's the way you look at it. The one short we had was Intel up 35. We did short it in the half range. It broke back out. Wait for it to get to 35. Then play the curl. It just took some out in the 80s. Hopefully we're heading to the downside. And this one's not a trap. And we can get down to VWAP. The market is reversing. At least for now, it's reversing, and it could give an opportunity. The other name that I thought was relatively strong, I mean, not I thought, I mean, it is relatively strong, has been Uber, breaking out that 45.5. Just zoom back out so you can see that. So if Neo's going to hold VWAP on a dip and hold a breakout price, the same thing could happen at 45.5 for Uber. Want to look for that to head to the downside. Perp Kush Diet.
What?
Palantir. I love seeing new people in the chat. So like, if I see a name I don't recognize, I'm going to hopefully notice it and then throw you up there. But you said Palantir, and that's an interesting stock, so I'm going to talk about it anyways. Palantir, great bottom. I wish you could get long at $13.50, but you can't right now. You got to work off the $15 level. Worth noting, 50 periods at $15.80 today, and then $16 is resistance. So if we're going trend up, I think there's some serious levels that you could be getting to on Palantir. First things first, can it maintain this break that it's on? And that's that $15 level. Yesterday's resistance, today's support. If it dips all the way down, I'm not even thinking VWAP, I'm thinking 15. Just wait for the 15 level, at least for myself. We'll see what happens. Neil, new long for me, and then Nita Stonk, JBL. Big volume on my scanner for some reason. I'm pretty sure Brendan mentioned it, and I'm going to apologize in advance. My earpiece isn't really working. I can really not even hear Brendan very well, so if I miss the stories, that's the only reason, but I'm pretty sure Brendan gave this one to you guys. And it's a local high break. It's a triple top on the daily for this at 118. So obviously gigantic resistance for JBL.
Yeah, there was some story there about it. Okay, yeah, not much happening right now. I mean, I was going to look at VinFast again. It stopped at 25 again. I don't know. I don't really want to take, I mean, maybe, you know what, maybe we'll just offer something at 25, and if it gets filled, it gets filled. I was actually waiting at 2050, 1250, but that didn't come in either yet. So nothing's really been happening on VinFast other than possibly getting waxed here at 12. So once that breaks through 12, we do have some targets to get out underneath there. This was just a name there, production possibly ramping up there in India, but I don't believe in this stock or this name, so we're just trying to play momentum. We got hit once. Again, it was 20 cents or not even. No, it was 20 cents. Was it? Yeah, 20 cents. And then we made back, we got 03s up to 20s, so we made back a little bit. We'll see if we can get something else out there. Look, it looks like I might just have to be a flat trader here on VinFast. Amazon I didn't do anything about it, but it did pull back to VWAP right there and then made that move back higher. So Amazon did give me those feels there back to VWAP, but we didn't trade it, unfortunately. Probably should have. Right there. So, all right, let's go. It's 10:20. We're going to go over to Brendan for small cap recap.
Yes.
Hi, guys. Yeah, busy morning right across the board for small caps. I'm just hearing ADTX just reopened as well after a halt. So, yeah, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga once again, bringing you all the information you need throughout the show. Register right now for a 2-week free trial or sign up today. Get 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. Capital letters, remember, as part of their spring into fall campaign. Scan the QR code, go to the link in the description. It'll take you right to the checkout. Adara is going to have a look at small caps.
Yeah, so it has been another huge day for small cap pharma. Bionomics, BNOX, as we've heard, has been seeing strength since pre-market. It announced positive phase 2 results for its PTSD treatment. We also have Gritstone Bio, GRTS, which got a contract from the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, for a phase 2 study for a COVID-19 vaccine. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. We also have Soleno Therapeutics, SLNO. You might recognize this name from Tuesday. It was popping up there as well for one of its treatments for Prader-Willi syndrome. Now it's actually trading up because of a discounted offering. So it's 3 million shares at $20 a share. Keep an eye on all of these names going into the rest of the day.
Good job.
Yes, sir. And Soleno there, definitely having a strong move. Like look at the dip and rip on Soleno at the open. First of all, you get a 22, then a 23. I mean, is it all that crazy to look for a dip down into 24 and then maybe a rip? Like if it breaks 24 even and then back up through 24 on the upside, you try to grab that long for a bit of a trade. And it did the same thing at 22 and 23. Why not stair step the upside? The reason I like dip buys over and consolidations on these stocks over taking out the highs is exactly what BNOX did, right? Like, oftentimes, you'll have a stock do this where it gives you the consolidation. It's just safer to be long in here than it is trying to get long on the break. You're risking a heck of a lot more and it needs to go further. At least this way, if it doesn't end up going crazy off of your 450 level, you can still be profitable because you're getting profit out the first 7-8%. and then when it goes through $5, you're taking profit on the other side. That's why I like dip buys on these movers. The downside of that is you're going to miss some moves that way, because if it never actually dips and it only breaks the top, then you don't get any shares. But I think it's a safer way to play, though, so watch out for that on Soleno. To be sure as well. Going to go back over to what is moving in the market. Intel, I got one fill down there. Want to take another off VWAP. I did miss a reload at 95. It looks like it's resisting 34.90 as we speak. And NVIDIA is still underneath 420. So NVIDIA is pulling back. That makes me like this just a little bit more as well.
All right. I'm just making sure that we have an out. Just in case something goes wrong up in here. Okay, so just looking, and what I'm talking about right now is Amazon. We're just taking another price. We're going to take another fill right now, and we're going to put our stop below that recent bottom there of 173, 123.80. Just making sure that we had the right call there on that one. It looks like we do. So, all right, so that's what we're going to do there on Amazon. So we just did take a little bit of a bid there. One more time, we are waiting for a dip buy also in the friendly name that is AMD, which is not my friend today. But if we can get a dip buy in that, okay, there goes Amazon into the teens. Let's take another piece off here. All we're really doing is this. Right now, Amazon's been a beauty day right now, easily. I mean, it's not even, I don't have anything else going. I mean, I have VFS, which is, oh, okay, we just got a fill on VFS. VFS went up there. Okay, we just got that 25 fill. So we talk about it. Sometimes if you don't put orders there, you don't get fills, right? So there it is, a nice little trade there on VFS. Still looking to turn positive on it. We'd like to have that break even higher. I am offering 50s up here on the top side for VFS. I might just pull that away. Actually, I already did. I already pulled it away. So that's already gone. If VFS can take out the top, great. It's really starting to move now. So we'll see if it can hold 12. It's done that numerous times now. So let's see if it has an upside move. AXALX.
It's halted.
Yeah, oh, halted again. I just saw that it was, oh no, that's not it. AX, what was it? Oh, AXLA, that's what it is. Yeah, halted again. So I saw it open back up 9, ripped to 10, halted again on limit up, limit down. So there goes AXLA one more time for everybody. But yeah, Amazon is really the only stock that I'm worried about not worried, but that I have a decent position in. So we'll wait to see if we can do some more damage here on AMZN. But for right now, just waiting. If it takes that bottom right there of 70 or 80, then we're gone. So we're going to have to watch out for that. We will average in again. Where's my bid? 90s. So if it does come back in, we will take a 90 fill there on Amazon. But right now it's just VFS and Amazon.
Yeah, for myself, I just added to NEO here because it wicked underneath VWAP and then held that breakout price. So we'll see what happens. It's a decent consolidation on what was a strong name, but it is a bit stair-step down. So if we cannot hold on to this, I get out and reassess. As mentioned, Intel's actually starting to pull back a little bit as well. But look at Meta. We got out of the way of Meta, but just did not reverse off of 301. Like 301 was my out. 301 breaks, and now 301 support. Sometimes that gets a little frustrating. When you're like, that's the key price level, and the second you're out of it, it just flips in the other direction and is an obvious support. So let's look at this 301. If it comes back in and can bounce off that, this is still a bit of an upward trend. I just realized you guys aren't seeing ATVI, but ATVI, I am in it. It's not showing up on the position board. Sometimes it happens with the buyouts, but it's back at VWAP. I think this is, if it gets to 94, I'm going to be all out of that trade to be sure. And then CGC, Nanya. This will be the missed opportunity for me. I mean, the stock faded $1 like 3 days in a row. It's like, how many times is it going to fail $1 level before you just start thinking short lower highs? This is, I think it's headed to the 70s. I'll go for a consolidation short. You're now underneath the range where it's made the runs to $1, which is 82 cents. So I think the short around 81, 82 is going to make an opportunity to get maybe down to what looks like support on the daily, which would be around 65 to 70 cents here. So CGC, I think this is just a simple case of some sell the news, right? You had the news on Monday with the banking bill. Yeah, it was Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Monday, and then it just looks like you've been rejecting some tops here in some of the cannabis names. So I think it's more of just a sell the news kind of event. Sometimes it happens. Good news, you run up into it, and then you sell off after.
All right. This is what you have to have, man. You have to have numerous things in your toolbox, right? Today, AMD, huge cap name. Amazon, one of the biggest of the biggest. GME, right? Obviously a little name there on some kind of a news catalyst with Ryan Cohen, didn't work out. Peloton on the buyout, on the partnership with Lululemon, right? And then there it is right now. Look at VFS, right? Here it goes. Monster move to the upside, now 80 cents now in the money on VFS as it continues to go. So there it is, man. We're playing all kinds today. VFS upside, Amazon. I mean, by the way, like we are still here, guys. Like look what we just did on Amazon. You know, shout out to Brian Shannon. Good friend of the recap show. Look at that. Look at this move, man. Buying it off that VWAP dip and then just giving, I mean, the thing about the trades that I'm giving here today and the trades that I'm making is they're very, very simple. And then there's follow through that everybody can see on the screen. Like I'm taking the trades that we're talking about here, right? And so hopefully you have that. We talked about Amazon 123. We talked about Amazon 124. And we did it. We did the trade that we're talking about. So there it is right there, man. You can follow. We have, I mean, AMD was a disaster. We're able to get out of that one early. But we learned our lesson, man. And it was just kind of like what Reliable Rudy said to me yesterday. And it's still sticking with me. And that is that you take a hit on something, you'll find something else. And just be, you know, stick with what you're talking about. And we did this yesterday as well on that 120 XOM break. If something sets up for you, take the trade. You know, because this is what you're doing. Oh, now GME, what's GME doing now? Yeah, nice downside move now for GME, trying to bounce off 17. But again, there's GME, like we got a 1790 print off a 1755 long. So it was okay, it did dip down. We are red on that name, and I do not have a problem whatsoever telling you guys. Obviously, neither of us do. We're going to get it. We're working on other things, but pretty soon you'll see red or green on the bottom for our symbols. Should be easy enough for you guys to tell, but I know it's hard to follow along all the time. So that's something else that we're going to provide for you guys is just a little bit of a note about if we are red or green on certain stocks. You kind of know like what we're doing and where we're following. Amazon with a pullback down as well. We're going to throw to Adara for crypto, but anything you want to add?
Just quickly, it's not showing up on the board, but here comes ATVI. The 950 bounce just relented at 993.80. So it does go like the quarter in the money, but then can't seem to go any further. So I'm now out of that one. Walk away from it. Intel still trying to curl off that 35 level as the market rolls over. Do like that one for relative weakness as we are going to the desk for the crypto update.
Some news on Coinbase today. It's received regulatory authority from the Bermuda regulatory approval from the Bermuda Monetary Authority to list perpetual futures trading for non-U.S. users. And so it has seen a little bit of an increase as a result there, a little bit up and down, but that's definitely big news, especially as regulatory issues continue to be of concern for crypto. In terms of the cryptocurrencies themselves, Bitcoin is up a little bit, about 1.24%. It is at just above that 26.5, is at 26,600 right now. So not a bad place, definitely not that 27,000 it was at for a bit, but it's not near the cracking below the 26 either. Ethereum is above 16,000. It's up 1.6% today. The other crypto names are jumping around a bit.
Natural gas inventory is just coming out there as well, guys. 90 BCF versus 88 expected, so a little bit bigger than expected build for natural gas inventories. They're at 1030.
Thank you very much there. And it'll be arrows down temporarily for these markets as we're back to red. I mean, the NASDAQ has essentially just been going to like green on the day and then reversing. So the bottom of the channel, I'm expecting a bit of a bounce here when you have inside type days. You get that morning bottom, and a lot of times you're going to hold it at least for a little bit. And I look to take some out. Now, obviously, and we get a good level on Intel, but you guys can see, like, it's stair-step up. If this holds on to VWAP, it's still a bit of an upward trend, and I don't know if I like a retest up short at 35. But for now, it's heading down in VWAP. We'll ring register to the downside there. I have Neo long off of VWAP, which has been relatively strong. I like where this is at on the 15 to show you. Like, whoops, oh my goodness, that wick. Oh, there you go. So breaking $8 to tell you the story, a couple of days, higher lows, and then breaking out this 850. Looking to get this pullback to here to get it breaking out 880 and then into $9. But if the market can't hold on, this is not likely to hold on either. Tesla, which is the EV name a lot of people are concerned with, that is approaching morning support. So tried to break out. It could not get through the 44. To me, 44 was like this level here. If it could have broken that, great. I would have been looking for some longs. But Tesla does not break it. And then Rivian, bye-bye Rivian.
50.
23 rejection. It's heading right into major support. So when this stock went crazy yesterday, it was off of 22 even. So we're about 25 cents away from that right now on Rivian. I don't have to tell you that's kind of a big level, whether it's psychologically where it ran from or just an even dollar level. And yesterday's two days in a row, it's been support. So big level incoming here on Rivian, which was wild. I mean, I wasn't here to trade it, but you can see at 2 o'clock, this went from weak to going absolutely ham. That level's coming right in here in maybe a couple minutes.
All right, what's coming in is, or coming up is VinFast right now, and it is a profitable name right there. The professor just sits down beside me. He's like, have you seen VinFast? I'm like, dude, I'm living that dream right now. Nice little move to the upside. Dreams become nightmares real quick, so we are out of a little bit there on VinFast as it just came up again into the 80s, so we'll take that fill all day, every day. Right now. All right, so another good fill for us is going to be Google. We did buy the dips on Google. Wow, okay, Google, come to the party, big guy. Nice little move to the downside right there. Bought up. Now we are now 20 cents in the money as, yeah, man, it's just adding up again here for us today. So far, so good on the day. We've obviously been doing pretty well taking some of these positions. So there it goes, Google with a nice little retracement back up. Again, if the market continues to fall down, we don't need any piece of that. We did get out. I mean, if you guys are noticing, we don't have Amazon anymore. But again, by far the best name. We got out once it broke VWAP. We tried. I mean, this is the thing. When we're buying 90s and we're out 75s, but we're taking profits in the 40s the other way, you know, that's a profitable trade for me. So we'll continue to watch out for that, see if we can't make a little bit more even on that trade. We are now out, though, of 60% of Google because there's the nice move. We had to take some more out right there. Can we get a 76 or not? There it is. Bang. Let's go, man. I mean, we're going to just keep on spinning this because today's a nice positive green day for us, and we've got a couple good trades on board. So there it goes. See you later, Google. Hopefully you can get back up to the upside. That was a pretty good one on some retracements back. So Google does make that move in. We buy the dip, and then you could see, as they say, the rest is history. And VinFast, we only have 20% left. So 20, 40, 60. Oh, right there, we got a piece out there. So right, so 20, 40, 60, 80 as we wait for some more action on that one. And then Google top, right? If we get a 131, we'll get out.
There you go. That's what it's all about. There was, for those saying Rec Mayhem, CLF dropping, there was a piece of news related to, I'm pretty sure Brennan mentioned it, CLF and X, U.S. Steel, that deal. So that is worth, does bear watching. I just watched U.S. Steel not move. I thought maybe there was an opportunity to dip by this if it could have taken out 32, but it did not. NEO is still holding on to VWAP. It's now breaking away, so I'm going to get orders into the high of the day. If it breaks the high, I think $8 or $9 is going to be in play. Do like that level a lot, but the market looks relatively weak. Uber is starting to come back in as well. This was a super strong name this morning. The market giving an opportunity for the dip, obviously when it pulls back in. So I'm looking for a little bit of a VWAP play off Uber. Just like that consolidation break that we just had. Yeah, I see NVIDIA cracking as well there, 3 drives. It's holding on to 424, like barely. I mean, just barely holding on to that 424 level. It is worth a look up there. But I want to go over to, if I can, Senior Tesla. Because we get into that 22 level, which I was just mentioning on Rivian. I mean, Tesla is stair-step down, but look at it hold, double bottom. If this breaks the low, I don't know if I like that Rivian 22 long as much if you're tearing through these levels on Tesla, but for now, you are making a double bottom. So I'm gonna have the Tesla chart up when we get into that level on Rivian. And I say like when is more of, it's more if we get to 22, we're at 22 and a quarter, but this is the type of level I wanna see it actually trade down here. Like, I don't want the long at 22.25. I want the long in front of 22, bouncing off the even where it bounced yesterday. Let's not get too complicated about it. We know exactly where resist or support was yesterday. If it holds, great. If it doesn't get there, I don't care. Don't have to trade it. As far as that Axla goes, a small cap name, So much for the break. I mean, it halted multiple times. Sorry, it halted to the upside. It halted to the downside. It's right back underneath 10 bucks, up 39%. But it has been an absolute roller coaster ride on AXLA. I think it just needs to break back out the highs. The safer play would be to allow it to calm down a little bit and then go for the consolidation long. So I think it has a chance, but this is yet to calm down. Like, since it halted, it's gone right into a down halt, possibly headed into another. Let it make a consolidation and show you a level before you get into it early.
Man, this guy, the professor's got me singing some Backstreet Boys over here. And this guy is all over it. We're saying,
what?
We're tearing up my heart that I'm with you.
He's always, Shriek comes in, he's always singing like old school songs, like a lot of pop music.
Yes, sir, Backstreet Boys. The best. The BSB, baby. Back.
Are they, though?
Back. All right. Okay.
Are they really?
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Not only am I a trader, but also an entertainer. And if you are not entertained, I don't blame you. Okay, so there it is right now. Google. Stack. Right now, okay, so much, well, actually, our day was fine yesterday until MetaQuest, or whatever the hell that thing was called, MetaConnect. So let's just, great morning. Obviously, great morning. But, you know, still lots of damage to be put in here as we go. I'm still looking to see if there's any news hitting anywhere. VFS, I mean, right now we're 55 cents, 60 cents in the money everywhere on VFS. We're 50 cents in the money on Google. And then we do not have Palantir. So Palantir go boom.
Oh my God.
We really need to get some new ones. But there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside for Palantir. And those of you that were at, so I got to get rid of that wick and make it look a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, you know, it looks like you are going to take that 1650 at some point. That's far away now. That's still $1 away. But, you know, if you're going to look at a chart here of PLTR, we hit that bottom of 14, making it all the way back. If we can go to the chart, Fabian, for a second there. I know Fabian's checking out his portfolio over there, I think. He's a little worried about some of these media stocks, I've noticed.
Which one?
He's worried about a little bit of Warner Brothers. He's wondering about Disney over here. But there it is, 14 for the bottom. So I just want to show that to people because I feel like it just hit there, man, like 3 days ago. And now you're up to 1550 again. So I feel like it's going to get to that 50 period, which is 1680. If it takes that, then that's where I say 1650. So if you're in this name anywhere, I feel like your out would be around 16-ish and then hold something for that 1650. Oh, hell yeah, Google. We talked about this name flying high. We fly high, no lie, because Google is ballin'. And right now, it is a nice move to the upside. 130.90, we just missed it. We just put an offer there, and it scooted to the downside. So let's see if we can get that 131 fill, which we were hoping for on Google. We did get an 87, I think. Yeah, 85 there already on it, which is 40 cents. So I hope you've enjoyed the show so far. A lot of bangers, man. The only trade really that we lost on was GameStop, and that broke through 17. And then AMD, we just kept on shorting, but we lost on it. But this one, we kept on getting out of the way. Took a little bit of profits. Once it broke that $100.20 right there, that was it, man. It broke the top of the day, and see you later, as they say. And there it is right now, again, as we get ready to throw over to Brendan. Google right there, 50-cent winner, clean off VWAP. What up, B?
Back to basically flat for the overall market, guys. Once again, we test up, we test down, and now we're right back to basically the middle. So very, very evenly divided board here. It's mostly tech making up the downside of things outside of, yeah, Meta still having a really nice day ahead of possibly, anyways, more details to come this afternoon in day 2 of that Connect event. Cisco, full percent as well in positive territory. You can see everything else kind of there or thereabouts. Broadcom up, NVIDIA up, AMD almost 3%. Nice day. Intel as well in positive territory. Amazon offsetting some of that back to the downside. These healthcare stocks have been on quite a tear lately. UNH again today, 2% to the upside. Some of the pharma names as well. Eli Lilly was actually positive at the beginning of the day. It's since gone red. Merck TMO as well back in positive territory once again today. Banks as well, notably strong as we head towards 11 o'clock, guys.
We were just talking about AMD, but I want to get to the super chat. Thank you very much, Willis Addison, for the super chat. We don't ask for anything except to hit the like, subscribe, enjoy the show, grow the community out there. But I'm loving what you're saying here. CCL, clean move to the upside, ahead of earnings. You know, we'll be all over those. Good old CCL reporting in the morning and reporting as close to the opening bell as they can possibly do it, much to every single trader's chagrin. I think it's annoying that they report at that time, but it is what it is. It's probably like 9:15. I'm overstating it at least a little bit. But yeah, $14 calls. We're in the money now. So look at the move to the upside. Double bottom on the 15-minute chart here at 13.5. This is basically the same type of double bottom that Palantir's putting in. Basically the same chart. And now breaking back into the upside. But worth mentioning is we get close to it. This was a flat bottom break at about $15. This gets to 15. I think that can be a fade going into those earnings, so watch out for that on CCL. Great look. A lot of times just looking for a key level and just looking for one interesting trade or looking for relative strength. But speaking of relative strength and weakness, Intel just took out 35. If I'm going to short in front of it, I'm going to take profit in front of VWAP, going to get out when it breaks 35 even. Right, you're going to adhere to the stop. You're not going. You only fight it so far. You got to make sure you have yourself a stop out. Make sure you take profit. This is now through the top. I am into the long on that on Neo in there. It is now starting to break. Obviously, if the market's breaking up, the dip buy on Neo looking pretty good into the high of the day. Didn't quite get Uber, unfortunately, though. You know, Uber looked for the same kind of dip buy. Didn't quite get in there to VWAP. So I thought maybe when the market was going down, it would carry a little further and we could grab it. Missed out on that, but Uber is still trend trade up. Those are basically a mirror image of each other. Fine, relatively strong stock, breaking a channel. We went over that on the 15-minute in the pre-market show. And then when it makes a break, look for the dip buy into previous support, join the trend, and then the trend is your friend until the end. When it bends, so I'm told.
Yeah. Ooh, man. Good. Forward. I don't know, man. I was just looking at this Google trade. It's now 70 cents in the money and still making the move higher. We did get rid of our Amazon as that continues to be higher, and VFS just chilling out and not doing a heck of a lot. AXLA, just a quick little checkup on that one. Halted again right now up to 1093, so it just keeps on bouncing off. Well, bounced off VWAP there, and then it sort of bounced off VWAP there. I mean, you had to hold it about 20 cents against you off that VWAP of 975, and now you're making a move higher. I'm not, again, you guys tell me. I mean, you guys are the experts on all this. I mean, I'll stick with what we're doing. Multiple dollar winner or dollar winner on Amazon. Looks like we're going to put Google into the dollar trade club. But those of you that play halts probably know that VWAP's not that important because you have so much volume done on opening prints that I find like you're just better off maybe checking the halt levels than actually checking VWAP. But I mean, that would be something there. Just noticing that it's sort of been holding all the way up. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. Right there, we are in VinFast hoping this halts because we've got it. So if it halts, we're already out of 80% of this stock. It's a positive name for us there as we continue to go. GameStop breaking through 17. So Ryan Cohen and company still continues to take everyone's money on this one. So that's pretty yucky there. And then Google, like I said, already 80 cents in the money on that. And then Amazon, we've already crushed this name, but unfortunately, it did not hold VWAP. So bad job there, Amazon. But it did come into 123.50 and now is $1 higher from that. So, okay, I'm just going to prematurely hit this. So why not? Oops, it's not fruit salad. We're almost done now. Let's go to Dollar Club right now because there goes Google. Huge move off VWAP again. So that looks like it's going to continue to print out for us here as we'll wait for it to be an official member. But we'll just get the party started early. It's 10:46. Only 15 minutes till the professor and Obi coming through on the midday. And then Adair taking out half of that afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I mean, doing a fantastic job as always. That GameStop, I mean, thanks. Good job, Ryan. Thanks for nothing. But it is at its odd support levels, which I didn't think necessarily were going to come into play today, but it is what it is. Underneath 17 has had some support. So if you come over, this is what I mean. Like all this week, there's been buying off the bottom, 1665 or what is that exactly? Yeah, like 63. I mean, the distinction.
Without a difference.
Without a difference there. But yeah, that could be a place where you can look for the dip buy.
Wow, Google.
But that is completely insane. It gives it the entirety of the move there. Pretty darn nasty. As mentioned, going to be taking some out on NIO to the way to the upside. But I still think this has a lot of room to go. If it breaks $9, it's got a bad wick here in Neil, but if it breaks $9, you have 9.25, and then next stop is almost 10 when you look at the 15. So I'd like to see this start going a little bit more explosion, but a nice little gentle move to the upside works. I have not been in CGC, but I've mentioned a couple times the plan is to short this area. I wanted to short in front of a buck, or at least in the 90 range, but it just fell initially. So now I want to short in the bottom of the range here, give it to about 83, work down into the 70s. 3 times it has failed through that dollar level. But do watch out, it is SSR. So it's down 10%. I'm pretty sure it was down over 10% again yesterday. So it is an SSR bounce from anywhere. I'm just looking for the consolidation shorts. I'm trying to offer 80s to 82s and then just get out if it takes out that 83. Meta is a wow to be sure. Try the short, it breaks out. You got to be able to get out of the way of these, otherwise they can ruin your morning. But 305 incoming. See that nice little line I've had drawn at 305? Well, we've gotten to trade it once. Obviously, the one time it was up here, and that goes right back into Friday. It was a great short at 305 on Friday. I think we're about to find out that same question in the midday. Probably not going to get there in the next 5 to 10 minutes, but I got a pretty good feeling we'll be talking about 305 either during lunch money or with Obi and the professor as well. But Meta, super strong name. It was a Huadunk yesterday, but sometimes that V-shaped recovery is telling you something. And that was one heck of one, and now you're getting some continuation on that particular name as well.
So AXLA pops again. Wow. Wishing this was more VFS action so I could be a little bit more excited. But I mean, look at this, man. You're having like 30, 40, 50 cent spreads. It's just, it's not my cup of tea to trade this. I mean, the reason, wow, more highs now. This is still continuing with very, very heavy volume here on AXLA. Again, a name that was reverse split not too long ago, AXLA. Just checking this out right now. Look at the short float, man. I mean, it's getting wicked and nasty out there. Almost 40% for AXLA, now up 7.
What's the float?
The float is 1, but I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't even know. It might even be.
That's insane.
Well, the thing is, wait a second. They just split 10 to 1. So you're telling me the float, that might be wrong.
But that should be updated by now.
Well, it must have been 10 million back down to 1 million, so that's probably right. So it was probably 10 million down here. They reverse split it 10 to 1. I believe they reverse split it anyways, right? I mean, that makes
these
sense.
guys, yeah,
this is 30 cents.
Yeah, they did last.
They did last week. I might even look it up. So I believe that makes sense. Them move all the way up there, and then since the reverse split, it tanked 50%. But now you're getting all your money back. So hey. Those of you almost, yeah, I was gonna say those of you that like have the same thought about what happens on a reverse split that I know Neil and I maybe have, this is a good opportunity to potentially get out. I'm not saying to do that, it's up to you guys because this is a big runner. I don't have 70% in my account today, but it just stopped at 12 bucks again. So look for, this could halt to the downside because this needs to go down about a buck 30, or no, actually that was 11.80, so he's go down 180 down into 10 bucks right now. So you could possibly get a halt move right now on AXLA. So if you're in this and you don't, there it goes. The halt band is now here at 10.18. I believe that's exactly what it's doing right now. So this is going to halt. If there's not enough buyers to break that level, you're going to see this name halt right now. They're trying. There it goes. So they did break it up. So that was good, man. You just saw that live here. I mean, this is what we're going to do, man. We're going to try to show you as many great opportunities that you maybe don't see at home because a lot of you don't trade with live level 2s. When it starts to stack up like that, I believe there's 10 seconds, 15 seconds, good call, Neil, that it has to sit there. If there's enough buyers to take that level out and create an uptick, then it will unhalt, right? And so now that band will reset because it's, well, maybe it has. I don't know if the timing's been there, but it's been more than a minute now. So we'll wait to see what happens with AXLA. All right. Brendan talked about the DXY earlier. It's always like that. The Money Manziel. I saw you there, Neil. Shout out to Texas A&M.
I love it.
I know.
It's a good special on Netflix.
I have to watch that.
I was gonna say if you're into football or you're just looking for an interesting story,
more character, right?
It is a very, very cool thing on Manziel on Netflix. In some ways, a little bit tragic, but
well, he did it to himself, I guess, from what I know.
He did, but I think the lesson that it gives you is that if you're given a golden opportunity to be able to do something which you have a talent for, put the work in, and it'll pay off. But again, we can all learn from that. We can all always learn from the desk. Let's see what's going on in the world of currencies.
Finally, some downward movement here for the DXY, guys. The U.S. dollar showing all kinds of weakness today. If you missed it at 8:30, we got this final Q2 print on GDP. Comes out 2.1% versus 2.1%. But the most important part is that it was lower than the prior. So the prior was 2.2%. So we are heading in the right direction. Finally, providing some reprieve for this DXY and everything else that is measured against it. So the quarter-over-quarter final, 1.7 versus 2 as well, heading in the right direction. We also got this initial jobless claims number that was, yes, above what was expected or the previous, but lower than that 215 that was expected. So a lot of things moving in the right direction. This is a 60-minute chart for the dollar. So big move down here so far today for the DXY, back to 106.3 right now. We topped out about 106.85 yesterday. The March higher, however, if you zoom out even more, continuing. Obviously, this trend still well intact, but finally, maybe we can get 2 days in a row even downside. Frank Caberna coming on later today. He'll have a lot to say, I'm sure, not only about the dollar, but yields as well, guys. The 10 and 30 year back to the upside right now. The initial move off the Q2 GDP data was down early this morning as well.
I'm just going to be frank with him when he comes on.
You always have to be. You got to be frank. That's what we're all about around here. We love
AXLA
Frank.
is $12.
We know what we're going to talk about. AXLA is insane. I actually thought this was going to calm down and give you some opportunities to trade without halt to halt. But again, like the way that I like to trade these is when they're not doing this. Like when I can't even give you an example because it's not doing it here. I can go to like BNOX. Like if it's a crazy high flyer, I want it when it's trading, like giving you a tight little consolidation area where you can take a shot at it. And then if it goes ham, you're already in the trade. But that is insane on AXLA. It has really got to calm that down before I will even touch it. AMD is wild. But when I'm looking at this, it's like, okay, we bounced off the 200 very cleanly. If you look at the next stair step in, it's about 103. There you go. I drew a line on my chart and then show you in the daily chart. 103 looks like it's a huge resistance zone here. I think that's where the turn could be. If it dips before that, I think you look to try to buy the dip. This move seems like, why wouldn't it get to 103? If the market wants to go up 1% or whatever the heck it might be, we're going 0.3 right now. AMD's got a gap to that level, so why not fill in the entirety of the gap? Just going to go back over to the thing I'm actually in. NEO, that wick. I keep trying to get rid of it. It is trying to break the high of the day. I'm not going to take a breakout at 11 o'clock, so I'll still be looking to buy the dip on this one. I won't take the break, but if it breaks out 880 and then holds 880 for support, then I'll just jump in on a buy the dip situation. And Meta, with it screaming like this, 305, I said it wouldn't get there until after we sent you guys to the midday. Well, it's got 4 minutes and 50 cents. So I guess it's getting there. We're going to see 305. This was the level I like for resistance. Actually like it better than 301 because the last time it was here, it was a gold short. But it broke it and got to 305.5 and was then a short on the way back in. So you got to be very patient going against the grain. Even if you like the level, I don't want to get run over. I want to see it reject and look to join. Willing to miss the trade to make the trade.
All right, we shorted Meta rate here. We tried to get it at 304.75, and it just ticked to 73s. So that makes me think that I'm going to get it. And then I'm just trying it against that 305. So I agree. I feel like even if it rips through, there's still going to be opportunities. If you remember yesterday, it ripped through 300. And then we were able to get the short back in and made $2 or $3 at the end of the day on that move back in. We did lose too much money on it. We talked about that, and we kind of based it out. We even talked about it in the recap show as well. But here it comes down. I am going to bid something out at O's because that's 1-to-1. Again, it'll be a little bit less than 1-to-1. But if we can take out like a quarter of our position down here, I think that's worth it. As yesterday, it really wasn't super great to trade. So we'll wait to see if it does pull back into 304. There it is. We'll take it out right now. So we'll just go quickly, starting to stack. Let's just wait to see. Again, we've had a great morning here today. So here comes hopefully a move down for Meta. So here we go. Yes, sir, man. That's it. sometimes you got to stand in the face there, but let's just wait to see where it goes. Meta hopefully breaking itself back down to the downside right now. If we could put $1 on this name, man, that's not horrible at all. 302, what is that, 302.50 maybe? Right there is where, that's 303 flat. So I feel like for Meta right now, we will put on that trade. Let's just put a bid right now at 303, I think I said, right? 303.02 or so. We'll put a bid in case it does flash down. But right now, all good, man. 50 cents in the money on this one, 70 cents in the money on Google. And yes, sir, we did do this as well. Like I said, we're trying to be the guy that we want to be here. Taking VFS off another good level down there near 12 bucks. I put an offer at 30s, I think it was, or was it 40s? It was 30, just because the 50-period moving average is at 35. So right now, we've already talked about it. If it dumps and breaks through 12, we'll get out. Well worth the risk to reward here, I feel, on VFS. This name, we are willing to lose, obviously, on Meta because I feel like the pullback down is greater than 50 cents. So, I mean, right now, it's almost 2-to-1. Here on the risk to reward, so you can take it if you want to, but we are short Meta and printing on it. So you take it if you want. I'm going to wait for around here, 303. Maybe we can go up here to 303.30 or so, but we may get stopped out anyways. So those are just my targets because we don't have too much time left. 303.50. How about that? We'll put a bid right there right now.
And with less than 1 minute to go, GameStop has come full circle. That support from Thursday, it's 1663. It's trying to hold it right now. Again, like there's no levels to work off of. Like this would be, it's not SSR or anything because it's only down 3%. So yes, it has traveled more than 10%, but that's not how the short sell restriction works. It is from the previous close. So this is not an SSR bounce type of play. If it was, I'd probably already be in it, because it would wick that bottom. I'd be trying the long here off of 16.5 and then the same thing off 16. Instead, I'm just looking for it to break this low here. Come to my chart really, really quickly. Yeah, just looking for it to break this low here, 1663, which has happened. Hold out at 1650 or so. Show me any kind of a consolidation bottom and then try the long, see if you can get back into VWAP. But it's 11 o'clock. It's been a wild one, been a fun one. Apparently, VSME is also halted. Let's
go, Matt.
I saw it in the chat. I actually see it on my Hope end as well. We'll be all over the small caps. I know these boys are going to get them for you. That is Sharif and Obi. Go get them.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is the Obi, D1, the Kenobi. I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. Obi, after that interesting look on Meta yesterday, wow.
Yeah.
See that V-shaped recovery?
That was wild.
That was a wild one,
absolutely
baby.
wild. I just have apparently whenever I step off my desk, apparently the market makers are watching, and I just want to no, just a joke. But I was not at my desk when that reversion kind of happened. I came back and I was like, well, damn, that was quite a move in a short amount of time, and yeah, missed opportunity for sure. Kind of have to reassess my attendance at the desk.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, you can't be there for everything, but I hear you on that. Yeah, the Meta Connect conference was a wild one. You saw that live yesterday with Adara and I right on this very desk, and yeah, it was volatile. It was volatile, to say the least. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, just go and look at that 130 chart on the Meta. That 130 time slot on the Meta chart is what I'm trying to say here. Very uneloquently. Is that a word, Obi? Uneloquently?
Uneloquent.
Or
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Well, we don't have problems making up words around here.
I got
So
the
maybe,
Google. I'm gonna check.
yeah. So, all right, guys. Let's get to some trades. The first one that I'm in at the moment, Peloton. Reason I'm in this one. Let's bring in this side chart here. I'm trying to take this one off yesterday's close. Now, it was, you know, all this exuberance, this, that, and the other. Right here, we got 465 is yesterday's close. I'm like, okay, great. We ran up to 640. There's that big wick from yesterday. Where did we run up to, actually, Obi? 649. Lotto 649, just imagine. All my Ontario people know exactly what I'm talking about there, baby. The idea here is to take it off a key support level and maybe find a bit of a bounce. I've already wet my beak for a 5-penny winner. I am 1 penny out of the money on it right now. I'm long 75s. It's at 74s. Let's see how it does. My out, the break a low a day, which is actually not even the break a low day. I'm going to get out if it breaks yesterday's close again. So I've got my outs at 64s. So that's what I'm looking at there. The other one, the future. I like the future here. We broke through the IB high. And, you know, if we can continue here, maybe see half a point instead of a quarter of a point, because right now we're up a quarter of a point on the EQ. Call me crazy, but I'm going to see if we can possibly get into maybe, yes, like that 14, where is that level that I had? Yes, there we go, 14,800 or so. That was a key level of support, not yesterday, the day prior. Yesterday, 14,800 was definitely a level of resistance. If we can come back into that level and I can scalp 20 points, great. So that's what I'm looking at there. Those are the only two trades that I've got on. I can't even speak today. At the moment, we shall see what happens. But yeah, trying to keep a tight stop with small size. And shout out to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, nice, Sharif. I've only had like two trades today. I had a couple ideas on Amazon, and I'm trying to get a little bit better with executing in and around those ideas. So a little bit of improvement, but a long ways to go. As definitely, I think the potential for some of these trades is definitely pretty big. So yeah, we had that 124 kind of coming in, pre-market looking weak, market kind of looking weak as well. I saw how the 124 kind of interacted. Was a little heavy off the 124.50, so get in short. Get a little aggressive on the break, and then kind of just into 123. There's a bit of support there, so I'll cover that position. And then when it pops back up into that 124.5, yeah, I got a little too excited with these initial entries, but I'm not too mad about these other ones right here at the 124.50. Kind of sellers kind of coming right back in. Covered it all at 124s. It goes to 123.50, so left about half a point on the table there, just on a little bit of consolidation back into what looks like a uptrend kind of starting to form here. We're starting to make a little bit of a higher low as well, just on top of the 123 and pushing back towards that 125. So maybe the sellers in and around this area are maybe easing off, is what I'm thinking here. But yeah, a lot of volatility in the markets there, Sharif. Yesterday we saw what happened end of day. That wipe up, that was pretty crazy. Maybe signaling that, like, okay, the buying pressure may be here, or it could just be covers on the way down.
Today, man.
What's that? Why do you look really orange?
Yeah,
I don't know.
look orangey today. I don't know what's going on with these
maybe
lights.
I think it's the lights there. I got a little bit of orange going on.
I'm channeling my inner Trump, baby. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's get to the movers chart today. 6 names on here, and then you guys know on the right side is the future. So, GameStop. It's you know, we moved up on the Ryan Cohen news, and then people really kind of came to their senses and figured really things aren't going to be any different. So there goes the selling, and probably people trying to take some profits from these elevated. I think it elevated like $1.90 off yesterday's close, give or take. But yeah, selling the news now. Essentially, I think he was kind of de facto running the company anyway ever since he got rid of Matt Furlong. Yeah, sure, they were CEO list, but he was still the executive chairman, and the board holds the majority of the power anyway. The shareholders only meet once a year, so the day-to-day is either functioned by the CEO or by the board. And in this case, obviously, he was chairman of the board, executive chairman of the board too. Not that I know the difference between those. In any event, it's putting in an interesting reversal candle here. If this can start printing a couple of new highs, maybe we can start looking at this one. But for the moment, it's still a downtrend. I want no part of it. The other one that I want to keep my eye on, this one that was running up like what, 300% right now it's at 256%, ran up big. Now we've seen this before. These small cap gappers, they really have their moment in the sun, at least lately in the pre-market. It's something Neil and I often talk about in the morning when we both show up, because you know there's no halt parameters prior to the bell, and for whatever reason they're running really well in the morning, and then they seem to give up the entire ghost after the bell rings. I mean, you had a couple of pops in here and there. $5 was a hell of a level. I saw Neil had a $2 winner on this bad boy into 7. Not sure where he was taking profits, but $5 was definitely an interesting area of support. Multiple wicks into 5, all of which have closing prints north of that 5. And then you see the move right here into about 720. But it's been stair-stepping down. It had a little bit of a fight here at VWAP, but that new big candle to make a new low kind of sealed the deal. And who knows, maybe we'll see $1 because that's where this one closed out yesterday at that $1 mark before it made its pre-market high there, Obi-Wan Kenobi, at 784. So that one also on watch. VinFast, you saw the Katina man take this one. 11, where are we at here for yesterday's close? That's important, 11 for me. 1122, give or take. That was a level. And I even looked at the guys this morning. I'm like, guys, VinFast at $10. Here's a daily on VinFast. Look at this. Look at this. It's been one, you know, it's been the Christmas tree retracement and then whatever else this is over here. But stair-stepping down and today finding some good momentum for whatever reason. I saw a little bit of a headline this morning on CNBC about how these guys want to build 50,000 cars and they're not even close to half of that amount and there's only 3 months left on the year. Whatever the reason is, getting a boost today. Sub VWAP at the moment. VWAP just a smidge above that $12. We'll see if it can start, you know, recovering maybe above that 12 and a quarter. Then Micron was the other one on my chart. I think this one, I mean, look, if you're looking for something in the long-term account, I think this is an interesting one. We know that it's not just going to be TPUs or GPUs or whatever other else, you know, they're creating new, I think, CPUs now that are supposed to do well with AI, but you're going to need RAM, especially dynamic random access memory and the different variations that they're making for AI. I think this one is an interesting long-term play. In any event, the guide wasn't that good, and it sold off. And it hasn't sold off by much. 68.25 is where we closed out at. 66.50 is the high of day. We're not far off the high of day at the moment. $66, 66.10 or so. So Micron on my watch as well. And then Pixie, I just had this one on from yesterday. Kind of had a nice move right from the bell there. Got off that 70 penny area, got up to 89 pennies, but it wasn't able to continue through $1. So this one is still making lower highs with that 70 penny area as a flat bottom on the day. So those are the ones that I'm watching on the day, but that could change at any moment as, you know, Axela obviously making a move here. I'm sure Adara will have stuff to say about Axela. Did you get into Axela? Yeah, she's avoiding it. All right, I spoke too soon. I know that one she was looking at maybe a few days ago, so I figured, yeah, maybe she'll be in it today. But AXLA definitely making a move today, up, what is it up? 54%, almost 3.4 million shares of volume. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Mr. Kenobi.
Yeah, man. I'm just watching the market here. Something else I'm looking at as well is GME. I know a lot of guys in the chat talking about GME here, so I pulled it up. I know it had RVOL definitely in the pre-market. I was watching it. Not necessarily enough volume, I guess, to really pique my interest. But seeing out the open, the volume really does come in. And take a look at that pre-market consolidation low right at that 18s. Once that cracks, we kind of just start to consistently sell off, with constant volume. Definitely some strong selling here. But to take a look at this right there, that volume candle is a little telling off that bit of a flush there. Kind of you have a heavy volume flush, and then you start to bid up again. So maybe potential for potentially some covers or some buyers, whatever it is. There's some buying pressure that kind of changed up here. Maybe a shift in sentiment. I'm looking for a potential retest of, I guess we can look at this low here, the 1728. But VWAP right here at that 1744, definitely interesting as well. I'm not necessarily gonna be trading it. I think I've made my main trades on the day today. Again, things that can be worked on. I'm trying to focus on certain types of strategies. And I think right here, these opening trades on Amazon are pretty much what I'm gonna be, or what I've done for the day. And again, something has to show up that's
either just as good or even higher probability for me to take, and I have to be able to recognize that, right? I'm 100% sure there are other high probability things that are happening, and you know, but I may not be aware of them. But things that are potentially in my playbook, I'm definitely going to be looking out for. But I'm staying a little reserved. Got to protect, I guess, the mental as well, the mental capital. As well as I guess the P&L on the day as well. So gonna be waiting to see if any real trades kind of show up again. Other than that, I'm not really looking at anything. Let us know in the chat. Okay,
Yeah, so
Racer X9.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was just gonna
Racer
suggest
X9 talking about Peloton. And we know Peloton was in the news last night, so we can take a look at Peloton real quick. Again, I was watching it in the pre-market. As you can see, take a look at the RVOL in the pre-market, definitely pushing 20s and 30s, 40x in the pre-market. Coming out the open, you have about a 10x RVOL. And it seems like VWAP is definitely heavy. They had a deal with Lulu, what was it? Let me just take a look at this right here. Lulu and XPOP, that's not the one. That's not the one. It's one from before. Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically a partnership, 5-year partnership with Lulu. Acquiring, okay, nice. Okay, so that's the news right there. You guys can read the details if you'd like. But it seems like Peloton is definitely a good mover here today. $5, decent psychological level as well. Pre-market consolidation, low break. You kind of wick off of that, and selling really comes in and accelerates off the VWAP break back down into the 450. So nice look there. And I haven't really been involved there. I understand that it was doing volume. It's definitely in play. But then again, take a look at the VIX. The market is definitely in play. Yeah, I'm definitely I'll be watching these larger caps for like, I guess, going forward for any bigger moves. I know I was watching some ETFs as well. We know retail is selling off. So let's take a look at the retail ETF XRT. I know that I didn't really have any fills in it yesterday. We talked, or was it yesterday, a couple of days ago, when I was like, okay, well, you know, was it Target had that news of the stores closing down and losing about 220 mil over the course of 3 months in the summer? You know, in the bigger picture, the revenue, like in terms of revenue, they're
on the year.
They're down 60% on the year. But do you think that's due to like the thefts and the crimes at the stores? I don't think it's that much, because what is it, like, I think it was like 10 stores out of 2,000 are being closed. Probably the ones that are the most problematic, right? But I don't think a 60% effect in their revenue is caused just by exactly, right? So it's like people are probably buying less things relative to the past couple of years as well, when retail was booming on the online kind of shifting to the online market there as well. I think maybe that's more along the lines of what might be happening, is like maybe they're losing some of that crowd as well, and maybe just, you know, the stores are kind of an excuse to kind of put the blame on, because I think they have 2,000 stores or something, so and only about 10 of them are being closed, so nothing really.
Number one, there's margin pressure because of shrinkage. Number two, the consumer is spending less on discretionary items and more on staples. Number three, they don't focus on groceries like Walmart and Costco do, where basically you can make up the difference in spending from the discretionary items on the groceries. They're not doing that. So their business model isn't conducive to the current economic climate. That doesn't mean they're not going to come out of the funk, right? So if you're interested, I was just listening to the Compound, and they had a whole thing on my walk, and they were talking about Target in general, and you know, Josh Brown was joking with Michael Batnick. He's like, when you come in on your long-term account, you press TGT, what you do is you delete it last minute and you hit AMZN, right? Which is interesting, right? I mean, I figured I'd tell you that because you're the Amazon whisperer.
I mean, right? Amazon's kind of a hot topic over the past few years, right? Since kind of COVID as well. So I think Amazon's a great ticker to kind of get involved with one way or another. Going into the future. So,
I have to look at a couple of stocks here for some people. NCLH, having itself a day. I don't know why it's running up. I don't think I see a headline here, but I do know that our friend Carnival reports tomorrow. It could be possibly a sympathy in anticipation of CCL, pardon me, reporting tomorrow. I'm looking up at my screen here, looking for something on my blotter. Dow Jones reporting cruise lines could have some room to raise prices, survey indicates. Okay. I'm not sure that that's going to do it. I think this probably is in sympathy possibly for CCL tomorrow. Keep your eye out for that in the AM. But NCLH having itself a day. What is it's up? Man, this platform, I got to tell you, man, it is hurting lately. Anyway, NCLH is up 3 1/3% on the day. Looks like we closed out the day somewhere around 16 1/3, and we're making a 1690 high. But really nothing to write home about at the moment on NCLH. But good move, good move. And it's been a multi-day mover. And quite frankly, off the lows there on September 26th, been I think the third good day in a row. But I'm pretty sure Norwegian is the weakest of the bunch. I think Royal Caribbean and Carnival, they got the nod. I believe it was from Wedbush or some analyst agency like that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that big move down. That was obviously earnings. That's August 1st, and it was a big boy Huadunk off that 23 top. But prior to that, it had been having a decent run. Anyway, NCLH doing well on the day. Let's have a look at ENPH.
You still long Amazon?
ENPH.
You had the 123? Nice.
Here is Enphase Energy, the solar / microprocessor name. Does a bunch of stuff. Here we go. $1.16.5. Let me put in the ticker quick so everybody can follow along. Enphase. This is a volatile one. People either love or hate this stock. ENPH 1650 low, getting up here into 118.50. Let me just update this quickly. Where are my microprocessor names? Because the chart is just so messed up, man. I think I have this under solar because they make that proprietary switch. Yeah, so 1835 done, about 1.3 million shares, 1.3 million shares done on the day. Look, we're still red on the day though, right? ENPH down 1.5%, 2% down since the bell. So not for me at the moment. I'm gonna have to hang tight on this one. But interesting look. Yesterday we closed out at that 120, I believe, $120.12. We're still nowhere near that at the moment. Zooming out just a bit. Let's go to maybe the half-an-hour chart here so we can see any support and resistance. Yeah, you're not going to see much here. A lot of zigzagging. That's what I see. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, man, it's been a tough year for ENPH. Wow, man, it has been a toughie. Like, usually the chart is the other way around for some of these tech names, right? Like, over here, that's the beginning of the year. This is January. It's usually like this, not like that. So ENPH really having itself a tough year on. So, yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any levels here, Mr. Kenobi. But, yeah, we are just making lower highs.
Very different from tech, right?
Well, this one is kind of like an intermediary a little bit,
really?
right? Because it has that proprietary switch for solar. So it's kind of a microprocessor, kind of like a tech name or whatever you want to call it, a hardware name, but also a little bit of solar. It kind of has its hand in everything.
Yeah.
What does my platform here say about them? Is a global energy technology company. That's what I probably should have said. Energy technology, Obi. The company designs, develops, and manufactures and sells home energy solutions that manage energy generation, energy storage, and control and communications on one platform. Its Enphase Energy Systems brings in a high technology networked approach to solar generation plus energy storage by leveraging its design for power electronics, semiconductors, and cloud-based software technologies. That is a mouthful.
Nice.
But yeah, that's a look there. Now, before I send it back to the Kenobi, let me see what my Piton looks like. I wet my beak here as well on this move, but coming back down close to my my entry price. What's the future doing? Still doing that dance break even, 72s here on the future. Now we're up 10 points in the money or so, but nothing to write home about. I'm sitting here with a beak wetter at 93. That is 1 point below the high of day, but I'm starting to get worried. I'll tell you why. Because we're getting to that point where we're at the highs and we'll keep rejecting the highs. So that's usually a recipe for a short, right? Where you keep getting into those levels and every time you get into those highs, the sellers step in and push the buyers down, despite the fact that we're seeing higher lows and higher highs. But this flat top concerns me, especially in a market where we know we've been weak. Oh, spade a spade. So yeah, you know, 15 points in the money or whatever it is right now, but I gotta tell you, this one worries me. We'll see what it does, but yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm not sure. Maybe this one will trigger soon, because I'm at 93s. We just got to 92s. Here we go, back into 91s. Mr. Kenobi, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, was it, I think Lone Sophos saying he's done for the day, he's going to get up and walk away. I'm curious to know, what have you traded today that was pretty decent? I know the open was pretty amazing there. Take a look at that 125 on Amazon as well, kind of popping through right there. Some of these pre-market levels as well. But yeah, no, I'm curious to know what some of you guys have traded today. I know there's a lot on. Okay, so he's saying the ES, yeah, solid, definitely. The futures have been doing solid moves, and again, I'm basing some of the trades in the morning off of what the futures are doing. So yeah, nice, nice trading there on the ES there, Lone Sophos. Good stuff. We saw that 43 kind of hold as well, and I think I have this 43, 40-ish area as well as something significant. Take a look at that 14.8 on the NQ there. We were definitely having some trouble with this 14.8 yesterday and maybe the day before as well, and here we are back at that 14.8. So maybe, just maybe, we could have something here, a little bit of an over-under. Let's see what we do in and around this level. It seems like we talked about we were making higher lows there on some of these equities and the futures as well. And it seems like that uptrend is coming into fruition there as we broke out right there. Yeah, Sharif is along the MNQs.
Yeah, so that's a good trade. We're going to leave that one because we're long 65s now after that average in. So we're going to let that one work. But we got a big boy break here on the NQ as it breaks through 14.8. So yeah, now up half a point, 14.8, 18.5. We are going. Apple's moving, Softy's moving, Google's moving, Tesla, your friend over there, Mr. Amazon is as well. The Meta bouncing off that 302.25-ish area, looking to possibly move back into highs. It's good strength right now in tech, but the question is, you know, we always talk about these 100-point levels as key areas of support and resistance. Do we hold above 14.8? We saw an interesting move yesterday in the close where we kind of had a V-shaped recovery after making lows. Do we continue with that? Is there going to be continuity here? Let's wait and see. Let's, you know, what I like about the NQ chart, and this is what I was mentioning earlier, is the series of higher lows, and higher highs. It was a bit of a tilt, and I initially actually saw this on Apple because, you know, I've been getting rinsed in the long-term account, so I'm like eyeing Apple like a hawk. And by the way, I added today on the dip into 168 on my friend Apple. But here it is. That was the trough over here, 168.33. The other trough doesn't make it back into that 168.7, and obviously the closing prints are at 169. And then it's a series of higher highs and higher lows. I mean, you don't have to be a chartered market technician to see this, right? And so there's a tilt. It's tilting this way up and to the right. Let's see if we get continuity. I have my reservations about this market, and I think that that's justified because, well, we've been really weak lately. So let's see if this one can run. Quan Trade wants me to, you really want to hurt me today, don't you, Quan? You really want to hurt me. He wants me to talk about Lee.
LI. Oh, yeah.
And I've been absolutely
Neil had news this morning. Did you see?
Yeah, but apparently
like
he got
rumors.
reneged or something. Brenda was saying that it got reneged. Yeah.
It was rumors, but it brought in the volume, which is like
exactly.
For, right?
Brought in the volume intraday. That's all we were caring about. Look, dude, Quan, I tell you the truth. I think the reason that we're seeing a big move down in Lee is twofold. One, you know, there's a whole thing with China right now. You know that whether it's restrictions from the West. Oh, and by West, I'm including Europe, because now they're talking about putting, you know, possible tariffs on imports from China for EVs. That's one. Two, obviously, you know about the microprocessor ban and stuff like that. And then we also know there's a weak Chinese consumer at the moment, despite the fact that you're getting stimulus from the Chinese government. But the second reason I think Lee is taking a bath is a technical breakdown. And a lot of people are piling into this. The big kahunas have been talking about this ad nauseum. It was at 38, flat bottom break. You know it was a descending wedge. Let's look at the chart instead of just drawing it out with my hands on the daily. So I think, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with this company fundamentally. This is what I'm talking about. Come to the chart if you're able to, guys. Let's put in the ticker on LI. Here it is. This is the descending wedge, lower high, lower high, lower high, and then you had a defend of that 38 for quite some time, and when it went, baby. It is collapsing. So the area that I'm looking at, you can't see it on here because I don't have the 200 period, is the 30 level. That's where the 200 period is, and that's where you actually had a level of resistance earlier on from early May till about early June. You had about that $30 level, couldn't break through it. Once you broke through it, you saw what happened. We got up to 48. So I think this is a technical breakdown combined with some geopolitical, you know, macro situations over there in China. So that's what I'll be looking at over there. But I still like it. You know, I'm averaging into it. I'll tell you the truth. That's not going to lie about that. But yeah, we'll see how that one does. It's not the only thing in my portfolio, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, too, I should mention, Li Auto, not an exclusive EV car. It's not a hybrid either. It's got about an EV motor that can go about 270, 280 kilometers, and then a gas motor in the back. Doesn't power the wheels. It recharges the EV motor. And then combined, you get about 1,300 kilometers worth of range. Almost 14. It's 13 and change.
So it's basically a battery car with a built-in charger.
Exactly. Yeah. And the reason they did it that way is because there's way more demand in China than there are EV outlets or charging outlets. So it was kind of like if you couldn't get it, you know, you just. But for the most part, you can get done 300 kilometers or so of.
Because like we're still going through that transition phase of like EVs becoming like the leading type of vehicle that we're going to be using, and I have no doubt that eventually that we're going to be pushing like over 80 to 90% EVs on the roads. But I think that's a great idea to have like a sort of transition because you know the infrastructure may not be there everywhere in the world. So you don't have a charger, you have a built-in charger that runs on gas in the car. I think that's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Ramin is asking me, like, do you still think you look orange? I'm like, thank you, Ramin.
It's a little better.
For adjusting. Yeah. Nice. Are you looking at the futures here, Obi? Wow. This is a print factory, man. We are moving up big. Where are we at here? Wow, man. 14. Ramin, I can still hear you in my ear. There we go. Yeah, you got to shut the microphone, Ramin. Thank you for that. There we go. Moving up strong here on the future, clearing that 14.8 quite nicely. Now we're 14.8 and a third here, Mr. Kenobi. We got to chart the NQ now because we need to see where the key levels of resistance are going to be, Mr. Kenobi. So,
Resistance.
La résistance, yes. For my parents would be very happy about that because they are French educated and they love anything France. And to me, I have my reservations over there, but I will just leave it at that. I don't know. Do you see any clear levels of resistance here on the NQ? Kind of super zigzaggy.
Sure, we can take a look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I'll pull up the NQs. Wow, we're accelerating to the upside there. Mm-hmm. That's pretty crazy. That I guess I was talking about that 123 kind of a support area on Amazon, and that seems to be the bottom for the day. So again, we talk about reasons to cover, reasons to buy, regardless of whether you're short or you're long. That 123 definitely a reason to buy. I was short, and I used that reason to hit my covers, but clearly that reason to buy is very, very strong. As take a look at that 170. We played that 170, was it a couple days ago? That 170 reclaim on Apple as well, pushing that 171. Pre-market highs are broken. That candle is a fugazi. Don't worry about that one. That 170.50 pre-market highs, we definitely pushed through those. Same thing with Amazon here. Sure, we kind of bled off of yesterday's action as well. But yeah, take a look at that pre-market high being broken, some of yesterday's levels being broken as well. We can take a look before I go to the NQ. I haven't forgotten. Right there. Take a look at what Amazon did. I thought this was pretty funny coming into the morning where I'm like, okay, wow, we had a strong rejection off that 127. I had the short off the 127. Beautiful. Didn't really hold the move for the fruition all the way down into 124s. But again, we talked about I stepped away from my desk. I came back for a little bit. I was like, oh, we were just in a sideways chop. I stepped away again. And then we get this crazy move in that last, at like 2 p.m. where you re-wipe the whole move. And I come in this morning and I'm like, maybe that 127 could come back into play. And we're opening all the way down here, breaking yesterday's low. And I'm like, that's kind of giving me precedent for the short. That's partially the reason I'm getting in short out the open there, because we're breaking yesterday's low. Again, anybody and everybody who got long on this wipe back up, and they were like, oh boy, we're going back up to the upside. We've faded off pretty heavily for the past couple of weeks. Yeah, a little bit underwater, a little bit of a lick grab, that 123 holding, and we're pushing right back to where we started at the close yesterday, right there, closing prices being in and around that 126 mark, only about 20 pennies away from that. So we've wiped pretty much the whole move there. All right, let's go to the NQs and look for some levels here, just looking left. What do we see? Right there, Sharif, yesterday's high is the first thing that I see. Right there is at 14,821-ish area. We're pretty much right there, and that area kind of acting as a support as well earlier on. Is this earlier on the week? Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, that area acts as a support, that 14.8 area. And then a little bit of last week as well, that selling comes into that 14.8 area and does a little bit of a bounce up into 15 before we kind of follow through on the selling. So yeah, that 15 kind of heavy as of the last 2 weeks, but we know we've been having some crazy heavy 2 weeks. But yeah, just looking left there, I see that 14,820-ish area kind of as a level that I think if we break past that level, that could potentially bring in some more buying pressure if it doesn't act as a resistance. But yeah, that is yet to be seen. I'm just an observer here.
Different than the future, no?
Is it?
Because that's the 100.
What do you mean?
Is that the ETF?
This is the E-minis.
Because I'm seeing 14,858 as the high. What do you, and you're at 14,818. So I think we have different levels.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's. I think I'm not sure why.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Oh, you know why? Because this is
delayed. This is delayed. Yes, that makes
delayed.
more sense. Okay.
So, all right. So we've already broken past those levels. Yeah, I'm not paying attention here. I always forget that on this, I don't really pay for the updated data there. But we've already broken, and you can see that pressure already came in. So yeah, the chart is delayed, and so am I a little bit. So yeah, we've already broken past that level. That we're testing 14,860. Yeah, so right here on the NQs on the sticky note, I have down as 14.6 a level of interest, and we can't even get that low. We stop at that 14.660 and push back through that 14.8. So I think that's definitely that's definitely a little telling there. Let's see what we can do. That if that selling pressure comes back in or not, or this is the bottom, right? This is the temporary bottom for now. Who knows? But Max Daywolf saying Obi needs a TradingView Pro account. I do have a TradingView Pro account. I just don't use it on the show there, as a lot of my personal technicals and personal scanners and stuff like that I like to keep to myself are on there. But yeah, we can just take a look. No, not necessarily a secret, but definitely, you put in the work. You don't want to give that out too much. But
I appreciate that.
That's the only thing, right? I'm more than willing to share my levels at the same time, right? At the end of the day, the execution and your aptitude of execution in and around those levels is what's going to make that difference. So I can give you a trade. I can give you a level. Yeah. I can be like, the probability in and around this level is such and such, but the execution is all up to you. So at the end of the day, like I'm not really, I guess, losing too much by giving away some stuff, but because it doesn't really necessarily mean anything.
I think there's a trade ideas account free on here, because if you were to use that, I think we could get live charts on that. But yeah, I'll have to set that up after. Yeah. No worries.
I think I can look at a CFD that will give me a better price as well. I think that one is updated. I think, is this the one? NASDAQ CFDs. No, this one seems to be a little delayed as well. It's showing 14.7s. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I definitely not looking at the updated charts on this account. Yes, sir.
All right, baby. We just got to 14.860 on the NQ. We're long 14.765. So we're 5 points out of being 100 points in the money. But this is the other one that I'm looking at is Peloton. A nice curl off the bottom, guys. Took this one on the, so pardon me, let me just double check that I have that correct. Yeah, it bounced off yesterday's close. That's where I wanted to get it, and that was 65s. I didn't get it until 75s, and now we're curling back. We could see $5. I'm de-risking here. Last out was at 92s. Now I'm seeing 94s on the ask. We're 6% plus to the good. There's, in my opinion, going to be resistance at the whole dollar level. We've cleared VWAP, so first hurdle cleared successfully, if you consider VWAP a hurdle, depending on your trading style. Just let me digress. Shout out to Rainy Boutboul, new member. Thank you. So again, back to what I was saying about Piton, looking for more resistance at $5, but it's not, you know, something that it really danced with too much in the pre-market. I mean, like, look at that. It broke down through 5, got up through 5, broke down through 5. It really wasn't respecting 5 too much. A reason I'm earmarking 5 is because it's a whole dollar level. So looking to de-risk here, you know, I don't want to call it a suspect headline. It's not suspect. You get access to 13 million new members vis-a-vis the Lulu app, which is, you know, there apparently user engagement with that app is quite high. That's not a bad look. But apparently there are some caveats to that. They won't get access to everything. So some data won't be shared, this, that, and the other. In any event, it's I guess, a so-so headline. We'll see what it does. I mean, the company's just so beat up. And, you know, anecdotally, OB, I used to see these, the Peloton bikes on Facebook Marketplace. And I'm talking about just a year ago. I'm always on Marketplace trying to get deals on whatever.
Right.
$1,200, $1,300. I'm talking Canadian dollars. $1,300, and these are all secondhand resale.
Right.
I'm seeing them for $600 to $700.
How much mileage?
That's a good question. Well, a lot of them say, yeah, I know, right? That is a good question. That's a good question. Fair point. A lot of them have, a lot of them some
dropped in value. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's to be expected. Again, when the whole Peloton hype came out, I think the company was well poised in terms of positioning. They were at the right place at the right time.
Yes.
For their product, but then that demand kind of just diminishes. The core demand of why your product became as big as it did and why your services became as big as it did. That whole niche kind of starts to diminish. So that product is a little. I guess, yeah, no, I don't really, I thought it was pretty funny when it first came out. I was definitely on the short side of that one. Learned some lessons there, you know, when it's like, even if the idea is ridiculous in your mind, other people may love the idea and bid it up. So it's like, that's another lesson of like, even though if something seems irrational or something seems like it's not going to last very long, the market then can definitely humble you in the sense where it's 100%. Like, okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't care. You can think whatever you want about a product, about a service, but if the bids are stacking and the bids are nice and firm, it might catch a little bit of strength there,
nice
and you
firm,
have to respect that. Yeah, I see that Neil in the chat talking about 103 AMD. Neil, are you long AMD? Nice. So I pulled.
It's almost 5%, bro.
All right. Neil says he wishes he was long. I apologize. I heard. So I pull up talking about levels on the chart, and I saw, I think it was Computron or somebody. They're like, yeah, I know I'm not giving away anything by giving away a level. Trust me, I know. It's just a tinfoil hat. But here's the thing: I pull up the AMD chart, and I know we've been watching AMD. I've pulled it up here multiple times on the midday show, and you guys have seen this line before if you go back. But take a look at what it did off the 97.80 today. That line has not, I did not put that in before. I mean, I did not put that in
I've seen
today.
that a lot with your charts, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
It
so
seems to happen a lot
So
with your
here,
charts.
yeah, exactly. So you can see. So I put it in right here. Clear kind of level breakdown. It's been a level of resistance coming in today. Now I don't know what's going on with AMD, but they are doing some significant, a little bit of significant RVOL there, but a 1.3, 1.4 kind of uses I guess resistance level turn support. We got a little bit of violation and churn of that level yesterday, right? So that level kind of became a core of price yesterday, and then today we used that core to hold and blast off. About like this is a big money trade if you have that level, if you have it marked and you're executing effectively around it. Now I didn't have eyes on AMD, nor did I have an alert on this line. But yeah, definitely that 98 level seems to be of interest for sure. A bit of resistance turn support on the shorter time frame on AMD, blasting off to the upside. Almost what is this? Well, almost about what is that? About 5 points in the money right there. Let's see if we can push and continue past that 103. Definitely a buyer on AMD today.
Are you looking at the future, man?
Yeah, it's still
the
blasting.
Future's an
man. It's
absolutely
blasting.
What is happening, bro? We are moving up. This month cannot end soon enough, man.
Wild.
Yeah.
I mean, Powell's speaking later today.
4 o'clock.
Yeah, so he's speaking right at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
So I'm curious to know what Friday, tomorrow, is going to look like. Because, you know, when the reversion man speaketh, the charts will do a little bit of moving. So maybe we're building a bit of a cushion for when he comes on later on today at the close. We bid up all day. I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking my mind here. No probabilities, nothing like that around those statements. But maybe, I don't know. We are bidding up off of some of these support levels today. Pretty strong. And again, we've been selling off quite heavily for the past couple of weeks, right? Just want to pull up, let's see. I mean, I guess we can take a look at Apple as well. Apple is the market leader. But yeah, take a look at this. Look at the daily right there. We had that 174. We had some great trades in and around that 174 area, and we finally broke down that 174 after making that 200 high, and we've made a little bit of consecutive lower highs there. So a bit of strong selling over the past, I guess you can say, past couple of months, but these past few weeks since the beginning of September have been quite heavy there on Apple. Let's see if we can make it back to that 174. That 174 was support. I want to see if that can become resistance. I want to see if that can become a core price for some price action, maybe making, I guess, solidifying the validity of it being a level to interact and transact with that 174 on Apple. But yeah, we've had some pretty heavy weeks. You can take a look at the weekly right there, and it gives you a better picture of that. Take a look at that. The week open kind of rejecting right off of that 174 on Apple, pulling back to the downside. How much space do we have to go? Man, I only see air to the 150s, 160s right there on Apple. But take a look. Again, you can call me a bear if you want, but the bigger term picture, we can very well revisit 130s, 140s, even 126s, and this bigger picture will still be very much intact, right? So shorter term moves. Again, day trading, even shorter than that. This is, we're talking about like a couple months or like even weekly swings on that kind of move. But in terms of the day trade, we're patiently waiting for some of these key levels to come in to take higher probability trades, and that 174 definitely being one of those levels on the chart on Apple there. So yeah, PLTR going, says Alex. We can take a look at PLTR as well. Palantir, now I haven't really looked at this name in a while, but yeah, it's definitely catching a bit of a trend since yesterday. Is there a catalyst on this one? Perhaps, but not one that I see right away. I'd have to do a little bit more digging than the top 3 articles there, but nothing as of late, as the last news kind of, I guess, 2 hours ago, actually maybe something today. Let's see. Palantir, after getting, okay, there we go, September 27th. So that was yesterday. So yesterday they got a deal, so it makes sense why they've been running up from yesterday. So got a $250 million AI defense contract. And yeah, so it's been catching a bit of a bid on that. And it seems like, yeah, look at that. You see that R vol kind of come in the pre-market, so maybe it was an after-hours release, or maybe somebody knew something, and then the news kind of comes out, and it pops on, what is it, 1.5, 1.4 R vol. So nothing too crazy. I want to know what the ATR on this thing is. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think I get the stat right here. As of recent, they have been putting in the float, which I like. Maybe some ATR stats. I gotta call these guys and be like, you know, gotta make this a little bit better for us. Yeah, that 15 level holds decently, and we're pushing back up to the upside. You know what? Let's take a quick look right there. I want to see what the ATR on PLTR is. So the ATR is 75 pennies. And today, let's see how much we've done here on the day. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of one ATR off the open. If you don't, I guess if you don't count that dip. So decent volume as well, right? We're not doing like 2, 3, 4 R vol. We're only doing like 1.4, 1.3 R vol, and we've done about 1 ATR on the day roughly so far. So yeah, 75, was it 75 or 85 there? 75 right there. So 75 penny ATR on Palantir, the low of day being 1480. We're testing almost a 1580, so about a point there, almost to go. About 20, was it 10 pennies left to go? So it's done about 1 ATR just over right now on Palantir.
I don't know what else to say, Obi. I mean, maybe 14.9 here.
Yeah, 14.9, and what about 15? You know,
yeah,
that's what I'm.
Here's what I'm.
Well, if this strength is really gonna pop, we're up 14.6, 14.7, 14.8, and almost at 14.9. So we've done almost just over like a 350 point move there on the NQ.
It's ridiculous.
So beautiful.
Here's what I chart the closes, because I used to have random horizontal trend line or horizontal lines and not know where they are. So 14.869, we just blew through September 22nd close, and the the more recent close that we have coming up is this 14.939. That's the September 25th close, but I would suggest to you 14.9 will be the real level. Whether we get up to 935, that's an entirely different story. September 25th close, we closed at 14.935. Let's see if we can get up there. We're right now, HOD, we are at high of day. 14.888. Shout out to all my Asians, because I know double 8s and triple 8s are good luck for them. You ever go to a pho place?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times.
Have you seen the pho 88s?
No.
They're always called pho 88, pho 88, and there's so many variations of pho, because 88 is a lucky number for them, right?
Nice.
So
does it give you that 15% bonus in yearly revenue there? You know, a little bit of
15% bigger pho. That's what I want, baby. All right, there we go.
Apple straight to the upside, man.
It
Crazy
is pumping
market.
here, bro.
We're coming in for that 14.9, Sharif. Go
wow,
wow. Well, nice long there on the MNQ.
Yeah, man. We're just going to hold this one, Mr. Kenobi. About 130 points in the money now on this bad boy. It is just going with that. The NQ is now up 1%. We were down. Where were we down? Like 1/3%? We were down about 1/3%, give or take, something like that. 14.9 is going to come in, guys. We are at 14.895 now. What a move up on the future, continuing the madness we saw in the second half of yesterday after the I was about to say Apple Connect, the Meta Connect event. You know, and
Part 2 today, right?
Pardon me?
Part 2 today?
Part 2 today.
Yeah, what
but
time
the
does that
keynote
start?
was yesterday. I don't know. Good question. Maybe 1:30 again, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Maybe when the Brendo returns to his desk, we shall find out. But yeah, don't forget, lunch money in about 10 minutes, ladies and gents. The Neil will be taking you through that one. But let me talk about this one real quick here. We're gonna cut most of this position on our friend Peloton, about 20 pennies in the money, no, about 18 pennies in the money on this one. This one's really slowing down. I had hopes of this one touching 5. I haven't given up hope on that 5 touch, except, you know, it's really just dead money at this 92, 90, 91 area. It's, we'll see. I mean, the whole point of this one was to catch the yesterday close. The yesterday close was 465. We ended up getting in 10 pennies higher at 475, and we've been setting up several beak wetters above that level and trying to get into that $5 level. But maybe if it's not to be, it's not to be. We're going to have to wait on this one. Up 5.7% was up a lot more, obviously. Yesterday, I believe, was the spike that came at around, 405 or so. Yeah, it spiked on your show, didn't it? Katina Man, Peloton? It spiked on the market recap show every day from 4 to 4:30 with the Katina Man live and in living color. Okay, here comes 14.9. 14.898. I mean, I'm expecting if 99 showing up here comes. We're going to about see 14.9. I don't know. We're obviously getting some resistance around there. I'm seeing quarters. I'm seeing halves here on the ask, not quite making it up to 9. Here we go. 75 showing up here. We're going to have to wait on this one. We're going to have to wait. No more outs. So let's
patiently waiting as well.
Yeah, well, you're looking for the 9 rejection?
I don't know.
The reversion?
Yeah, maybe. I have no idea. I think I'm gonna expect nothing, but if it's there, I want to take everything. So that's the kind of mental I'm trying to push into. Is like if it's there, I don't want to anticipate too much. But if it's there, I definitely want to react to what is there. Yeah, it broke the 9. We'll give that a little bit of wiggle room there if we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. I like that song. I remember there's a meme of like a cat doing like the wiggle, and it's backed by that wiggle wiggle song. So I was like,
apropos.
Yeah. So that 14.9 coming in, we're printing a few points above, but yeah, I want to see how this level interacts. I'm waiting for that potential backside to come in. But if we just grind up all day, hey man, I have nothing against that. Yeah. It's fine, man. Let it push. We've been selling off heavily for the past. I don't need any explanation.
I need them. I know you don't care. You're a technician. You like levels. This
as long as it's happening, you just got to take it. You know.
Yeah, I need explanations, and I'm looking at my news bladder. That's why I'm looking up, guys. I'm looking for anything here.
What's going on?
Yeah, and we never end up finding. We always end up finding ex post facto. But
if Buffett is buying, he's not gonna call up everybody and be like, hey boys, get long. I'm buying today. I mean, I don't know. If he's buying, I think the pressure will be apparent in the tape. But it seems like somebody's buying, whether they're shorts, whether they're longs, who knows? But the buying pressure is definitely there and present today, overpowering some of the selling we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks. So definitely have to respect that on the long side. I know. I was watching some Meta as well, some Apple, some AMD, everything to the upside there. This Meta is super strong. We saw that Zucky came in and kind of opened his mouth there, and we broke a significant kind of support level, kind of over under there, just underneath that 300. Gives you about 10 points off the level, and then wipes right back. And using that end of day consolidation low at that 297 as some support today, and holding above VWAP, holding above everything. Market super strong. That 305 came in, that 306 knocking on the door. But this 14.9, I don't know, man. Are we gonna push more than 300 points on the NQs in a given day? I don't know. I saw somebody in the chat saying that this market is not rational. Hey, the market is going to. Here's the thing about that statement. Rationality is sure, you can have certain parameters to measure your rationality, but most of the time, that rationality is subjective, right? So you can say, oh, the market is irrational, but I'm sure somebody somewhere, maybe some quants, maybe some of those guys know maybe what's going on, or they have a better perspective and they're like, oh, this is very rational. Right, it makes sense. So rationality is always relative to perspective, in my opinion. And you're always going to feel, and that's why that statement makes sense, right? The markets are going to stay quote unquote irrational longer than you can stay solvent, because more often than not, you're probably fighting yourself more than you are fighting the market in that sense.
Man.
So that 14.9 looking a little heavy. We've had consecutive 5-minute greens. I want to take a look at that 15-minute chart. Wow, take a look at that. Straight greens to the upside off of this bounce. Take a look at that wick on the 15 that kind of started off this buying pressure there. That lower high, that higher low at that 14,680, and then we push all the way up there. So that 126 coming in. I'm looking for a potential backside here. The ES kind of blasting as well, and I had right there 14,340 as a potential area of interest on the ES, and we're kind of doing a bit of a jitter in and around that level here. So maybe I want to look for potential lower highs to maybe get involved. We talked about I want the next high probability trade with respect to what I think is maybe a high probability trade. Right now, I know nothing. I have zero experience. And with the limited experience that I do have, I just want to look for those kind of movements and levels, and effectively execute around them. Again, that's the biggest issue, right? You can learn some of the mechanics of the market, but your executions, if they're not necessarily crisp, you're not necessarily going to make too much off of those levels. You can have great ideas, but the execution is the real edge there on some of these moves. So yeah, definitely some of those supports from the morning. I had that 123 kind of level as a potential level to kind of interact with. That is seeming like it's the low on the day. But again, volatility galore. We saw what happened at the end of the day yesterday. Maybe we're going to do some more of that shake and bake on the day. We saw the V-shaped recovery from the lows. The Christmas tree. We're pushing right back up. Maybe we're going to get that V-shaped Christmas tree today with the green on the left and the red on the right. And, I like it when the red is right.
You like it when the red is right, eh?
I may be a little short biased, but you know what? It's not about what I like or not. It's about am I able to execute on what's being offered to me. And like I said before, I don't want to anticipate anything, but if it's there, I want to take everything. That's the mental I'm going for.
I'm being told that my friend AVGO, and I didn't actually say that. It was who's that? Childoros. Man, come on, these names. Chid or Chidorisai? Chidorisai? I hope I didn't butcher your name. He's like, your friend AVGO. Is it be going? And yes, absolutely, it be going. But it's also an $800 stock. And so let's have a look at our friend here, AVGO. Let's put in the ticker so I don't get complaints. AVGO again, Broadcom, loved by many, especially the analysts who cannot stomach NVIDIA's market cap and valuation, etc. This has been touted as an alternative play. Today, we started the day off at 8.17, give or take a couple of pennies, got as low as 8.14 and 2/3, and then the rocket ship, it got going. 8.38, 86 HOD, and we're still printing HODs. We're only up 2.7% just based on the price of the stock. So it looks good. I would suggest to you, though, that semis are all up, save and except for Micron. And Micron's made a nice move since the bell. It's up 1.5% since the bell, still down 1.86 on the day. But look at the microchip names here. These are all microchip / semiconductor names. Without exception, again, save and except for Micron, they are all green. They are all green. SMCI, 5%. Your friend AMD, 5 2/3. Even NVIDIA, which has been, real hurt lately, up 2%. We'll talk about that and much more, though, when we get back from lunch money. The bullies, they're at the big desk. They're going to take your lunch money. Time for lunch money.
It is 12 o'clock and time for lunch money. We are not taking anyone's money, but only Sharif's.
Apparently.
Is the plan.
Which is fine.
For lunch money.
We take Sharif's money if that's what he wants.
Maybe just his lunch. Anyways. The idea, guys, if you're seeing this for the first time, is to give you some ideas to take you through the afternoon and things to look at as far as trade opportunities to come, potentially, that haven't necessarily set up yet today, but could. Let's start things off with some semiconductors here. There really wasn't a lot in the way of, a news catalyst to point to today as far as semis are concerned, outside of obviously Micron reporting earnings. If you missed it, Micron earnings, it was the forecast. The forecast was a problem. Everything else was not bad. But when you guide lower, it's going to be an issue for Micron.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're still losing money, but for the last little bit, it seemed as if the market was saying the bottom's in for names like Micron and Intel. So despite the fact they didn't have great earnings, it was still, grinding higher on the daily chart. But it doesn't look good. You came in here thinking, okay, it could be a bit of a rough day for the semis, and then AMD happened. So AMD is happening. Forget about AMD happening. AMD is happening. I want to start with a 15-minute chart here because AMD, you show me where the red candle is since the open on the 15-minute. Oh, that's right, there isn't one. It is absolutely flying. As a matter of fact, it's trying to put in one now at off 104, but just flying to the upside. Now, if I had to guess, there's not really much of a catalyst here except for the fact that you're bouncing off the 200-period moving average on the daily. There's a good consolidation off that level and looks like it's breaking back out. Got under $100, held the channel, held the bottom, and broke out the top. So it looks like a technical break on AMD. When you look at the daily, 103 and 104 are the two levels to look for a curl. I was just in the 103. That didn't last very long. And the 104 is setting up decently. If you get through that, it's weird to say this, but that's your 50 period at 107. If it clears out 104, and today, let's just say today wants a 1.5 to 2% day, like if that's going to be the case, then AMD technically would have room from 104 to 107. I can't remember the last time we saw that type of a day in the market or in general in AMD. It has not been doing that. You can see most of the big days are the other direction on AMD, but a good little technical bounce. I think the local level, oops, I just did that. I keep forgetting that I can just double click my picture-in-picture to move back to the 3-minute. But that 104 that we showed on the daily, that is the other level. Looks like it's trying to put a bit of a hammer in. So for the lunchtime trade, I think you're just looking at the 104 fade. If it holds 102 on the way back, I think you can sort of join the trend back in there. 103 is a maybe, 102 I like, and then this 104 looks like a little bit of a short. It's a crazy move. I think everyone always tries to figure out the why. Sometimes it's not so much the why. It's just, as a trader, it's happening.
Yeah.
You deal with the fact that it's happening. I look at this morning. I was able to get out of the way of a couple things. I didn't reverse into Intel. I thought a couple of the chip names would be good shorts. It didn't happen. There were some probably clean reversals here. But look, at 104, it is what it is on the daily chart. That is like the last line on this channel.
And it's a great point in the sense that the more time you spend trying to understand and figure out the why, the less time or less of the potential move you end up in. 2.7 here, meanwhile, for Uber. Nice look today, back to 46.50. There was an interesting note here after, I guess it was after the close yesterday, this came out. New CFO, according to Bloomberg, coming through. And directly, from the semiconductor industry, speaking of semis.
Yeah, in this one, you don't have to worry about the stock looking bad on the daily for a day that it's up. I mean, with Uber, I think it's not the opposite, but it's recovering the 50 period. It never got anywhere near sniffing the 200 period moving average on the daily. That's fantastic. It's still on the daily attempting to put in a bigger, higher low, but it was a bit of a trend reversal when this got underneath 46 quarter, which we'll get to in a second. Broke that 50 period, still was able to hold a higher low. Now you're trying to break back out above the 50. It doesn't matter what the catalyst is here. We just like this one. We talked about the channel break this morning for this. Neil's kind of putting one in as well, but this was certainly one that had that great channel break. And then fast forward to the early morning trade, which if you don't get it early, there's always going to be an opportunity if a stock is going to trend. I think it's important because not always are you going to get a dip like this underneath 45. If you're looking at that 46 in the 50 period, you were so far away from it that maybe you didn't have a level to work off of. 45.30 is kind of random where it consolidated here at 940. So I don't know if you're going to get that trade. But once it started making this move in here and supporting 45.80, this is when we started bringing it to everybody's attention, at least when I was like, let's just join the trend. Sometimes you got to be willing to buy high and sell higher when you're joining a trend. That's just part of it. Sometimes those short lows. This time you're buying close to the high to get a breakout. It ends up holding that same support level. But this is where that notion of being willing to take a shot at it at the top comes into play. Because above this recent break, 46.20, that's where you're holding on the higher time frame. You're now breaking the 50 period, which is at the even, and getting right into the previous support level, which was at 46.25. So it's almost as if you're breaking one channel to try to put a floor on the last one. And that's what you're working with on any kind of a dip into here. Is you've got the 50 period on the daily, working right back with the 46 even level, and then this consolidation at the quarter giving you some cover. So this is one where there is room to go to the upside. If this day got crazy, I would not be surprised if Uber was at least able to get through the 46 half and challenge 47. And if you're joining that trend, the dip money fills underneath the quarter into 46 even look pretty good to me on Uber. And so again, the theme sometimes is just join that trend. And the trend is even better when you have a lot of people that were bearish the last little bit. And so this move upside today probably caught a lot of shorts off guard. There was a lot of negativity in the market the last little bit. And so when you get a relief rally type of day, while I do expect there to be profit taking at the end of the day, we have plenty of time till we get to power hour. And I think looking for those dip buys to join the trend makes a heck of a lot of sense. Like, just try to dip buy bullish names, try to fade names that you think the overall trend has been a little bit weaker, and that's usually the approach, and it's going to work out more often than not.
Yeah, it's a pretty good look after what happened late in the day yesterday. This crazy buy program that they turned on right at the end of the day, into the close even, for the overall market. This is just the SPY. Still in effect, it would appear anyways today, are still operating 1% here for the NASDAQ, now 1.1. Where, you know, Meta's up 2.5% on the day. A ton of relative strength across the board. Meta continuing their 2-day Connect event as well. Coming up at 1 o'clock. Coming up at, speaking of the end of the day, 4 p.m., we'll hear from Fed Chair Powell. Remember, if you're just joining for the first time today, there's going to be a Q&A with a teachers group that they're going to do, a town hall type setting with a teachers group that they're going to do with Fed Chair Powell. So we most likely will get some comments after 4 p.m. that could move things around as well. All right, this was Palantir yesterday. They came out with this 250, I mean, it's just another $250 million Army contract on the AI side of things. But yeah, 2 days in a row now, we're right back to the top end of the range.
Yeah, so Palantir, I don't know, I joked in the chat, someone was like, Palantir's up. I'm like, why is Palantir up? Stonks go up? I don't know. I mean, the reason to me the market's going to be up, it's just bouncing off of obvious support. How many times have we talked about this on the daily at 13.5? I mean, 13.60 is probably the cleaner level. Palantir just goes off this price. This is like 4-11. Well, it's not quite as good as 4-11, that level, but it's starting to look like it. Every time you get there, there's a bounce, and show me when that bounce hasn't at least taken you to $16 or close to $16, which is pretty much where we're headed right now. You got the 50 period sitting right there as resistance. Now it's gone over 16, only to fail at about 16.15. One time it made a move up to like 16.35 or so, but above 16 has been trouble the entire time this level has held on Palantir. So with that in mind, always like to work backwards, right? Like, you see a stock that's moving, have an idea, okay, well, where is it coming from? Like what is going on here? If this was making on the daily higher highs and higher lows, then I'd be talking about, okay, it's time to look for the dip buy because we're trending into the upside. If I thought this is something that had room to resistance, I'd be saying, okay, it's got room to go. Why not look for a continuation of that move? If it's right at major resistance, well, the same way 1360 worked for the bid, I'm thinking the same thing around $16. And just to keep things a little bit simple, like, you are cruising right now. Like, it is, I love it. Like, Palantir has this way, sometimes it's just going very linear to the upside. Like, there'll be nothing, and it's doing it right now, right throughout lunch. We came off air at 11 and sent to the midday, and since then, Palantir has one tiny pullback. It is just gliding higher. This is setting up pretty nicely for a 16 area fade. Because if you go a glide like this, and then there's one nice little parabolic wick through 16, That'll run a bunch of stops, trap a bunch of people at that high of the day. You have major resistance on the daily. Anybody looking at this in a shorter time frame is probably thinking, hey, it's just a long that's going to continue going. They haven't zoomed out to the daily chart to see that there's been resistance and sellers at 16 even. So as it glides into that range, that's where I look for the curl. Now, Palantir has not been a stock that you've been able to say, let's go short 99 and get out, and then just play the short off of an even dollar level, get short at 98.99, and then just take a stop out 1 cent above. That's been abject disaster if you've done it. The last couple times I've seen the stock do this, it gets to like 05s and rinses you. This is why I'm looking toward a false break. Like I want it breaking 16 ideally, so that it's trapping some people long, and then you start looking for the short up and around 16. Once it's past like 16 quarter, I think you start giving it up at that point. But Palantir getting into that range, and yes, it's an upward trend, but I always want to have that higher time frame look. You haven't broken this channel yet. Above 1650, you're breaking the channel and start thinking about longs above that price. But 13.5, 16 bucks, we're at the top end here, so I want the short at 16.
All right, I was just watching this Massey, M-A-S-I, just absolute tear right now.
Good wine.
89, you think?
All right.
I'm not a huge fan.
Okay.
Neil said good wine. There's a Massey wine that we get here. Anyways, I don't know if it's
all right.
Is it USB? I don't know if it's in the US or not. Anyways, yeah, it's all right. I'll give it an all right along with Neil. I don't even know what this is, but I'll check into it. But straight to the upside so far today, 5.7%. I mean, this thing's been crushed on the daily chart. So due for a bounce, definitely for MASI. That was Peloton this morning. If you missed it, the move was more or less after the close yesterday. I mean, nice pop this morning anyways. Green on the day. 5-year strategic deal with Lululemon announced. It was literally 4:01, I think that came out last night. It was right at the close. They'll go both ways. So Lulu will have Peloton products and vice versa. Lululemon's also going to stop selling the mirror that no one bought anyway, but you can't buy it now.
Right, and like obviously there were some good opportunities this morning. It didn't hold up all that well, but that didn't mean you didn't have a chance to trade. Let's get the one thing out of the way. A lot of what moves stock like this is going to be that short float, right? So 12.5% short float on my Trade Ideas platform here. Anybody can see what the stock looks like on the daily. It's not all that impressive, but there is a bit of a hint of, hey, it's gone down so far that when you get a positive catalyst, you're going to look for shorts to cover. And I think regardless of where it is, you're looking for a reason for anybody deep in the money on shorts to maybe look for places to cover today. As Brendan mentioned, it was right after 4 o'clock when the move happened to the upside. So there's some people that may or may not have been able to cover and look for places to do that today. So yeah, you're making a hard bottom here off of $4, but it's more about what you can look for to continue today. Because that 480 level, I mean, 480 was just a previous support or resistance level looking at the last couple weeks on the 15-minute. And that's where we came up with that this morning. And then you see it bounce off it at the open, fail. I mean, this is a classic rejection, failed breakout at 515. Like, there's your resistance level. Look at that wick. I mean, it's a classical rejection. And I'll be honest about it. Like, I was holding some of the long from 480, but if you're flat, and like, what trade am I gonna make here off of that Peloton move right about 950? It wicks that top. That's usually like a short when you get a rejection like this. But if you're thinking bullish on a squeeze name, a lot of times you're really just looking for it to trap shorts and then break out higher. That's what I was hoping would happen by holding some. Instead, it breaks down, but it's now reestablished. So it breaks underneath 480, but I think it reestablished it really well. Initial rejection, twice rejection, consolidation, break off of that level. So 480 looks just as established as it was when the first bounce, and now you could even have a break of 5 even. Just because it didn't go full-blown ham squeeze this morning doesn't mean that it hasn't found a support level. It isn't worth that long. So 5 break, 480, dip, that level's now come back into play. When we first got off, I was like, yeah, maybe, it's kind of a maybe, and then it did this consolidation. I'm like, okay, no, we like 480 for a shot play again. The 5 break, I think you want to have a relatively tight stop on that. And if you're thinking about where it can go, I think you jump right back in, have a quick look at the daily chart, and just, it's easy to imagine. I know it's far away from it now, but you look at that daily, it's like $6, $7. it has not had a good squeeze in a while. Like, it's had small upward moves after a Huadunk, but it's just never had that parabolic day since getting flushed through $6 in the first place.
Yeah.
And it has a very real catalyst. So in the back of my mind, I'm just looking for that move, the squeeze that hasn't happened on this stock. As long as it can hold this 480 area, that's the move I want to play for, because I think when you hold on to a piece of it, you've got that shot that it could be at $6. You don't always get that kind of an opportunity on one of these. Like, so, you know what, I like taking that shot. I might still think that tomorrow as well if it's holding 480 and 5 even. But for now, I think you got a couple of levels on Peloton to take shots at, just like this morning.
I was mentioning to Sharif when we were sitting here this morning, another one of my friends told me 2 days ago that they were also now selling their Peloton and going back to a spin club, or not a gym, but like one of the spin places. But yeah, I mean, I guess this is why they're venturing out into things like, you know, a deal with Lululemon. A couple things here. We'll talk about Rivian, but I want to mention this one. Encino, we'll call it. 7.5%. Their investor day on right now. Whatever they're saying is pretty positive, because wow, what a move. 29.20 up to 31.5 here. Straight higher. NCNO, again, their investor day happening right now. It started at 12 o'clock. So first things said were very, very positive, apparently.
Yeah,
for
TD's a big client of theirs.
NCNO.
It's
of
Encino,
oh,
yeah.
Really?
Oh wow, that's an interesting looking daily chart. A lot of times, like Brendan will say a name, you pull up the daily. This is worth looking at for a quick little second here. I mean, if you can spot this kind of a thing, and again, this is the investor day. It's showing that it's earnings, but it was not earnings. I'm assuming that's still a glitch with Trade Ideas. But look at this stock. If you've been following Encino along, $28.50. Once, twice, OB thrice, double bottom, and then you break off it. I'm not saying every single time you see this setup, it's going to hold that pattern, but it bounces off it, and then the following day holds support. You can be long 29 in a swing with 50 cents worth of risk plus some slippage. I mean, again, going into an investor day, you're basically making a binary play that it's going to go your favor. And then look at the top here. Very defined top at 33.5. So these guys serve as actually, you know, they do like software service for a lot of banks, but I just happen to know that TD's a big client of theirs. Good luck. This is worth monitoring if it can take out that 33.5 and start to get going again.
Now that you say that, oh no, it's November. Yeah, November 28th is their earnings. No time specified. Yeah, it's investor day.
And it's 9% short. Like the 9% short float on that name as well.
Yeah. Conveniently, exactly 2 months out from earnings, they're doing investor day. Today's the 28th.
It is the 28th.
Yeah, today's the 28th. Okay.
You made, when you say it that way, like when Brendan questions something, it makes me question my own reality there. I'm like, is it the 28th?
I was like, wait, what?
Holy crap.
That also means that tomorrow's the last day of the month, trading month, anyways, for
Is
September.
it though?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Let's go to Rivian. 3 days in a row straight upside. We're getting a bit of a pullback today. If you missed it earlier in the week, CEO RJ at a conference. It was a coding conference. I saw he was at. He was talking about subscription model for some of the services that they'll be able to provide and technology that they'll be able to provide in the actual vehicles, similar to full self-driving. I have no idea if they're going to do self-driving, but that Tesla does on a subscription basis. So you pay extra for FSD from Tesla.
So basically, like what Tesla is able to do, and very obviously, like Rivian's going to try to do. Why would they possibly want to emulate Tesla? I can't imagine, like, what is it that Tesla's doing that's so great? Oh, that's right, they make money on their cars. They're far ahead when it comes to technology. They have the best margins out there, Sharif just said. Of course you want to emulate them. However, all I care about is what the technicals look like on Refrain. I wasn't here when it did that crazy move yesterday, but let's just say it's been bouncing since $20. Look at the daily chart here. Again, how many times have we seen this? Go back, look at the daily, and previous support is just holding up on a host of names here. Now, you did just run into resistance on the 50. Which had been hugging for a while, and that's right at this 23.25. So that's what I want to zero in on here today, because you were there in the pre-market and you abjectly rejected that 50 period on the daily, like instantly at the open. Like this move at 9:30, that's right into the 50 period on the daily, an attempt, and then a lower high, and then look at the rejection that got put in. However, much like yesterday, you have another V-shaped type bottom. And if it holds higher lows, this is a case where I don't want the dip buy. And it's not, if it goes up to 23.25, like why wouldn't you want the dip buy? It's going to that price. But to me, it's not a long, like I don't want the long up here unless it's breaking back out. Like I kind of want this shaking everybody out. Let's go back to the day, like shaking everybody out, thinking it's going to reject this, pull back after this 3-day run, and then running everybody's stops, getting through 23.5, and then challenging the high end of the range here on Rivian. So that's the setup that I would prefer if you're going to be long. I'd rather it breaking out that top more than anything else. I want to respect that 50 period on the daily. I think if you're looking for the dip buy, all the way to like 22.5 or 22 would make a little bit more sense there. But yeah, well, I see where that stock is. The fact that it looks like it rinsed some people underneath, then I'll pop that back in and remind everybody that Rivian has a 13% short float, which is pretty darn decent. So stock like this reclaims the 50 period. Some of those shorts are likely to start covering it, especially when the market is pulling in this nice little bounce when some people have been feeling pretty bearish. So, Catalyst is what it is. It's obviously a good thing if you can have a subscription, if you can execute the subscription model and get that recurring revenue. It's obviously a good plan, but prove it to me on the long term. For the short term, break this 23.25 and start squeezing people, and there's a trade. I don't really care long term, but for that trade, who cares? It works in a half an hour or it doesn't, and then you don't have to worry about them doing the subscription model. But great look for them off the bottom, like a lot of other things are, but it hasn't taken out that top yet.
Just reading, the last time they reported deliveries was July 3rd. Not saying that it's going to be next week, but good chance. It'll be quarterly deliveries from Rivian. So it was July 3rd, which would put it, what day is that, Tuesday? Would be October 3rd, would be exactly 3 months. So
sounds about right.
I mean, let's see what happens. At some point next week, we could potentially hear from Rivian on deliveries. He also said, this is RJ, the CEO, there's not a lot of overlap between the Tesla Cybertruck and the R1T. I think that goes without saying, but.
Like that's one of those, like, really? Like you could just look at it and make that guess. Now you can't judge a book by its cover, but I think in that particular situation you could kind of just look at it and see one of these things is not like the other. The analogy, you're not a football guy, but I remember the analogy I like was there was like the quarterbacks are important in football. And this year like quarterbacks went 1-2 in the draft. And a lot of analysts were picking the guy that went number 1, all the analysts loved, and the guy that went number 2, everyone was bagging him. But then the number 2 guy is obviously having a historical start to the year because that's how these things work. And the joke is, if you looked at the two of them, I'm just saying, if you didn't know anything about football and looked at the two of them, one of them's like 6'3", built like your classic quarterback. When you see him throw the ball, it's like, oh my goodness, this ain't Uncle Rico out there. And then the other guy's like 100, he's like my size, he's like 170 pounds, like soaking wet or whatnot. Anybody, not knowing anything, would have picked the other dude. That said, a lot of people had it wrong here. I'm sure there's some people that actually thought the Cybertruck was somehow remotely the same thing as any other truck that's out there, which I think is what makes it cool. Like, I mean, Tesla's going for the cool factor.
Yeah.
I wanted to do a bonus one. Can we do a bonus?
I wanted to mention a couple things. Yeah, we can. To answer your question. I had a brief interaction with a Ford F-150 Lightning on the weekend. Sat in it, didn't drive in it, but sat in it. It's essentially exactly the same truck. There's a lot more tech inside. But I was reading an article about a test that I think it was done in Texas. They did a test on a full 100% charge with a 3,500-pound towing, whatever. It was a trailer. And it says on the ticket, or like on the description of the actual truck, that under towing weight, it can still go 400 and some odd miles on a charge. It ended up being 220.
Oh, so
it was not even close. Like
that's not going to play.
Like 50% less than what was expected. Anyways,
that's like 89 miles an hour, middle. Like that's not going to play. That's get taken yard every single time.
But if some of these other manufacturers, my point was, if some of these other manufacturers can kind of, start to figure out a way to get into that area, there'll be a huge market.
Big market.
This NCNO on a bit of a pullback here, still 7.3%, but tons of volume behind that move so far today. Let's talk about this one, because huge bounce here for NIO.
Yeah, baby.
Continuing to be underway here. It's worth noting on heavy volume as well. If you missed it this morning, there was a note that caused this move. suggesting that they were in quote unquote initial talks with Mercedes-Benz on a technology agreement, multi-year technology agreement. They both then quickly came out and said, this is not happening. We have no idea what you're talking about. Why is this up so much?
Stonks go up. I mean, look.
Good answer.
All jokes aside there, but if you look at this, we'll start with the daily chart, because I think a lot of the story for NEO, look, they announced that convertible bond, that Billy, and it got smoked, but then something happened at $8 the last couple of days. Like, it's made a hard bottom at $8. Once again, ignore, they did not report today, but it holds that $8 level and it just starts bouncing from there. So sometimes you get something which is more technical. It's like a relief rally. Stock hits an exhaustion point to the downside where there's huge selling on volume, and then the reversal has some air to the upside. There's just not a lot on the offer to stand in its way. So I feel like that's kind of what's happening here with NIO. That's what happened this morning. And just a note, like, if you ever miss out on breaks like this when a stock starts to get going, like, the way I like to look at it is I never want to be buying here on the tail end of a parabolic move. Like, if it goes from here, like this is about 880, and then it climbs to $9 that way, I'd rather sit that out, because you get like 10, 15 cents worth of a move. What's your risk? Like, you're holding it back to previous high. Well, okay, that's 15 cents right there. That's not a very good entry point from risk to reward. You need that to be busting $9 to be any good. But if you've missed a move, allow it to pull back in. Sometimes previous resistance, like pre-market highs, turn into support. That's where it's spacing out. And suddenly now the 880 level from earlier looks pretty good, because it's a double top, it consolidated there, it broke out. Same caveat as always with Chinese ADRs. It doesn't move too much after lunchtime, then it might calm itself down. But I like this 880 look. $9 hasn't happened yet, but if anything, there's an argument to be made that this gets even more interesting through $9, because that same hammer sell-off, there's a 950 top. So there is a gap that is continuing to be filled, that it still has at least $1 to go from here. So I could see that happen. You can get to 9.5, you can get to $10 to fill that gap in. Even if it only goes halfway and you're catching an 880 dip with 5-10 cents worth of risk, it's good to $9 R to R. If it breaks $9, you can hang on to something. And then again, like a lot of these, what I find for lunch money in general is 8 out of 10 of the things that I look at, I like the setups if it's still there the next day. Like, it'll set up the next day too. Like CGC at $1 was about the same thing for that fail. So I like this one because it might be setting up for a multi-day run, potentially to $10 at this point, $9.50, and then possibly $10.
Day highs here across the board. S&P, the NASDAQ, 1.4% now, still just marching higher. Meanwhile, here's an XPeng, 3.5%, nowhere near. I mean, it's still a nice day for XPeng, but nowhere near what we were seeing there in NIO. You mentioned a bonus round. I did double check. Massey, good news. Massey is available south of the border.
What's wrong with Massey?
Nothing.
Are you hating on Massey right now?
Not at all.
Oh,
it was simply checking to make sure our friends south of the border could try your wine, Neil.
Don't call it my. See, okay, basically all it is, I think I've had it. Like, I've had it a couple of times. I don't even remember where it's made. It's just, you said the stock name. I'm like, hey, I'm like, good wine. I'm like, I remember drinking it, and I remember being like, okay, it was fine. I didn't have anything positive or negative to say about it. So here's my bonus
round.
Okay, so here's the bonus round. I'm sorry, Sharif. It's Li Auto. And so if Neil's having a good day and the market's having a good day, I know you're going to see a green candle here on the daily for Li Auto, but there's your flat bottom. It's still kind of hanging out in its downward trend, so to speak. What's the support you're telling me? Now support's 30. Support was at 38, and that's already broken. We'll talk about 30 when we get there. Yeah, no, 30 is a level on the daily. Hopefully we don't get there today for anybody's sake that's long. But if I look at the other side of the equation for NEO, if there was a pullback, it feels to me like Li Auto is breaking and heading to the upside almost in sympathy. Like, as NEO's holding some significant highs, Li Auto's already trying to pull back on the 3-minute. So it's got some relative weakness to it. So what I'm kind of thinking here is, let's just imagine the scenario where NEO goes right into that $9 level. The long and the 880s in the money and all that good stuff is working. Let's say it fails a $9 break and starts doing the little shimmy around that price in a pullback. Now, if you're shorting that and it doesn't break 880, there's not a home run trade there. You're just getting a garden variety pullback. But if that same fail happens and there's a shot at Li Auto off of these highs, I feel like that could be taking a VWAP and really plunging down toward the 34 level, because its move on the daily, I think, is a little crazier, and this is what Sharif was mentioning, this $30 big level down there. That's a 200 period, and then you get this big level over at $30. I tend to think when you fail levels like that 38, usually like you're headed toward that next stop. I mean, how many times have we seen it in this market pullback where you point out a level, and then when one gap fills, you're like, I think it's getting there. You check it out like a few weeks later. Oh yeah, look at that. It filled in that entire gap. And so with Li Auto, until it actually shows me a bid, I'm looking for opportunities to short this stock every single day till it gets to 30.
There you go. Lunch money in a nutshell. A ton of things covered there. So a ton of ideas, ton of potential opportunities. Remember, 4 p.m. tonight, we're going to hear from Fed Chair Powell. So everyone stand by for comments from the chair, as they called it in the title of this town hall they're going to have.
The chair.
Let's go back over to Sharif and Adara.
Someone needs to block Li Auto on Neil's account. That's all I got to say about that. Welcome, Adara.
Thank you for having. I'm happy
Of
to be
course,
back.
yes.
We're having quite the day here, as are the markets, and we're doing what we can to rake it in, right?
And you're killing it.
Yeah,
Why don't you
I
take
would
us through the
love
trade?
To, talk about my AM life right now. So I mean,
You're on mute, Adara.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, it's okay. Take your time.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
She's good. Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, so AMD has been giving me a good time. We're having fun. We're enjoying ourselves. I will take you to where it kind of began, which is over here. And honestly, this trade was kind of, I saw that it was moving a bit. I had heard about it doing well. I got back from the big desk, working on the morning stuff. And I was like, you know what, let's go in one trade before I go get coffee. This is actually what it was. And I saw that there was height here. We were approaching those day highs at the time. So I was like, you know what, let's get in. It worked out really well for me. I'm not saying that this is how one should make a trade, like, oh, one more trade before I get coffee. But it worked out. But I mean, also, you're still following trends. Like, I was still looking here. I was still seeing things were headed up. And I was seeing it kind of testing that day high. So I figured it would be worth it to try and get in. It paid off. And then I came back and I noticed it didn't. I was happy I got out when I did because it didn't really get much higher. But then I was noticing we were kind of looking like we were going to test that high again. So I got back in and it really paid off here. Like, I got in just below that 102. We got up to 102.60, I believe, is when I got out. And, since I got here, since I set up, it has tested day's highs again. So now it's taken a bit more of a dip. I'm hoping based on this pattern, we should be hopefully going back up. I'd love to take it around like 104.20, see if it can break that 104.20 high. But yeah, AMD has been very good to me. This has been my trade of the day so far.
All right. Well, that's a hell of a trade. I do like that. But can you explain to people why you got back in? Because you were telling me off camera, right? Yeah. And you were getting in on the dips because you like the direction, correct?
Yes, that is what it was. Yeah. So kind of as I mentioned too, I was seeing that I was kind of getting an A on the dips and B as I was noticing that it was kind of testing day's highs without breaking over. So this is kind of like when I got in here, I could see, I think, around the day's high. So I could tell we were just slightly going to break above that. So I was going when A, I could see we were dipping, and B, I could see an opportunity for us to go higher.
Understood.
That's when I was getting in on these. And same with this here. I got in right before we did. It was, I think, like 13.95 was the day's high. I got in at 13.85 because I could see it was dipping. I could see there was an opportunity for it to break, and it did. As I said, right now it is going down a bit. But, AMD this has kind of been the pattern all day where it's, dipping a little bit, going back up. I'm going to stay in for now. If it proves to not work out, I'll get out. But yeah, right now, I mean, AMD, I think that's been my long of the day.
I like it. Very good. AMD's been an absolute rocket ship today. Almost 5 3/4, was 5 2/3 not that long ago.
It's nuts.
People are probably wondering what is going on with AMD. Let's have a look here at what AMD is doing. AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, is expanding its FPGA portfolio with the launch of Alevo, whatever unit number here, accelerator card designed for ultra-low latency electronic trading applications. Electronic trading applications, you don't say. The latest state-of-the-art FPGA solution will help AMD expand its footprint in the fintech domain. Okay, interesting look, decent market TAM there. We know that a lot more millennials are interested in trading as a result of what happened with the meme stocks Sure you heard.
Yes.
Dumb Money.
Yeah, Dumb Money.
Can't
yeah.
wait to see what that's all about. Haven't watched it yet. The Katina Man did watch it. You didn't watch it.
No, I haven't seen it yet. I know it was at TIFF, but so I'm a huge TIFF person. I generally avoid the movies at TIFF that are going to have a ton of people because I don't like all the crowds. So I go to like the indies and like the international films, the ones that aren't in English. But yeah, I definitely wanted to, like, that's a great cast. And the story itself is very interesting. And I was reading a bit about it today too, because of the GameStop Ryan Cohen stuff, where so now GameStop is, you know, currently a topic of conversation in addition to that movie. So yeah, I mean, definitely I'd want to see the film. It's something I want to know more about. But yeah, I think the meme stocks, it makes sense that those got people more into trading for sure.
Continuing on here, powered by a custom 16 nanometer Vertex Ultra Scale FPGA, the Alevo accelerator card delivers 7 times lower latency compared with the previous generation FPGA technology. This helps it achieve less than 3 nanoseconds of FPGA transceiver latency for super fast trading. I mean, as a trader, I should probably really understand what this all is. I don't, right? I don't understand anything. I think it makes for better trading computers. I don't know if this is something that, you know, market makers are going to be interested in, or, you know, a prop trading floors like ours needs to know about. But interesting look there. AMD looking to expand their total addressable market as, you know, they compete in everything from AI to PCs. You have it. AMD is, you know, they've got their hand in every cookie jar, as my mom likes to say. All right, here we go. 7.75% now, down to 7.5% for our friend Peloton. It was a beautiful bounce off yesterday's close. That $4.65 area, ended up getting in at $4.75. Now we're knocking on the door of 5, and it looks like we kicked the door down, Adair, because now we're printing 01s here on the ask,
nice.
5s on the bid. It's been a slow mover. There's no question about that. And you have to kind of, well, I'm attributing a lot of the bump back up with the overall market. I don't think, you know, people are too exuberant about this partnership. You write the watch list. You know all about this. How do you feel about this new
the Lulu and Peloton? Honestly, I'm going to be really real. I am not, I don't shop at Lululemon.
Go for
Gasp. But yeah, I don't, I'm not a Peloton person really either. I know about like all the Peloton like horror stories, and people are like, oh, a child slipped on a Peloton. I'm going to be real. That was, I think, probably my first exposure to Peloton. That was the thing too.
Remember that? Yeah.
That was crazy. But yeah, so that to me is my main exposure. I mean, good for that. I will say I like looking at company websites when they announce like new stuff. I'm going to go on the websites. I'm going to see all the designs. I love looking at that kind of thing. I'm a huge like brochure reader when brochures were paper. That was a thing I did, right? Literally, yeah. So I mean, now you just read them online, right? So I will look into that partnership. How do you have any thoughts on the Lululemon Peloton
I think it's
marriage?
gonna help Peloton a lot more than Lulu. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it has in the market so far, too. Like, Lulu was doing nothing this morning because I was checking when I was doing the watch list. I was like, oh, what's Lulu doing? Maybe I can mention Lulu. And I was like, we're not going to mention this because it's not doing anything.
It's not moving, right? And to be honest with you, I think Peloton has about 3 million members on their platform, while Lulu has 13. In addition to the people that shop at Lulu, I'm talking about the exercise app, the Lulu exercise app.
Okay,
right?
I wasn't even aware that was that much of a thing until I saw this morning.
That's not a joke. 13. It's a big number.
So Peloton can you know, glom onto that, right? Whereas, I mean, Lulu, honestly, at this point, they don't have much to gain beyond exposure to the Peloton people, right? Not getting their name out there. So, I mean, it works for both people, but you're right, like direct benefits-wise, Peloton. Yeah. Peloton all the way.
And I got to tell you, I mean, we love Lulu around here because it is a Canadian company, baby. The first time I bought Lulu pants, Adira, 2006. That is almost 20 years ago.
That's crazy.
And can I tell you, I still have them. They're not wearable because there's holes, but I still have them. I wear them around the house when you know, when
there are pants. We all have pants like that.
Right?
Like everyone is like that thing of clothes. I'm like, this is not leaving the house, but I will be very comfortable wearing it in the house.
Right?
So like, you know, I'm not here to judge. I understand. I feel it. I get it.
You just got a super chat, Derek. So how we usually do it? It's that green one right there, Carolina Vieira, and she donated $4.99. So typically we shout them out. We say thank you, and then read it out.
Adara is the name of a star. Did you come from the sky to pull up MLGO, please? Well, thank you very much, and I will pull up MLGO for you.
Here you go.
Let's get that going here as my AMD so sadly goes down. We'll get back to him in a minute. MLG, yeah, so MLGO, this is doing, we were talking about MLGO actually before the live. It is, we're making some moves here, lots of up and downs. To me, I think it's a little bit volatile for me, I think, to want to get in it. But then again, I'm still getting into the strategies. Also, this spread here would be of a bit of what did I just do? A bit of concern to me with the
I like that.
the 4 cent
Nice,
spread.
Good for you.
I noticed spread because spread has made me sad before. We've made some mistakes on spread. So now I'm very cognizant of it, very cautious of it. Yeah, it is, I think if you get it, like if this kind of volatility stops and, because it doesn't look very liquid right now either. We're at under 500,000 for volume. I don't know. For myself personally, I'm not sure I would do it.
Kushan is telling me, look, dude, if you take your pants back to Lulu, they'll replace them for you. Do you think they'll replace 2006 pants?
I was going to say 2006. Like, I'm not going to lie. I didn't know what Lulu was in 2006.
No?
No, like I don't think I was fully aware of Lulu until like 2012 or 2013
Okay,
or something.
well, that's not bad.
So I don't know,
Fabian,
but
in my ear, he just said it's true. There's a lifetime warranty.
I knew they had a warranty. I didn't know it was lifetime.
I'm going to get new pants, Adara. There we go. I don't have to spend the money, and they're not cheap.
Yeah,
they're not cheap.
The benefits of live, now you just got to share a story about talking about stocks.
Exactly.
And now someone's helped you to figure out the situation.
I will take that deal any day. All right, guys, let's talk about the future because the future is a rocket ship today. It doesn't matter. The ES, the NQ, the Qs, the SPY, whatever your inclination is of the futures, it has been strapped into the what was that? The SpaceX rocket called? The Super Heavy? Something like that?
I think
Somebody
so.
help me out, man. Something super heavy. Anyway, we are very much near day's highs. 14,936 and a quarter we're trading at right now. 14,947 and a half. Falcon Heavy, thank you guys for that. 14,947 and a half. Here's the thing. We were charting when the Obi-Wan Kenobi one was on. I said, now that we've cleared 14.9, where are we going to find resistance? And so, I've been doing this thing where I chart the daily close every day, and I attach a date to it so I can remember where this comes from.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do this on my platform. There's a horizontal line, and then each one has the date and then the actual close. So
That's really smart.
yeah, September 25th, so 3 days ago, we closed out at there at 14,935. Lo and behold, we're doing a little bit of a dance with that level at the moment, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm not trying to say that this is the level everybody's looking at because we have that 50-point level.
Okay.
Typically, I would suggest that we have areas of support and resistance at the 100-point level and the 50-point levels. And this could be one of those times where we're finding resistance at the 50-point level. I'm talking about the 14,950. So we'll see if we're able to clear that hurdle. We're about 2.5 points south of that level at the moment, but we're retracing now. 14,930 to be expected. I mean, this is a half an hour chart. Look at these half an hour candles. It was, uninterrupted move to the high side, essentially
crazy.
from 10:30 onward.
Yeah,
right.
It's like green, and I mean that makes sense with what we're seeing too, right? Like on the charts, like even on the side charts here. I was saying before we went live too that all of the tech names are positive. They're all moving in a good direction. Let's look at big tech right now. Let's pull up. Meta and I are not friends. Let's pull up Amazon. I don't need to tempt myself with Meta thinking, oh, it'll go up. No, we're just not doing that. But what's Amazon doing? Okay, Amazon, yeah. So Amazon has some positive movement. We're like 15 cents away from day's high right now. So Amazon, I think, I'm not right this second because I want to close out my AMD first, but Amazon definitely is a contender here. I'll pull up Microsoft as well. Let's see. Let's do a big tech NASDAQ moment. Yeah, Microsoft also looking like it's headed to the positive. It's far from the day's high because the day's high was 325. We're just below 315. But yeah, I think Microsoft could be one to look at as well in terms of big techs or in terms of NASDAQ popping off here. But yeah, so that's all. I'm just let's check what my AMD is doing here. Yeah, so that is going down very steadily. AMD, it might be time to leave AMD soon. I'm going to hold out hope for a little bit longer, but if it goes below 103, I think I'm outie.
Have a look at, yeah, all right. Well, we'll have, yeah, that's not a bad level. The whole dollar level should be an interesting area of support and resistance. Wall Street asks, do you and TTV only trade with moving averages, or do you not show the screens with other drawings and tools for the charts? Generally curious, thanks. So I got to tell you the truth. When it comes to intraday trading, I'm really focusing more on VWAP, moving averages, and then key price levels on the chart. Whether that's a close or a key area where it troughed or crested, that's kind of what I'm looking at. But in fact, on my home computer, I have tabs on my platform with different things. I have, I have moving averages in general. I have oscillators on the other. I have different things that I use, each tab kind of with their own focus. And I don't necessarily take one thing in isolation. I don't like to use like the RSI and the MACD and all these intraday. I know some people do, and they do it with success, and hats off to them. That's not my move. That's not my modus operandi. But I do understand what you're saying. So I'm just speaking for myself. And I think the big kahunas are very similar to that as well. They're using price levels, they're using VWAP, and they're using some combination of moving averages. I know like Sean likes the 50, he likes the 200. Neil, which moving averages do you use, if any? Neil only uses it on the daily, and it's the 50, correct? The 50 and the 200. So yeah, similar to Sean, but he only uses that on the daily. I think the majority of us here, at least on the show, I'm not sure about everybody else on the floor, typically use VWAP, moving averages, and price action. So that's just, I'm speaking, I think, for the majority of people around here, but I know that there are so many different ways with which to trade, and you can be successful doing it any number of ways, and I'm not impugning any other method. So I just wanted to say that, and shout out to you. Thank you for that question. I think that's a very valid question. I love different indicators.
Yeah.
There's like Michael Noss. I'm sure you've seen him many times. He loves relative strength index, the RSI. He has a completely different way of using it. He's looking for divergence between highs on the RSI and highs on the price action. When he sees divergence, that's kind of his move. That's
that makes sense,
yeah, that's his look. A lot of people maybe, they use it more simply. When it dips below 20 or 30, they're buying. When it goes above 70 or 80, they're selling. That's kind of a simplistic way with which to use it. If it works for you, it works for you. It really doesn't matter. So that's kind of my look there. Abdullah Mansour, is the market pulling back? And I think he tagged you in that too.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm actually going to shout out to Will Evans in the chat here, who mentioned NVIDIA breaking down first. Yes, so I've got my NVIDIA chart here. That is taking a sharp down. You are right. Will called it. It is having quite the moment here. And actually in this, I think I'm just going to get out of this AMD while I can, because it does look like even all the big tech here charts I've got on the side, these are all breaking down very quickly. And we're going to try to get out here at AMD.
The Katina man is short Meta at 306, so he's essentially $1 plus in the money at the moment. I'd hit the dollar club, but you all know that he's $1 in the money. Well, he hit it. All right, I don't need to do it. He's got his stream deck over there. Yeah. Shout out to Abdullah Mansour. He asked, "Is the market pulling back?" Well, here, let's look, Abdullah. 14.9 to me was an interesting resistance level, and by extension, it is now a support level since we cleared it by almost 50 points. So what I'm looking for here is how we do the dance at 14.9. If we come back into 14.9 and all of a sudden the buyers are overwhelming sellers at that level, you get a little bit of an inclination that this might be a support level. But if we clear 14.9 like it doesn't even matter, well then yeah, sure. And we've got a big amount of room to move down. There's no question about that. We're coming off, guys, we made a low today of 14,658. We have a high of 14,947. That's almost
wild.
That's 290 points on the NQ, and we were barely done half the day. So, there is room to move down. There's no question about it. Where do we move down? Your guess is as good as mine. We could come down to 14.8 possibly. You know, we could maybe clear, or we could break 14.9, then reclaim it. Any number of things is possible. Just trade the price action. That's what I'd say. 420 Bud Monster.
That's quite the. I mean, I love the creativity.
That's a little on the nose.
Uskosh. Yeah, like right on top.
All right, I like the name, and we're not
Great
making
name.
fun of you.
No, it's creative.
Yeah, it is.
It's different. You know, we know,
that.
we get it.
Yeah, what he likes.
It's very clear.
Or she. I have no idea. NSTG been strong today. Any thoughts in particular on this one? Absolutely. Let's have a look at NSTG. Yeah, NSTG. Let's have a look over here. We have Liotto over here. Shout out to Neil. All right, I'm not gonna say it. NSTG. What do we got here? All right, let's pull up some of the deets on this one because we have the price action, but we don't have any of the deets. All right, 16.7%. The good, NSTG, just put it in the ticker for everybody so you can follow along. All right, market cap is a wholesome 91 million. That's, I'm being facetious. 46.7 million share float. Let's find out what the short float, if any. First and foremost, NSTG. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Decent short float. Okay, this is interesting. 15.78%. Not huge, but not negligible. Is there a headline? Let's find out here. NSTG. What's the name of this company? NanoString Technologies. All right, so I'm looking on my blotter for anything. Yes, I got something at 6:19 a.m. Martin Wygood reports a 5.15% stake in NanoString. I don't know who Martin Wygood is. Wygod.
It's a great name.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Why not? But anyway, it's important enough for Reuters to report about it, and he's got a 5+% stake. I guess that's got some people interested. Yesterday, we closed out at $1.64. We've seen 194 as the high today, with higher highs and higher lows. We're in a bit of a micro pullback at the moment. We'll see if we can, continue the ascent up. 17.77% was the high there. What does the daily chart show us? Let's find out what the day. Well, it's not a good-looking daily chart. I can promise you that. January 2021 highs, in the height of all the exuberance, we did make an $86 print. But as you can see, it has been lower lows and lower highs, down and to the right. Since that time, it has not been a good look. What does this company do, Adair? We're gonna tell the people in a second there. NanoString Technologies is a provider of life science tools for discovery and translational research. Oh. It develops and manufactures and markets technologies of biological materials for life science researchers in the fields of genomics and proteomics. Oh man, come on. Its product platform includes encounter analysis. Okay, it's all stuff beyond my scope of comprehension. So
it's stuff. They do things.
They do things. It's a good look. Look, I would say kind of get in on this one in the same way that Adara was getting in on AMD. You're getting in on pullbacks. I wouldn't buy the top here. You got a bit of an upward trend line, maybe somewhere off that 190 area if you can find support off that area, but maybe keep your stop south of this trough. So if you make a newer low south of that 185, that would be the end of my trade. So what I would suggest, and I'm not going to get in this, somewhere off this trend line, 189, 190, and then give yourself to the lower low to get out. All right, let's get back to the future real quick before I send it back to Adara. We did break 14.9, guys. So 14.9 has now come and gone. It's not a support level for now. Do we get bought up and set north of 14.9 again? I'm not going to obviously get out of my position at this level. We're going to let this one run its course, Adara. What do you got?
Yeah, so I mean, I was in Uber. I decided to get an Uber for half a moment because I was like hoping maybe in vain. Like I guess today has not been the best trading day. We had like good highs with AMD, and then we kind of went, with that last time I got an AMD live, as we all saw. But yeah, so Uber, I got in because they have the new CFO. So I was, trying to trade out on Catalyst there, and there was some strength. It turns out instead of continuing to go high, though, we did pull back. We dropped right over here, continued to drop. I got out 5 cents below where I entered, so a bit of a loss. Not as bad as it could have been. Yeah, so I think this is an example, and one big thing I'm learning today, especially too when we had that meta situation yesterday, is sometimes trading on a catalyst is not enough. Like, you need to look at the catalyst, you need to look at what the chart's been doing, and then you just need to make those calls. And with Uber, it was, not the right call, but I got out early enough that I feel okay with it. And I think part of, like, you just gotta, admit sometimes, hey, the trade didn't work out. And just learn and see what happens, right? Like, I think with me especially, because I am still very new, I'm not gonna learn if I don't try. So I'm happy, we got in Uber, it didn't work out, but here we are. I'm gonna try to look at that BNOX, which is trending off of that PTSD treatment. It was up 300% this morning when I was doing the watch list, which is crazy. Now, yeah, so this looks like it's also taking a dip, much like most of the market. It's hard, I feel like a lot of times during midday, especially yesterday too, wanting to get into trades and finding that everything is going down so much lower than it was at the open. Even now, my watch list, like yesterday, I was working off a watch list that I made more in the morning, kind of off of the one that we send at Trader TV Live in the morning, but then also just looking at, news throughout the morning. But now now basically what I've done too is just before, around 11:30, 12, taking another look at what's moving, because a lot of times in the midday, what I'm learning is that what's moving in the morning and what's moving in the midday are not the same names. Or they're not moving in the same direction.
Very
so
good
it's been a good learning opportunity.
Yeah, bang on observation there, to be honest with you. And one thing you'll also notice, the Chinese names, they seem to be very active pre-market and early on, and then they kind of die out. That's something Neil's been picked up on from before. So, and that could be possibly because some of the Asian traders are trading it on North American markets.
That makes sense. Different hours.
Go to bed at some point, right? So
that's a really good way of thinking about it
really
too,
is,
right?
Yeah. Obviously, a lot of the ADRs, the Chinese ADRs, are dual listed. They're either on the Hang Seng or the other Chinese exchanges. But yeah, North American markets, obviously some of the most liquid markets in the world, and everybody wants a piece of the action, baby. So traded here. Chinese ADRs mixed right now. You got NEO up 5 1/3, XPEV 2.8. You have our friend Baba. Shout out to Ian. We missed Ian. Down 0.8. PDD up 0.5 point. So mixed bag for ADRs. But I think Nimit was asking me to cover BTC and crypto because crypto world BTC did reclaim 27,000 on that big market push. So let's have a look at Bitstonk. Oops, what do we got? What did I do here? BTC. All right, let's put in the ticker and let's chart. Let's figure out what the chart looks like. We obviously know it's up and to the right now. It's got it's 27,082. So look. We'll see if 27,000 can get defended. But what I've seen lately is, Bitstonk taking levels and then giving them up quite quickly. Here, let's look at the half-an-hour chart. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, look at this. I mean, a big move up on the 27th. That was yesterday. And then a big move down right into the previous day's close. So, yeah, the Bitcoin has a way of doing that. Again, right here, a Christmas tree retracement, a big move up, and a big move down. Now, we haven't taken the 18th high or the 19th high for that matter. That takes us into that 27,500 territory. Best we could do so far today, 27,306.50. So we're still within, I would say the past week's range or so. Look for these levels, obviously, as a level of resistance because they are local highs. Let's zoom out a little bit more and go to the hourly. All right, so if we were to take 27.5, not saying we're gonna, but if we were to take 27.5, which is obviously a local high here. Look at this. On the 5th, this is the 18th, we stop out there. The 19th, we stop out there. The 19th, yeah, that's the 19th. So multiple days off that 27.5. Then, if we are to clear it, look at this move up here. We're looking at 28,000. With the wick coming into 28.1 1/4, but essentially 28,000 is probably the better level. So yeah, about every 500 points or so, and then we're obviously looking at 29.5. That would be the level after that, and that's above. That takes us back all the way into mid-August. So yeah, Bitcoin moving up. Let me see if there's any headlines here on Bitcoin. Let's click Coinbase. Coinbase still fantastic, up 6 1/3 on the day. All right, so I got a little headline here for Coinbase. Coinbase to offer perpetual futures to retail customers. You knew about this,
Yes,
eh?
actually, yeah, this was the
Go for
crypto
it.
update today too, actually. So basically, it's that I believe the Bermuda Monetary Authority has authorized Coinbase for non-U.S. customers for retail trade. So yeah, so it's a regulatory move. There's a lot. I think a lot with crypto right now is regulation. You know, with the SEC as well. That's been a whole ongoing thing. Lots of crypto, crypto people who are sort of leading. The guys who are leading these companies basically trying to talk to the SEC or making statements like, hey, consider regulation. And I mean, even this was a conversation as well a couple weeks ago now at the G20 summit where they were talking about, these world leaders were saying, yeah, like we need crypto regulation. It needs to be something that's considered. I think there was a call to action as well after the G20 summit. So I think, yeah, crypto regulation is, I think, still going to be a huge topic of conversation. This was definitely a win for Coinbase, both from a regulatory standpoint and then also on the market.
Cool. Very nice. And we can't wait for that possible Bitcoin ETF, spot Bitcoin ETF, to possibly come in play. You'll recall that GBTC, Grayscale won their lawsuit against the SEC. But, the SEC, as they have been for however long now, dragging their feet with respect to implementing that. It might take another lawsuit to force them into it.
Probably will, honestly, given the way this has been going.
And the governments showed their intention to appeal these court decisions. We saw it's, even though it's a different department, the FTC, Lena Khan and her crew, they're appealing the Activision-Microsoft merger, even though it's a different thing than Bitcoin. Gary Gensler, he's made no bones about it. He doesn't like Bitcoin. He doesn't like crypto. And he came after Coinbase, with that, what is it called? John, what's that order that the SEC sent Coinbase? To something order. You know what I'm talking about? The Wells notice, right? We saw what he did there with that. So, I mean, he's made no bones about the fact that he's not a big fan. In any event, big players like Fidelity, like BlackRock, like ARK, shout out to Aunt Kathy. She has, they've made I thought he was going to hit the Aunt Kathy thing there. I was like, oh, because I don't have
the phone call?
Yeah, of course. It's so apropos, right? They want the spot Bitcoin ETF. And so they may have to fight tooth and nail to force the SEC and the government into this. We'll have to wait and see. As the more the volatility, the better trading opportunities we have.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
It comes up, it comes down. We take advantage of both ways.
Yeah, and it's about knowing, this is the big thing I'm learning, is knowing when to grab a trade, when to leave a trade. And I think that's also the case, with Bitcoin, with Coinbase, with all of these, different cryptocurrencies, different companies. It's about learning when to get in, when to get out. And yeah, and I think it's a trial by fire too, right? Absolutely. That's the big thing I've been experiencing is, and you're not going to get it right 100% of the time, or, 50% of the time. So it's just learning and yeah, I think, and being able to pay attention to these trends, like with, Coinbase, like paying attention to the news and what's happening, can help you maybe not forecast those trends necessarily, but be aware of them and then be ready to strike when you need to.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, you got to be on the ball if you're going to make some money in this game, because there's a lot of sophisticated people with a whole bunch of analysts and tools at their disposal. And connections,
and they know things right away, so you have to do what you can
to
kind of get an edge on that as much as one can, right, in those situations.
Let's talk a little bit about Piton, because people are concerned that we are retracing on Piton, and I couldn't agree more. Looks like that $5 level acting as a key area of resistance there. We got in at 75s. Now we're at 84s. We wet our beak multiple times with all these beak wetters over here, but I'm going to give this essentially right into my entry point. I want to be as patient as possible as I can be, especially because you delevered over here. So if this one comes into 74, 1 penny south of my entry, that will be the end of the trade. It's not a very volatile mover, so I'm not too concerned about this one blowing through my my stop. It's not a spready stop.
It's not a meta. It's not a meta. It's not.
You remember that?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I think everyone literally saw me have a small mental breakdown yesterday as that meta just.
What's going on?
It was a bear moment. Yes.
The bear moment. Yeah.
It really was.
Ridiculous.
But yeah, no, just seeing that, I think it dropped from 297 to 296. It wasn't horrific. It was like you were just slowly watching your dreams die. And then 296 to 294, which is where I got out,
love it.
was, I think, just a mild moment of mass panic. Because you got out before I did too, right?
Yep.
So I think, yeah, it was quite a moment to live through. And in a way, I'm happy I did that trade and did it live, as funny as that sounds, just because it was a real learning opportunity. And to have those kinds of opportunities, learning in front of people, you can't mask the mistakes. You're just here. And I mean, having being around people who are so experienced with trading as well, I think no regrets.
Yeah,
it wasn't a great trade, but I got into Rivian after the midday, yesterday, so that was a whole moment as well. You just have to, fall down, get back up. But yeah, the reason I brought this up is Peloton is not having a meta moment, so it's probably not going to fall that quickly. You're probably good for
a meta moment. I really like that because that MM, right? So works, guys. FEMY making a move here midday. Okay, Femi. This one, Fema. How do you say this?
Femesis.
Femesis. Thank
how
you.
I've been thinking.
Biomedical company.
Oh, it
focused
is
on providing
moving.
women worldwide with non-surgical product technologies, accessible in the office, improving patient. You guys know what that's all about. Look, the volume. It really started picking up around midday here, Dara, around 11:57, 55. The volume started coming in. Actually, let's zoom out to the 5-minute chart, figure out if the volume. Yes, look, it is higher than the opening volume, whether it was at 9:30 or subsequently there at 10:30 when we got that big move off $1. Femi is making moves here, people. 41% to the good now. To remind you, we have a 12.8 million share float. I don't know the short float, so we're going to find out. Shout out to Trade Ideas and Michael Noss. It is negligible, 0.15 according to Trade Ideas. But this one looks like a bull flag continuation on the 5-minute chart. It makes a nice, there we go. A nice big move up. Then you have the, lower highs and higher lows, a bit of a pennant, and then it breaks through the pennant, resolves to the north side. That wick is real. It did go up to 160. That is HOD, but look at that. That looks like a reversal candle with a huge wick up and a small body to the downside. If it closes like this, that is kind of bearish, to be honest with you. So let's go flip back to the 1 minute here and possible support at that 150 level. We definitely had trouble breaking through the $half level initially on this ascent between, I would say, 12.10 and about 12.25. And now we're right back at that level. We're giving up the ghost, though, Adara. Look at that move back down. Next possible support level, if you're looking for a dip, maybe 136, 135. We have a bit of a flat bottom there, but
I couldn't find a news story on it. It seems a little volatile. It would stress me out a little bit, but as I said, small caps are not my forte. In the meantime, I'm going to shout out 2016 era Frank Ocean. We're going to look at Nike over here. Frank Ocean reference. But yeah, so we're having quite the move here. The reason I thought of Nike was because of the earnings report out tonight.
She liked your joke.
Oh, yeah.
Ramin. Shout out to Ramin. Ramin's got one of the best laughs, man. Go on.
Great. But yeah, so anyways, so Nike is, it's hitting VWAP. We'll see if it bounces up. But yeah, like I said, the earnings report out tonight. So this was one that I was keeping my eye on for that reason. But yeah, unless it's a VWAP play, which it could be, I'd keep my eye on it. It's negative right now. And I get, I'd be hesitant. I hear a lot of people too talking about not trading on earnings, and this is a thing that I'm, not a thing I was familiar with. Yeah, I was going to say Sean's always talking about not trading on earnings. So I still, I have time to figure out how I feel about personally about earnings, but yeah, it does seem like there's a lot of volatility there. So we'll see on that. But I wanted to pull that up. Let's also look at BlackBerry, which also is doing earnings reports tonight. Okay, and this one is BlackBerry's a little sad right now.
It has been for a while.
Yeah, I think it's been sad since Apple happened. But yeah, Canadian company. That movie was actually great. I think it came out in May with Jay Baruchel. Highly recommend that. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even realize that BlackBerry was a Canadian company until I saw the movie. Because I was really young. Yeah, I know. I was I was really young when BlackBerry kind of started, so I wasn't aware, but I thought that was
I love those
really
phones,
cool.
Adira.
I never had a
So
BlackBerry.
good.
I never had a BlackBerry.
The only reason I liked it is because it had the physical keyboard.
Yes.
And so I didn't want to be switching to, like, well, now I love my iPhone.
Yeah.
I tell you the truth.
No, because
But-
I remember, like, I was in grade 7. Everyone had a BlackBerry. I really wanted the BlackBerry.
yeah.
And then my parents were like, oh, you can have a Motorola Grasp. It's the same thing. I'm like, no, it's not. It's got the keyboard.
It's got
But
the keyboard, the physical keyboard.
It had
was,
the physical
right?
keyboard,
Yeah,
but it was not, you know, a prime specimen of phone. But anyways, yeah, we're looking
go for
here.
it. Yep.
BlackBerry, it's
You want to
pretty
zoom out a bit
low.
so that
Oh,
we
yeah.
can go into the 5.
Let's do it
We
the
can
5.
yeah, so that we can get a
Yeah.
better look.
So, whew,
Yeah.
nosedive might be an understatement here. We'll see. Yeah, this is because we'll see how it reacts once the earnings actually come out. Because, you know, we saw Micron take a huge dip after the earnings. Actually, let's check on Micron. But yeah, BlackBerry and Nike looking a little cautious. Oh yeah, Micron's 5-minute chart it looks like an M. Honestly, just looks like an M here. We've got like so many swoops. We're kind of playing off the VWAP. Let's go switch to the 1 minute here. Yeah, so we're a little bit of VWAP play, but honestly, it doesn't look like it's going to make those highs of days. And just because of how volatile it's been since yesterday, the fact that it's -4, I mean, it's one that was of interest, especially this morning and last night after the earnings. But right now, I would say a little bit questionable to get in on at this point.
Got it. BlackBerry has gone through a fundamental change in how they're doing business. They were making phones. They've said, mm-mm. And then they had a whole bunch of patents that they could offload. They were starting to offload those, make some capital off those, but that's obviously a finite amount. Then you saw them trying to team up with cars. Hyundai was one of the car makers that they were involved with to sell navigation, mapping data. And then, you know, essentially it's been like, hey, let's try this, let's try that. I feel it's a company, you know, since it's, you know, got rid of its handset devices as its moat, it has not been able to find itself. And sadly, you know, Canada is known for its low productivity. We are not productive in this country, and we were looking for companies like this to kind of boost that again. It's been tough. It's been tough. Sad to see BlackBerry go down like this. This was once an Apple rival, albeit, you know, we're talking about the late 2000s, early 2010s. It was still competing. And I got to tell you, Apple's, you know, cleaned its clock since that time. Right?
Yeah, Apple, I mean, honestly, I think, and that's what, again, like why I found that movie interesting, because it really shows you how much Mike Lazaridis, who was one of the co-founders of BlackBerry, was really kind of threatened by Apple. Absolutely. And how it was like, yeah, the way he kind of viewed it was like, oh, you know, we're better than Apple, we don't need to worry about Apple. And then it got to a point where Apple was a huge concern, and then, yeah, eventually, you know, he kind of realized. And I mean, I think it's pretty clear, too, like when you think about big tech companies, when you think about phone companies, iPhone is like the #1. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's been that way for quite some time now, right? So it's interesting. Yeah, it's like, it would have been nice to have that Canadian company kind of stay.
It would be.
Yeah, but yeah, it looks like BlackBerry's it's faded away for quite some time.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, it'll be very interesting to hear the earnings. I will be tuning in for that, and we'll see how the stock reacts tomorrow morning in the watch list. We'll see. But yeah, BlackBerry and Nike are the big earnings ones for tonight.
All right, here we go, Adira. I got to update the viewers.
Oh,
here it is.
Meta Connect.
Meta Connect. Look, what is this, man?
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, show this, Ramin. I mean, could they not choose a better font? But it's funny. It's quirky.
It doesn't
Let's
really
call it
suit
quirky.
the vibe I get from Mark Zuckerberg, though, or from like Facebook
Right?
as a company. Like I saw that the first time, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So a minute and change, about minute 50 here before we start the Meta Connect conference. I gotta say, I mean, unless there's going to be new product announcements today, I think, you know, the keynote was the big thing with Zuck on the stage. We'll see what they present today. Some headlines from yesterday in case you missed it. You got the Quest 2. Femi's making a move here, guys.
Oh.
All right, FEMY 169 HOD. It's continuing through, even though it broke down below 150. We're curling back up. We're now 48 2/3% to the high side. So alert on Femi. But continuing with what I was saying with Meta, we're getting the Quest 3. It's going to be $500. There was a tag. They were tag teaming or teaming up with, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, with Ray-Ban to bring you smart glasses. They're going to be able to kind of detect all sorts of shapes and and objects and give you information about them. There's also the built-in AI feature to make your own emoticons on Messenger, WhatsApp, and all their other platforms, Instagram as well, I believe. You'll be able to say like, hey, make me an avatar of a pizza playing basketball and then send that to your friends and stuff like that. So there's that. Then there's also other kind of avatars that they're signing up with, celebrity avatars. I think Mr. Beast is one of them.
Yeah, I saw that. There's quite a few.
Oh, Brendan telling me this is yesterday's. So that's yesterday's, the one that I just showed you. Yeah. So you'll be able to kind of like interact in the metaverse with some of these celebrities, and they'll be able to basically have dialogue with you. It's obviously not them talking; it's the AI.
Yeah, it's a strange proposition.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how I feel
Loves
about
this metaverse, man.
It's a little strange, like the commitment to the metaverse. I'm gonna be real; it kind of freaks me out a little bit. I was looking this morning, like Charlie D'Amelio is gonna be on as one of the celebrities. Paris Hilton. It's a really
There it is,
strange.
Hilton, yeah.
Mr. Beast is like that is correct. Snoop Dogg also, although I guess we're not that surprised because Snoop Dogg has like a cooking show with Martha Stewart. Like Snoop Dogg will do what Snoop Dogg does. And we're just here for it. But yeah, so I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see how consumers react to it. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if it's something that I'd be interested in. But yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see how people and the market react to Meta Connect Part 2, which starts very soon. But what I do know is I will not be hopping in on Meta when that happens because we learned from yesterday.
Yeah,
and
well,
we learn
it's
and we
an
grow.
animal. So it's a toughie.
Yeah.
All right, Brendo is looking for the new one from today. And as soon as we have that, we will let you know. Michael Lloyd, tomorrow's price action will also highly depend on news about the government shutdown. Yeah.
Yes.
Michael, look, you know, we try not to get into politics on the show for obvious reasons. We don't want to be polarizing, but the fact of the matter is, you know, this is something we need to worry about because it is now filtering into the rating agencies' rating of the U.S. essentially creditworthiness, and that affects how much they have to pay out for yields. The less creditworthy you are, the more you have to pay out in a coupon in order to attract the same buyers. And we know for a fact that the Japanese and the Chinese are not buying U.S. treasuries in the same amounts that they were buying them previously. That obviously has an effect on demand. Right? So you're right. I agree with you. They need to get their act together, and they need to get this done. I'm not advocating for one side or the other. I'm just saying it has to get done. So with that said, I do 100% agree with you, Michael Lloyd, with respect to the government shutdown having an effect on markets, unquestionable. Let's now look at the future here because it's been a minute since we've looked at the future. We have broken down below 14.9, and in the same way that 14.9 was an initial support level once we broke it, and that's the last beak wetter that I got up here, it is now acting as a resistance level. Look at this. All these moves into 14.9 are being rejected, right? So I'm not saying we're not going to reclaim 14.9, but it is something that I need to be cognizant of. Now, we did dip into 14.860, but we got bought up pretty quickly. That is kind of bullish to me, but what's bearish is that the moves into 14.9 are all being sold off. So going to keep my eye on this one. No reason for me to panic. I'm long 14.765. We're talking about 14.888 at the moment. So let's see what this one does. If we can make a move past that 14.947, that would just be aces. But, you know, that may require more liquidity in the more liquid part of the day, Adara.
Yes. So let's take a look at Meta. No, coming face to face with my nemesis. No, I'm joking, but am I? But no, anyways. Here we are. Yeah, it's definitely in a better place going into the conference than it was yesterday. I will say that. Because today, going into Meta Connect, going into Zuckerberg's remarks, we're up 2.3%. I think we were just slightly below like 0% yesterday. I think we're just like negative 10, negative 11. So I think we're in a better place going into Meta Connect. That being said, I think that there will be a lot of volatility, and I think what I've learned from yesterday is trading on the news can have its risks. So I think it could be interesting if you time it really, really well, and if you go really into the dip, assuming there is a dip when Mark Zuckerberg begins, which there could be, then I think you could maybe, you know, if you time it out, if it's a long and it goes high like it did yesterday, after, which it did out in the afternoon, right? Like I was you know, seeing trading in the desk yesterday afternoon, people were really taking advantage of that increase below that meta or above that meta dip after the dip. But yeah, I think like right now trading at this moment is a little scary for me.
And that, I think that's fair.
But here's the chart. I definitely think it's in a better place than yesterday. It's got that going for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The Katina man took that short 306, so he rode that for a $1 plus.
Oh,
winner,
yeah.
So shout out to him.
That's
He's
amazing.
not at his desk at the moment,
Well,
but
the thought still counts. The sentiment is still there.
Someone in the chat saying this looks like an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute on the MNQ. And you may be right, but we're going to actually have to manifest that break through 900, close above 900 for that to be the case. Otherwise, it's just another lower low, right? Here we go. Looks like we're going to move back and test 900 again. We're up 1% on the day. We're up a lot more. We were talking about 1 1/3 at one point. Let's see what happens, guys. Let's see what happens. We know that the trend is to the high side. Obviously, we're going to have to give a little bit on the move down. You know, a healthy retracement is always part of the price action typically. Dan the Man Emmons telling me in the chat, he's like, yo, those market makers, they don't want those month-end puts to print. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna blow you out by moving the future to the high side. And Dan, I couldn't agree more. You'll know that once, because you're gonna be here every day, obviously. Dan Emmons is an excellent futures trader.
Oh, wow.
And you'll see him in the chat, and he'll be talking about different levels. Usually he points out the IB high and low, essentially a level that you have to be cognizant of on the futures if you want to go long and short and stuff like that. So you'll get familiar with a lot of these people too.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense like even hearing you hear the same names, right? Yeah. But yeah, futures trading is very impressive. To be honest, it's not something that I have any experience with, and I think I would have to learn a bit more before I got into that. But I'm excited to just be here and learn, you know, about futures, see if that's something I would like to dip my toes into at a later time.
I thought you were going to say wet your beak.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. I don't force it anything on you.
Yeah, everyone has their own little turns.
Of course,
trade,
right? You should, right?
But no, that's fine. I didn't even think to say wet my beak.
Yeah. Well, I took it from Neil.
Oh, really?
Right?
Okay.
No, but it's okay.
Just like that was the straight.
No, we're running gag, Neil and I, right? I steal his terms, he steals mine.
And now you're like fake stealing his terms.
Exactly,
and everyone's
right?
just stealing each other's terms.
So we just broke 14.9,
okay,
and then we rejected immediately again, showing that this is obviously an area of importance on the market, the 100-point level. So I don't want to kind of paper hand the last out here on the trade, so we're going to be very careful about where we get out and try to exercise as much patience as possible. But I also need to be cognizant of my trade on Piton. And look, it started curling back up. I feel this one's moving with the market more than I would have anticipated, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have a Piton trade story. It's very small.
Go for it.
So here we are. This was where I got in. I was really in it for the long haul here. No, I'm joking, as you can tell. So it touched VWAP, which is why I got in, you know, paying attention to those levels. Hit VWAP. I was like, ooh, it's going to really go up. And then the up and down. I mean, I got like 2 cents off of it, 3 cents off of it.
You're not going to get much on this.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was a fun trade. You know, I was happy to be in it. A good test of patience, just practicing, waiting there for those highs, getting out when you can. It got a little bit higher, but yeah, I think just as I'm learning still, I am always kind of hesitant to be in like too many trades at once. Like the most I've done is like 2 at once, and even then that's, you know, I'm a little bit more hesitant about it. But yeah, we got in here, we got out here, we made a couple cents. It's a fun trade to watch, but as you've been talking about, it's definitely a long play. It's a long game, and you have to be patient with it. And yeah, I mean, maybe later if it continues to go higher, we'll see if I can get in, make another couple cents. But yeah, for now, it's a fun one to watch from the sidelines for me, I think.
Agree. I should also mention that SiriusXM having another good day. I believe this one started moving yesterday. Did it? Yeah, the headline is a 27th. Look, for whatever reason, the headline came in yesterday, but it didn't move. Here's the look. So Siri, S-I-R-I, is the ticker, guys. Siri, which is Series XM, it's up 14.5 points. Let me put in the ticker. S-I-R-I. Here we go. We closed out yesterday's sesh at that 407 area. And now we made a 492 high, consolidating a little sideways at the moment at 4 2/3. Here's what's going on with it. What's going on with SiriusXM stock today? That was yesterday, by the way.
Oh, with the Liberty Media.
Yeah, exactly. Shares are trading higher on Wednesday. The move marks a recovery in the stock's price following Tuesday's decline related to Liberty Media announcing it is proposing a combination with Sirius. What to know, according to the terms of the proposed business combination outlined in a proposal sent by Liberty Media to the special committee of the board of SiriusXM, Liberty would separate LSXM by means of a redemptive split off of a new formed subsidiary which would own all of LSXM's assets and liabilities. So that's a look. And initially, this was the move down on the 26th that Adero was talking about, and then we kind of recovered a little bit. Yesterday, a flat trade. Today, no new news, but we're actually having a bigger move today than we did all of yesterday and the day prior. So whatever seems maybe that there is some bigger money positioning in this, because this is what typically happens. And this is not my information. This is Michael Noss's, which is why I like it. He says, he used to work at a hedge fund.
Okay.
And hedge funds, bigger money funds, they have their own way of getting into a stock.
Oh, yeah.
They don't just do it willy-nilly like us.
No, yeah. What I'm aware of hedge funds is a very different process, yeah.
Yeah. And essentially what they do is they have these buying committees and selling committees, and once a news catalyst is broken, they have new information off which to go, they make decisions. And then they'll go and they'll be like, okay, we are now deciding to get into this stock, and so now we're going to position. That doesn't happen the next day or the very next day. It could be a week or subsequent, whatever it is, right? So sometimes we have these moves off catalysts that were 2 days ago because bigger money is starting to position.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So it's like they're reacting before the market can react.
After,
or
literally,
after.
yeah.
That's
fair. Yeah, because they're digesting the info, so to speak, right? Yeah. So anyway, good move for it today.
I'm going to shout out.
They asked Kathy. Says
there is let me get the name here. Amazon. Someone shouted out Amazon here. But yeah, so I have Amazon pulled up here. Someone asked for Amazon. I was in it for a moment here, as you can see, made a couple cents. But yeah, Amazon I was hoping it would kind of keep going higher, as you were kind of seeing here. There was like this slight stutter step up. It's not making that stutter step. It's kind of more to the downside now, although I will admit I got out too early. But yeah, as you can see on this kind of chart, it's definitely, I think, it's going down. I would say Amazon is headed down for now. I mean, we'll see if it could, because I thought it would be kind of going down here, right, too. We're making these dips, but then it's kind of going back up. Amazon might be a hard one to predict, but for now, I think I would say it's heading to the downside from what I can tell anyway. And then also someone was asking here about BNOX. I'm out of BNOX now, Bionomics, but yeah, I'm happy I got out too, because it's kind of, it's basically where I was when I got in, honestly. So it's kind of jumping around a bit, but yeah, I think this is one of the ones you have to keep your eye on 24/7, or not 24/7, but every kind of second you're in it, because of those tiny millisecond moves to the upside, like these spikes here. Because as you can see, it's not like there's really a consistent move up or a consistent move down. It's these giant spikes and bars kind of everywhere. So I don't know. I think it's a very volatile one. I think if you time it really well, if you have your eye on the ball and if you're paying attention to it, you could, do okay here. But I think as someone right now, I'm trying to kind of pay attention to a couple things at once. I don't think I get on BNOX right now. I'm actually just going to check on Palantir, which I am in. And oh my gosh, Palantir I was hoping, because it was making these higher highs, I was like, oh, we're gonna have a moment with Palantir. We are not right now, but I got in at 15.92. It's 15.86 right now. So not a massive loss. I'm going to wait and see if it turns up a little bit, and then I'll make my decision that way. But yeah, Palantir had a great day yesterday off of that $15 million military contract. Having a great day today as well. So I think it is one to watch regardless.
Yep, gotcha. All right, we are pulling back here on the futures. No question about that. We had an attempt to break and hold above 14.9. We didn't do it. So I'm going to suggest to you we may start pulling back here, whether it's into 14.850. Where do we have support here on the chart? Let's have a look here. So on the chart, I would say to you, obviously 14.8 being that 100-point level is an area off which to look. But Look at this flat top that we have here at 14,785, 786, essentially this area around here. This is very interesting. It's not just about being at the 100-point level. The price action suggests that we could find support in and around here. So if you're looking for a short, this may be the time here because now it looks like we are getting confirmation of the attempted reclaim of 14.9, and there was no reclaim. The shorts stepped in, and they are more powerful, I would suggest to you, than the longs at the moment. Let's see if we can break through this, the bottom wick of this candle. That'll have to take us to 60. So we'll wait and see, right? To me, not really enticed to get out at the moment. I'd rather just hold on and see what happens. Only one last out here, so really no point for me to get out. I'd rather just ride this one through, but there it is, baby. The market is a wild one, and as quickly as we thought maybe we're going to start reclaiming 14.9, down goes the market again. Here we go, Adair. We're about to hit 14.850 as quickly as we were at 14.9, as quickly as we are moving right back down.
I was gonna say too, even like looking at the the big tech I've got on the side here, we are taking a sharp step down. I'm just gonna pull up, the big tech here. So Google's not making as much of a move down, but yeah, definitely you can tell compared to these highs, we are kind of moving in the opposite direction. We've got slightly lower lows here. Let's pull up, let me take a look at NVIDIA, which is positive right now, but we're kind of seeing, so as you can see, we're definitely lots of sharp movements here. I think across the board, what I'm noticing in general today, or at least for me, maybe I'm wrong, but what I've been noticing is these larger candles. So we've got right over here, these very sharp green candles, these long red candles, and I guess what I'm interpreting that is we're not making small moves. Everything's very volatile. It's either volatile to the upside or volatile to the downside. We're not seeing a lot of small steps up, and that was actually what got me involved in AMD in the first place, because we had compared, at least compared to the rest of the market, we had, I thought, slightly smaller, more reasonable movements, right? As much as the market can be rational or reasonable, right? But we do have some of those big candles, but it is, for the most part, it's a bit more calm, it's a bit less volatile. But yeah, with that big tech, and especially right now, everything, even AMD now, we have, everything's down and everything's got those big candle wicks. So I would say definitely it's a sign of volatility right now heading into the last couple hours of the trading day here.
No question about it. Took out some more here on Piton. Where did I get out at? 90s, 91s. Here we're for whatever reason, we're finding a little bit of a support. I was positing that this one was kind of moving with the market, but the market flushing and Piton not really flushing all that bad. So, I'm holding about essentially, what is that? 25% left of the original position. So, yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to give this one all the way to my entry to see if we can get a possible 5 break, maybe by the end of the show, maybe not. I'm going to flatten everything by the end of the show, obviously, because it's hard to manage that when you're at the big desk with Brendo over there. So that's a look there. Let's bring in some of the other movers that I was keeping my eye on the day. We got Piton over here. We have GameStop up here. Those are not doing anything. Adira mentioned BNOX. It's been doing bupkis.
Yeah, no, I was in for 2 seconds. I got out, I believe, at the price I got in at. So we're counting that as a win. But yeah, BNOX I had my eye on that one earlier. Just, I think even in small cap recap, I brought that one up this morning. But because of the PTSD treatment, which is really cool and very ahead of its time. But yeah, I mean, right now I've got up Meta. We're kind of off BNOX. But yeah, Meta is, as I kind of predicted, around when Zuckerberg would have started speaking. And I wish I had predicted this yesterday, but we learn and we grow. We learn from our mistakes. Meta has swooped to the downside. I think, slightly, it's a little less noticeable than yesterday. Because I think yesterday it was right at 130, right when Zuckerberg entered the stage or got on the stage. But yeah, a little bit before that conference. And I can't, maybe it's not directly related to the conference, but there, if you see something that might be a catalyst, you can kind of call it like you see it, or at least assume. But yeah, Meta is not something I would get in right now unless it's a short. I would not go long on Meta right now. I wish I could say that to myself yesterday, but here we are.
All right, guys, we have the Meta Connect event. It is live. Here we go. Touch Pro controllers are talking about, supported by Meta Quest 3. All features work, including unlimited tracking volume. See, this is the difference, Adara, between a $500 product and a $3,500 product. Because Apple's Vision Pro, You just use your hands and stuff like
Really?
that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. This one you actually have joysticks in hand to do. So I don't know who this gentleman is, but I love the khakis on the blue.
I was gonna say it's an outfit. It's a solid ensemble. He looks like
Right?
very like Silicon Valley dad.
Yeah, he
vibe.
is, absolutely.
And you know what? Go him. It's
Yeah,
a great
for
look.
sure.
He's keeping cool in that heat.
I've got khakis like that, baby. That's it. I'm rocking that tomorrow. I'm wearing my blue shirt.
If it's good enough for the meta man, you can do it. Get in on the meta moment, you know? Have that
She
moment.
says she's going to hold me to that. So I'm going to have to wear this blue and khaki, but I will.
Yeah.
I will.
I mean,
All right.
it's a look. It's a meta vibe.
So keep your eyes out on Meta here because we know there could be volatility. We saw the volatility yesterday. Is it moving?
Yeah, it's moving
Okay.
up, which I wish it was doing yesterday when we were in it. But, you know, alas, it is not. So, yeah, as you can see here, it went down before Mr. Khaki. I'm so sorry, I don't know his name.
Oh, good.
Took the stage. And now we're seeing, I mean, who knows if it'll last. Meta has been super volatile, as we've kind of talked about. But, yeah, it's to the upside now. For now, we'll see. But I think like yesterday, Meta could be one to get in on after the conference, depending on how it goes. So if like yesterday, if it goes badly, or at least, sorry, if investors take it badly and it goes down, then maybe you could take an opportunity to do well on the upside. But if it's the opposite, if it goes up now and then goes down after the conference, maybe you can try a short. I would say keep an eye on Meta. Keep all eyes on Meta. It's the one to watch right now. Either way, just to even know what it's doing and see if it's something you want to get into. Yeah.
Amazing. And so apparently they've got this program called Meta Haptic Studio. It's going to let you basically create audition. Okay, well, I was trying to read that. I guess you can create your own haptics for whatever program or whatever is being built. So that's good from the programming side, less from the consumer side. I guess that's maybe what it's about today, maybe from the programming side to show what developers, what they can do. Well, I have to wait and see. I mean, I'll watch this when I got home. I watched the Connect conference when I got home yesterday because it was live while we were on the show and I couldn't do that. Yeah, but interesting look. Keep your eye out for more moves on Meta. The Katina man, what are you doing over there with Meta? You know it started, right? He just swore. He's still a short at 306.10. He's still $2 plus in the money because we're at 303.86 right now as I'm looking at it. So keep your eye out for that. What do you like virtual reality headsets?
It's not something I'm really familiar with. I'm going to be honest. Like I'm aware of it, sorry, but I mean like in practical experience, I was not really a gamer as a child. Like we had a Wii, we had the Wii Fit and the Wii Sport, and that was kind of it. So yeah, I am not a VR person. I know people who are into the VR. I can see the merit. I don't know if it's something that I would get in on as someone, like I don't even really have like a TV currently. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. But actually I've got Tesla pulled up right now because this was mentioned by a couple people in the chat. Just saw another one here, Abu Alm. Yeah, so Tesla is jumping up and down here. It is kind of, the general trend though is to the downside, but it's still positive on the day. But yeah, I mean, this one is very much all over the place, kind of hard to read. And like what we saw with Meta, with all those other big tech stocks with NASDAQ, we have these giant candles. Like there's a lot of volatility. And I will say they're kind of getting smaller as we go here. Like I would say we're maybe getting a little bit more stable to the downside. But yeah, it's definitely one of those ones where we're moving around a lot. We're seeing a lot of movement. And we're going to have to keep an eye on that direction. But yeah, it looks generally like it's kind of gone downhill since just before 12. We haven't hit those highs, or not high, like the high that we got at 12. We have not hit that since. So Tesla seems like it's going down.
I will be wearing jeans and a brown shirt tomorrow.
You're going to go as all the Meta guys. You can switch at halfway. You know, at the desk in the morning, you can wear the first Meta Man's outfit.
Right.
And then in the afternoon, you can wear the second Meta Man's outfit.
Right.
And those who know will know.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're both good. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
It's not a bad look. This is kind of I think they're demonstrating here. Come to the screen if you're able to, Ramin. They're demonstrating the fact that it can be augmented reality in addition to virtual reality. So you're not completely disassociated from the world in which you're in, but it's just adding to it. And that's something we've been seeing a lot more lately, augmented reality rather than just virtual reality. That's pretty cool. I think that's a Dungeons and Dragons thing that you can actually play with other people. Pretty cool stuff, We'll have a look there. I haven't been a gamer either, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
But I definitely appreciate technology.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I think, like, you know, for people who are into gaming, obviously these innovations are super helpful. I respect them on their face, on what they do. But yeah, it's not something that truthfully, like, I respect people who are able to make them work and able to understand them. Because, yeah, I mean, like, it's a lot, like, for me personally. Yeah, I mean, but very cool, though. It looks very neat.
Right.
And clearly people are excited about the Meta Quest, as are, you know, the men in khakis up on the stage. So go Meta right now.
Go Meta. All right, well, the market is absolutely sinking here through 14,850. Look at that rejection, stair-stepping down, right? Every little bit, we get like a nice move up, and then boom, the rejection comes in. These sellers overwhelm buyers, and that looks like it's going to be the story of the afternoon. So it looks like we may have a U-shaped retracement, right? Where it wasn't V in the sense that we didn't retrace super quick. Even on the 5-minute chart, it looks like it's a U-shaped retracement. Let's see what we do at 14.8, 14.8, first level of support. Then for me, that kind of 14.775, I want to say, 14.775, 14.780, seems to be a flat top around there. Probably better that I show you than describe it with my hands. But here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the NQ, not the ES. This level over here, multiple attempts to break through this 14.775, eventually broken at 11:20 live here on the show. But obviously we have to keep our eye on the first level, which is at 14.80. I know the position board doesn't show it, but I'm still long on the future at 14.765. So, you know, I'm just being patient. It's one more out. There's really no point in taking profit at this point. I'd rather just see what happens. So let's see what that does. And then moving back into my Peloton trade, kind of consolidative at the moment. I mean, we did get that 5 rejection, but we traced into 485. We need to make a higher high, right? If we're going to continue this uptrend, and albeit it's a very slow uptrend, if it is one.
I was going to say, yeah, I think, like I said, that was why I got out of it. I think, and I admire, like, the patience to stay in that trade. But yeah, right now, I don't know if it'll go higher.
Yeah, it doesn't. To be honest with you, it's got to prove to me that it's got to go higher.
It's got to make it. Yeah. It's going to let you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and the only way it's going to prove to me by printing above 5. If it doesn't print above 5, then we have what? A lower high, and then if it breaks below 485, you have a lower low. Yeah. And so then you have a downward channel. Because a trend, basically what you're looking for is 2 points of contact.
Okay.
I'll just show you rather than tell you.
Like above and below.
Exactly. Okay. So this would be your first point of contact over here. That would be your second one. This would be one right here, and then if it would make a new low below 45,
that would be the fine. Yeah,
there you
and that's
go.
when you're out. Okay,
and
cool.
that's the look down there.
I'm gonna shout out B rhymes with AMC mentioning NEO still holding up. Yeah, I mean I've got NEO up here, and you are right. We went down a little bit from what, like 12:30ish. We went down, but since then, honestly, compared to a lot of other stocks right now, we're holding pretty steady right about like that 9 o'clock. Although I'm not seeing a lot of movement here. If you look at the book, we're kind of holding steady. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's stable. And the spread is good. We've got like a 1 cent, 2 cent spread. So it's one to keep an eye on. I mean, especially as a lot of the other stocks right now, especially stuff on the NASDAQ. I mean, this one's on NYSE. As a lot of the NASDAQ stuff tanks, it would be interesting to look at stuff on the NYSE like NEO, which is actually holding up. And I know someone else mentioned Palantir in the chat as well. Yeah, Palantir also, yeah, holding. It's doing all right. I mean, like, we're still slightly heading down. I don't know if we're going to break that high, which is what I erroneously hoped for when I entered this trade in the first place. And then, as you can see here, I did get out, perhaps earlier than I should, but c'est la vie. So yeah, we'll see. I think Palantir could go down. Maybe it'll go back up. It's another, I think, at least for me, and I mean, take this as you will, take this with a grain of salt if you want, but I think what I'm noticing is as the NASDAQ kind of down, the NYSE is what I'm keeping my eye on.
Gotcha.
Those non-tech names, or not non-tech stock names, I guess, but yeah, we'll see.
All right, just keep going there because I have to set this as my background there. So just give me a second. Maybe I can do this after. All right, I have nothing on at the moment. Let's check on on FEMI because it was doing its thing. Okay, so kind of Did it? Yeah, where did it get up to? Got up to $1.71, and now we're coming right back down into that interesting level of $1.50, right? Still 40% to the good, but not making higher highs at the moment. We made a lower high over here. We topped out at 171, 170, high 170s, and then this high came into about 167. So yeah, this is also an interesting area of support, though, and we talked about this 150-ish area. You had multiple attempts through it, couldn't get through it. Is this as good as we can do? This would be an interesting area to get along, and then maybe you could give it to like 46s or something like that. You know, give it like 5-6 pennies. Try to bounce off that 150 because it has been a strong level. I mean, doesn't really interest me too much. Abdullah Mansour, Zuckerberg just did an interview with Lex Friedman in the metaverse. LMAO, actually cool. It's on Lex Friedman's YouTube channel. I remember when Zuck had earnings and he went on Mad Money with Kramer, and him and Kramer were in the metaverse. It was super cringe for me, man. I gotta tell you the truth. Like, and the thing is, the avatars are so cartoony. They're like The Simpsons.
I don't know.
So I don't know. I'm not a big cartoony fan. I'm not a fan of anime either. If they looked more like, I don't know, Mortal Kombat characters, I'd be cool with that.
I mean, like, actually, speaking of Meta and the metaverse, I'm bringing up Roblox because I know they had that collab with Meta yesterday. This one is making some movement. I also had my eye on it because it, weirdly enough, announced a collaboration with Maybelline, as in the makeup company. So I was very curious about that. I'm going to have to look more into that. It did not.
Their slogan, maybe she's born with it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Yeah, all those makeup slogans are so funny to me. But yeah, Maybelline has not seems like it's done a lot for Roblox. And again, I think it's still a thing of me learning to like know what catalysts matter and what ones don't. This one probably didn't, but I was still keeping an eye on it because of Meta regardless. But yeah, I mean, we could be going up, but it looks like since around like 1230-ish, 1225, we are seeing much lower lows and lots of volatility. If I'm feeling a little risky earlier or later in the day, we'll see if we enter Roblox. But yeah, I think right now, again, just one I wanted to keep my eye on and check on. Another one that I had on my list earlier that I'd like to touch back on is Exxon. So Exxon was having great strength today. I know people were like winning with Exxon yesterday. People were doing really well with Exxon this morning. And yeah, we're moving around here. We're chopping around at this level. Again, we're seeing lots of volatility here, lots of really steep drops within let's see the 5-minute on this. But yeah, so literally just swoop down from this morning and from the strength yesterday as well. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how Exxon continues, but it's another one I wanted to check back up on that I had on my list from earlier.
I got the Katina Man and the Neil singing the Maybelline slogan there. It's hilarious.
It's a weirdly, I didn't
what
even
is it called? An earworm.
Earworm. That one.
Earworm.
Yeah. It is. Weird. A lot of those slogans weirdly are like the McDonald's one too. Like I remember, I think a couple weeks ago, we were all singing like we had the McDonald's one in our head.
I think it was me.
I think it was you, but then I had it in my head afterwards.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the earworms are started
by me.
I didn't want to say it, but I'll say it.
No, I think you're fair.
But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad claim to fame. But yeah, so Maybelline and Roblox are not super swooshing Roblox up, but we shall see what we shall see.
Yeah. We got a bit of a bounce here in the future, but I think is what the Neil would call a dead cat bounce. We got, a little dip into, where did we get here? Into 14,830, bouncing back into 14,860. But I got to tell you, man, it looks more downish to me unless we can really show me something different. That's what I'm looking at on my side chart here. I'm looking at the big tech names, the Mag 7 as they're called recently, to see what their trends are like. I'm seeing Meta get a bit of a bounce here at 303. I'm seeing Apple bounce off 170.50. Likewise here with Google at 132.5, and then Stresla finding support also at 245. But with all of those names, every single one, you have lower highs and lower lows. It is a downward channel, for the exception, I would say, of Tesla, which seems to have a 245 bottom. at the moment. So Tesla, you know, if there's going to be a secular name, it usually is Tesla anyway out of the Mag 7. So here's a 245 bottom I'm talking about on Tesla.
Really not breaking below that. No.
And the thing is, though, Adira, we have these lower highs here.
Yeah. The ascending way.
Not ascending,
No,
descending.
descending way.
Yeah,
Right,
because
okay.
it would be like a flat bottom. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't believe you actually got that. Good for you. That's fantastic. It took me years to figure out. But this is what I'm talking about. This lower high, lower high, lower high, all with
flat
flat
bottom. Yeah.
There you go. With the other ones, with respect to the other ones, we're seeing a downward channel.
Yeah, it's more kind of constant.
Exactly,
Yeah, like the
right?
lower highs and lower lows.
Exactly.
We're not hitting those flat. Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
I'm going to keep an eye on all of these tech names because I think it's really interesting. I'm going to shout out Atif Udin here. Sorry if I butchered your name. Axla to the upside. I mean, yeah, my nemesis Axla, or my frenemy Axla, up again. Here we are. We're a little bit up here. Yeah, I mean, you were right, Atif. We are a little bit up on Axla. Again, Axla is a name that, as I mentioned, I have a weird irrational fear of because my first time I tried to get into it, it halted. But yeah, I mean, Axla is, though, in general, like, there's a lot of volatility. There's not a lot of consistency here. And I know it halted a lot this morning. Like, I think 3 times within, like, 10 to 11, we were seeing halts. So just because, and even here, like, there's not a lot of movement. Like, the book is pretty flat. We've got a bit of a spread. Axla is a meh for me. But, I mean, yeah, I think it's something that if you time it really well, I think you could get it on Axla. But it will stay my frenemy for now, and I will stay away from it.
I like that, my friend. Yeah, to be honest, I have to agree there. Axla did have a nice move in the morning. I looked back at you. I thought maybe you would be trading. But, you know, it's been kind of dead money for 5 million shares. It's not enough.
Well, like I said, and I'm very cognizant of, now the spread is 25 cents on Axla.
Yeah,
as I said that, I was just going to talk about the spread, and now the spread's 25 cents. I've learned my lesson from Axla doing me dirty with that halt to the downside. Legitimately, I got in, I think it was like, I got in at 11.80, and it halted at 9.20. And it was scary. We never got back up to that 11.80. So yeah, Axla and I are not buds.
Nope.
Sorry, Axla. Yeah, and see, even now it went up, and now it's going down again. Like I said, if you're really on the ball with it, and if you're okay with the spread, I think you could maybe do okay-ish on it. But it's not. I'm not loving it.
I gotta agree with
Bye,
you.
bye, Axla.
See ya. Still looking at FEMY. We're still 40.5%. To the good, and we're holding that 150 level. So here, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to wet my beak here with some shares, but here's a look, guys. We break down below this trough over here, 144. I'm just going to cut it, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to set up some beak wetters, right, into the upper areas over here to take some profits because old man hands can't hang, right? But here's the thing, though. This is the problem. I don't know if we're going to get that big move up because you have a lower high on all 3 accounts. So this could be what Adira so astutely called a descending wedge where you have lower highs and a bit of a flat bottom, the flat bottom being that 150 level. We're going to give this a try. I'm going to send it to you, and I'm going to put my stop in.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm looking back at NEO. I just saw a tip on, in the news, looking at the news on Benzinga here, that NEO is trading higher, and it is. It still looks like it's still the same news that there's reports of exploratory talks, is the word they're using with Mercedes-Benz. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition, if that is a thing. But yeah, I mean, NEO's been reacting to it since pre-market. As you can see, it hasn't even really dipped that low when it has dipped low. So this is something you could maybe go long on. I mean, let's look at here. I mean, yeah, it's still like quite a bit above that VWAP. This might be one that I look at later. I don't know if I want to get in and trade like right this second. We've got a couple minutes left, and I would like to see a better sense of where it's going to go longer term. Watching what I've learned too is sometimes it's better before I jump in a chart, at least for me, to watch how it's kind of moving for a bit. Like you've got your catalyst, you've got some historical movement for the day. You kind of know what it's been doing for the day, and then you watch like before I get in. Hey, is this something that's going to go swoop the second I get in it, or are we seeing a little bit of a stutter step up, right? Or down, because if you're going down, then maybe it's like, oh, good thing I didn't go long. But yeah, I think it's a chart that I would like to just have a little bit of time to marinate, sit in, bask in, think about it. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's still going high. So I think, I might dip my toe in and wet my beak, take a little dip in NEO later. But yeah, I think it's definitely one that I have my eye on for sure.
Oh, I think the contagion is is on.
Phrase sharing.
Right? 14,850 still here on the MNQ. We'll see if we definitely got, look, man, we have lower highs and lower lows. So unless we can break through this crest over here and show me a 14,870, 14,875 and change the trend, I'm still convinced, you know, we're headed down. And I guess that definitely will be confirmed if we break this 14,830. So having a look there, FEMY, consolidating sideways. I've put in my stop south of this trough over here. So if it comes right back down, I'm going to end this trade. You know, small amount relatively speaking, but looking for a 150 hold, and then we'll take some profits maybe into the 60s if it happens. And then, ooh, look what happened over here. Hold on, is this freezing on me? What's going on over here? Oh, this is 5 minutes, that's why. Oh, we did move up into $5 again, and I wasn't there to wet my beak. 502, I had a profit taker at 502, but we didn't quite make it above $5 a day. We exactly found resistance at $5 like we've been doing all day, right? We're back into 498, but this one's really not giving up the ghost.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, it makes sense that you got out when you did because the trend was not suggesting that it was.
Well, I didn't get out yet.
Oh, sorry, you are still in.
I'm
Okay,
still
I don't
in,
know why I
yeah.
thought you got. Okay, position board, Adara.
I still
Look at
have,
that.
like, well, yeah, no, it should say, yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. That's why I said, that's why I
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at the position board because
Yeah,
I
it's all
don't know
good.
why I thought you got out. But yeah, I mean, also funny that you had Peloton pulled out because I've just pulled up Lululemon just to see how that one's
How
doing.
is it doing, by the way?
It's doing, I mean, like, we've got like a lot of these stocks, a lot of really large moves up and down, pretty big wicks here, some volatility. But yeah, it seems like there was a bit of a VWAP play if you got in, around 130. We did the little swoop below, swoop back up. This might be one if you get it kind of in the trough area, to borrow Sharif's turn of phrase there, when you're in that trough and the diff there.
Absolutely.
Then it might be one. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how this continues. I don't really know if it's going to go much up below this because we are seeing lower lows and lower highs. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. Going to use some chart analysis here and see, but yeah, I mean, I would say keep an eye on Lulu, but I don't know if it's like a hot stock right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the range on Lulu? Go to the 5?
The 5?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's the daily range
I
on
should have
bad
looked
boy?
at,
Yeah.
Okay, the daily, this is the funniest daily chart I've ever seen, yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got these giant wicks down, like just gargantuan, like some of the largest wicks I've seen. And then we're going up a little bit. I mean, there's, like I said, I think a lot of play around VWAP. I think if you were to do this one, I think VWAP is your play. As limited experience as I have.
Exactly,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I was saying. I think if you got in around 130, just as a hit below, I think that's how you make bank on Lulu. If it maybe dips down below, you could take a look. To me, I don't know if I have the confidence at this point in my trading life, especially with Lulu having a volume of below 500,000. I don't know if I'd take a little swim in Lulu yet, but I think it's one to keep an eye on, especially as it also had a partnership with Exponential Fitness that it announced today as well. So it's riding off the Exponential Fitness news and the Peloton news. But as we were talking about earlier, that move is more of a move for Peloton than it is for Lululemon.
I agree.
So that's reflecting in the trade.
And especially their difference in the market cap. Lulu is like, what, almost 50 billion?
Yeah.
And what is Lulu? I'll just tell you quick. 48 billion. Yeah,
So
close.
you were like very close.
Yeah.
And I think Peloton's like 1.8.
It is.
Correctly?
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, 1.75 essentially.
okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, so big difference there. But can you believe that? What was it? November 20. I can just look at the chart. But November 2020. This stock was at 138 bucks. Here we go.
No.
Yeah, there it is. November. I was in this for like a
wild.
$20 winner in my swing as a swing trade. Look at this. This got during the pandemic because nobody could go to the gym.
Right, everybody was just trading things, yeah.
They're
Or
buying
their own
this
Peloton,
thing
yeah.
hand over fist, right? We got to 100. Oh, I'm not showing people. 170 bucks. This is Piton.
Nuts.
Yeah, it's been a tough trade. And the thing is, it's a SaaS model. It's not software as a service, but it's a subscription model, right? And subscription models have way better margins than just device-only plays.
That makes sense, yeah.
Right? Because then you can basically, you have recurring revenue, and then you can keep your costs lower by not producing anything, just paying, these influencers and their, what are they called? Those people that do the actual classes themselves, the instructors.
The instructors, yeah.
Yeah. So people thought, this is going to be it. This is going to be a great business model, but it hasn't proved that way, especially it's been a pandemic-only play. And some of these like longer dated assets, the ones that essentially what that means is you're going to make money down the road, but you're doing well, you have a good business model, but profitability, it's in the future.
Okay.
This is kind of not one of those ones, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it looks like, honestly, like it's almost done the opposite. It looks kind of like that bell curve kind of shape is what it's like, the floop. But yeah, we're flooping down here. It's very sad to kind of watch how that fell after the pandemic, actually. That's a crazy fall. Especially because I think Peloton, I mean, I don't know, I think a lot of its marketing is very like bold, like it's very out there, but they take chances. I mean, I remember when they did that partnership with like that, and just like that, like the Sex and the City. But yeah, I mean, we'll see, or like a partnership with ad. But yeah, I mean, Peloton, we'll see how it continues to play today. But you're right, I don't think a long-term play.
All right, guys, it is 2 o'clock, and Adara and I are done for the day. But her and I will be on tomorrow. Obi and I as well will be on tomorrow. We'll be on same bat time, same bat channel. Brian knows at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in as we head to the end of the day, which is going to be an eventful one. I'll tell you why here in a second. We are seeing the market.